A system window materialized. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Dreamside. A question appeared. Create a new character. A button glowed into existence. It simply read, yes. The system continued. Dreamside currently #1 in gaming trends. First in network popularity. And first in player count. This wasn't just a game, it was a phenomenon. Meet Dreamside, the window declared, revealing a sprawling city beneath a sky-high stone emblem. It was a national sensation, a game everyone had played at least once. From idols and actors to powerful politicians. Everyone was here. Players of all ages and nationalities clashed on the fields, their stories recorded for all to see. The system prompted the hero, state your name. Kay began to type. Kansas. He hesitated, deleting it. A new name was chosen, Kay. The system confirmed. Welcome, Kay. You are on channel number 0114. Now, make your dreams a reality. With his sword ready, Kay strode forward, leaving a monstrous corpse behind him. A fire ignited in his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. His dream was to become the undisputed #1, a legend no one could ever surpass. Taejun raised his gleaming blade, a confident smile on his face. The top rank, he declared, belongs to me. But then, a system alert flashed. Channel 0114 will be closing shortly. Moments earlier, Taejun sat on the floor, confused. That's strange, he thought. Today is the launch day for Dreamside 2. He couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a new notification. Channel number 0115 has been created. Welcome to Earth. Taejun was baffled. What is going on? Just 30 minutes ago, everything was normal. He had been on his phone, sending a quick message. Express delivery complete. A package was waiting for him at home. Just another day, another delivery job finished, as he always did. Taejun navigated to the pre-order page for Dreamside 2. His finger hovered over the button, ready to dive in. He leaped in anticipation. When the elevator jolted to a dead stop, he slammed the button, shouting, "Hello, I'm stuck in here." Panic set in. Is the emergency call button broken? He couldn't even get a signal for 911. As his anxiety peaked, a new light filled the elevator. Taejun stared up at a massive system window. Channel number 0115 has been created. Welcome to Earth. The message was eerily familiar. He circled it, bewildered. How is this thing floating? Is it a hologram? His eyes locked onto the confirm button. What is this? It felt like the button was begging to be pressed. As a hardcore gamer, how could he possibly resist? He pushed it. He instantly regretted it. Task received, the window announced. Quest escape, difficulty to rank F. Description: you are trapped in an elevator that will soon be devoured by parasites. Escape within 1 minute. Failure will result in death. The word echoed in the small space. Time remaining 1 minute. Taejun screamed. Death. What is this? What's happening? Oh my god! He spun around, his mind reeling. This is insane. Then he heard it. A strange, unsettling noise. The elevator car was now swarming with cockroaches. A blood-curdling scream erupted from his lungs. What is this nightmare? One of the creatures crawled onto his body, and his terrified shriek filled the entire building. Sometime later, Taejun collapsed to the floor, sweat pouring down his face. The system window updated. Task complete. Time remaining 13 seconds. Reward accrued sword. I'm finished, he gasped. Those damned cockroaches. He looked back toward the elevator doors. Smoke billowed from a crack. That doesn't look like normal smoke. He realized with dawning horror. It's a portal, just like the ones that open during game events. What is all this? What was that task screen? As his mind raced, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. Am I having withdrawal symptoms? He wondered. Is it because I can't play the game? He whipped around just as a goblin lunged straight for him. A goblin. In the real world, a red warning triangle flashed violently. Taejun sighed, a sound of pure exhaustion. He covered his face, collapsing to the floor once more. After a moment, he coughed, looking around the empty hall. I'm hurt, he thought, a wave of shock washing over him. Is this really happening? He glanced at his system status. His health was dropping. No, he struggled to his feet. I have to get out of here. He scanned his surroundings frantically. But how? What if it hits me again while I'm trying to run? He looked down at the crude sword now resting in his hands. My health is already less than half. Another direct hit. He stared at the floor in terror. That would be the end. The goblin sniffed the air aggressively. Taejun threw up his arm defensively. "This is dangerous," he yelled. "I'm really going to die." The goblin opened its massive, fang-filled mouth. Sijun stared, a strange thought cutting through his fear. The monster stood before him, jaws agape, and he simply put a hand to his chin. You know, for such a dramatic entrance, it's actually pretty small. The goblin lowered its head, letting out an insulted growl. "Did I just distract it?" He leaped out of the way, screaming as the goblin charged past him and slammed headfirst into the wall. A blue seal shimmered on the floor. One more hit like that and I'm done for. There was no time to think. He bolted, shouting, "I just have to run." He spotted an escape route. "Here, take the stairs." As his hand reached out, a massive system window blazed to life before him, flashing a stark warning. "Access denied. You are undergoing training." A cold dread washed over him. What was he supposed to do? The exit? "It's blocked too!" Siun screamed in panic. His eyes widened in horror. There was nowhere to run. At that moment, the goblin swung a wooden sledgehammer, launching it through the air. It struck Sijun squarely on the head. He screamed in agony. He ducked just as the sledgehammer smashed into the wall behind him. Sijun looked up to see the goblin charging at him again. "I'm finished!" But then, a new system window flashed in his vision. Account synchronization with personal device complete. Server shutdown compensation has been delivered. The system continued. Player level is insufficient for the received item. Adjustments have been made. Suddenly, Sijun found himself in a strange, empty space. "What happened?" he asked, stunned. He looked at his hands. "My body. It suddenly feels calm." He was baffled. "Is this some kind of skill?" "But I didn't do anything." The goblin stared at him, its face twisting in confusion and anger. It swung its club and charged forward. Sijun simply watched it approach. He thought calmly. "That's just a common monster from a rank F dungeon. If this were Dreamside," he mused, "I would have just ignored it." He gripped the sledgehammer's handle, his eyes fixed on the creature. In his mind, the chance of defeat was 0%. The goblin lunged, and Siun prepared for what was coming. Drawing his sword, the hilt felt natural in his hand. A single thought echoed in his mind: he had the advantage. The goblin soared through the air. Aiming right for him, he thrust his blade forward, piercing its body in a flash of steel. The monster's mouth opened in a silent scream as blood erupted in a crimson spray. It went limp and dropped. The sledgehammer? Siun raised his sword, the goblin impaled upon it. So this is it. His gaze scanned the energy seals materializing all around him, then suddenly snapped. To the side? Not yet. If this was anything like the game, there should be at least 5 more of them. A sliver of doubt entered his mind. Could he handle it? Goblins clawed their way from the seals, stalking toward him. Siun tightened his grip on his sword. What kind of question was that? He had to. He stared grimly, ahead as the goblins leaped into the air. With a single fluid swing of his sword, he unleashed a whirlwind of destruction. The goblins' heads flew from their shoulders. A system window flared to life. The task conditions had been exceeded. Another alert followed. All monsters on the 13th floor had been annihilated. And then, a new notification: Siun had received the title Killer of the Wicked. He stood frozen, sword in hand, as monster parts rained down around him. He took a step forward, and a new message appeared. The sledgehammer fiends now despised him. Suddenly, items fell to the ground before him. The system chimed again. He had received tattered rags. In that moment, the terrifying reality crashed down on him. This was a real game. Today was meant to be the official release, but this was all was happening in reality. Siun put a hand to his chin, picturing gamers in their VR headsets. Is this some kind of augmented reality? He stopped, a new thought dawning on him. By the way, why is he so calm? He remembered a system window mentioning that changes had been made. Oh, that's right. It's been affecting him since then. Siun stood before the glowing screen, his mind racing. Well, if he was truly inside a game... He gave a thumbs up and spoke the command aloud. Statistics. His heart pounded with excitement. The information flashed before his eyes. Cool. He realized there was no need to type commands anymore. Was that good? Or bad? The system window displayed his information. Name Kongshun, age 29 years old. Occupation none. Strength 5 points. Agility 5 points. Health 5 points. Mana 5 points. And then his unique skill. It was the Celestial Body S. The system explained that because the player's level is low, only partial use of the Celestial Body is available. A new skill had been activated. Composure. Siun stared, puzzled. celestial body. He wondered where he got a skill that, last time, had taken a month of endless repetitions to earn. He remembered sitting at his computer, joystick in hand, nearly crying in frustration. The system window had taunted him, saying it would take 6 hours just to get through. And now, it reported that he had mastered the celestial body. Looking back, Siun muttered, "I was such a psycho." He looked up, a wild theory forming in his mind. Was this the reward for the server shutting down Dreamside? A modern horror game that was legendarily popular. A massive dragon roared as a lone warrior stood on a mountain of bones. The game failed because of its soul-crushing complexity. He remembered the rage of a typical player. "Hey, you damn rookie! What are you doing in a high-rank party if you don't even know how to play? Are you insane?" Players' fingers would fly across keyboards, unleashing a torrent of fury. They'd scream that he wasn't doing anything, that everyone would die because of him. You had to write a command for every single spell. A guy with a bag behind his back had said it best. "This is a disgusting game. Only professionals can master it." Because of that, countless users left, unable to handle the brutal mechanics. But the main reason the game was called a nightmare was the 3-life system. 3 spectral pistols would float in the air. If you died 3 times, your character was deleted forever. That's why there were so few great players, and a vast chasm between them and the rankers. Those who entered the top 12 were considered inhuman. A player with bangs covering his eyes smirked. The users called them gods. He could still picture them. The blindfolded swordsman, the man with a long ponytail, the sorceress, and the man in the hat. They were known as those above the heavens. Ranker number 1 was K. The figure turned, revealing himself. It was him. But that was 5 years ago. The server was shut down, and a final survey appeared. Siun sat at his computer, surrounded by a mountain of dirty dishes. A question appeared on the screen. What would you like to carry over to Dreamside 2? The options were legendary. The God of Lightning, Celestial Body, and others. These were the server's shutdown rewards. Siun clicked his mouse, and with that, the first Dreamside came to an end. Now, Siun stood before the system window, staring at the screen. He never dreamed he'd receive his reward for the server shutdown. Like this. He grabbed his head and screamed, "Oh, if I had known this would happen, I would have chosen a mystical object." He jabbed his finger at the system window. "I need to return the 3 most important things." At that moment, the window turned crimson. Access is denied. A new message appeared. The celestial body he possessed has adapted to battles. He can use his skill partially, but related skills are limited. They will automatically activate when the requirements are met. Siun touched his chin. "Can I use it partially?" He realized it was no wonder the sword felt so natural, in his hand. More importantly, he felt a calm he had never experienced in the game before. He lowered his head, the pieces falling into place. His mind was being affected by the calmness from the celestial body. He glanced to the side. "So, I'll also receive the other 2 skills as a reward." Siun touched his neck, thinking hard, but it won't be possible to use them yet. These are endgame items. He spread his arms in resignation. "Okay, I'll think about it. Later. Right now. There's no point." He suddenly spun around. Was another monster here? The system window reported that this was a dungeon. Transformation training class. Difficulty F. Conditions. A parasite has appeared in Block 103, the dungeon. The corrupted weeping willow will be formed soon. You need to survive 5 or 6 waves while the dungeon is created. The system window reported the time limit is 10 minutes. The reward is standard. Survival kit. If he fails, Siun will die. The system window stated that Siun is undergoing training. The level of monsters has been adjusted. It wished him good luck. With a clap, Siun praised the good game, his eyes scanning the system window. He looked puzzled, asking, "Won't there even be a break?" At that very moment, a colossal goblin awakened deep within the dungeon. The system announced the boss's imminent arrival. Soon after, cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling of the high-rise building. Light pulsed from them as a terrified girl looked up. She whispered, "Was that an earthquake? Or did I imagine it?" From another room, a voice wished her a good day. The girl opened her own door, eyes squeezed shut, bracing herself. But when she looked, she saw a massive goblin. "Are you leaving?" she stammered. The girl froze, a single word escaping her lips. "Monster." At that instant, blue seals of light erupted in apartments all over. Nightmarish creatures crawled out. A dog on a sofa barked furiously. A man screamed, "Whoa, this is insane!" He stared in disbelief, asking, "What is all this?" The girl, sitting beside him, was paralyzed with fear. The goblins charged, their massive jaws gaping wide. Simultaneously, hordes of monsters materialized on the streets below. A mother clutched her child, letting out a piercing scream. A man in his pajamas looked up and yelled, "It's a monster!" He shouted for everyone to run. At that moment, Siun glanced around. This sound... He bared his teeth. Has it already begun? The system window displayed the countdown 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Remained. Siun realized he only had 10 minutes. He gripped his sword's hilt. This is bad. If this was just like the game, then even more hammer goblins would spawn. Siun grabbed his head in despair. So many people are going to die. Dungeonization. A phenomenon where a normal area becomes infected by parasites, unleashing waves of monsters. It was like a night in a tavern, enjoying a drink, when suddenly beasts appeared, right behind him. The system window questioned, "Isn't he ranked too high for this?" It stated that rookie players would stand no chance. The huge monster opened its maw, and the system declared they wouldn't even grant experience points. "This is boring. I'm leaving. Bye." This was the core concept of Dreamside. However, Siun stood in the corridor, his gaze fixed ahead in dread. He looked away, realizing that if the building was now a dungeon, anyone who wasn't a player would be helpless against the hammer goblins. Siun put a hand to his chin, his mind racing. Horrifying. What do I do? He looked forward, then paused. Wait. He recalled the monster corpses. I cleared the 13th floor, and characters from other floors don't go. Down. That meant they were trapped here. Siun realized that if he could just escape in 10 minutes, he could clear this place too. He spotted the sign for the stairs and immediately headed that way. Let's do this, Siun declared. As he climbed, sword in hand, he thought, I need to get to the roof. Suddenly, piercing screams and desperate pleas for help echoed from above. He reached the next floor and understood. This building, it's part of the scenario. It would become a dungeon, and the only way to the next building was across the roof. Siun stood, horrified by the sight of mangled bodies. He asked himself, but what happens to the people left behind? There was only one solution, one that only a top ranker like him could even attempt. Siun strode forward. I'm the only one who can save everyone. He wrapped both hands around the hilt of his sword. I'm staying right here. He brought the blade close. And we're going to raid this dungeon. He swung his sword, his mind already on the strategy. I'm sure of it. Even in the tutorial, the boss hates light and hides in the basement. Standing on the landing, Siun was certain. It has to be there. The only way was to reach it in under 10 minutes. Siun turned, resolute. There is no other option. He saw the shimmering portal and realized. It appeared there. A portal, he shouted. He approached it, raising a hand. This is because the infection has been halted. He closed his eyes, steeling himself. I can handle this. A system window announced that a common skill had been used. Siun's eyes snapped open. All right, let's go. He extended his hand and stepped through the shimmering veil. The system announced he had discovered the secret infected nature seed room. Siun closed his eyes. Pursing his lips, he moved forward, opened his eyes and declared, This is the place. Siun found himself in a basement parking garage. He smiled. I imagined something like this. Although, he mused, I thought something would change in the game's second part. He chuckled, a hand on his chin. I guess the fact that this is all happening, in reality, is the change. Nearby, goblins twitched their ears, their heads snapping to the side. Siun, hidden behind a concrete pillar, held his breath. The goblin stared questioningly in his direction. That was too close, Siun thought. He peeked out, watching the monsters exit through shimmering blue portals. Portals, Siun wondered. So that's how they're getting to the upper floors. He stared intently at the gateway. To save everyone. That portal had to be blocked. He gripped the wall. And to do that, he had to kill the boss. Siun scanned the area. Now, where is it? A colossal goblin stood directly behind him, a crude weapon in its grip. A large earring hung from its long ear, and a massive scar marred its head. This was the boss, infected nature. Siun peeked around the corner. In reality, it's terrifyingly huge, he whispered. Is that even a goblin? He compared it to the image in hand, his mind. It looks more like something out of a movie. Hiding, he concluded that this monster had to be the dungeon boss. However, Siun thought, while the dungeon is forming, this place hasn't fully materialized yet. In the tutorial, until the dungeon was complete. Raids were accomplished using different tactics. Siun gripped his sword's hilt, ready to draw it. The timer was counting down 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. Timing is critical, he thought. 1 minute and 55 seconds. 1 minute. Now, he thought. When the timer drops to 1 minute, monsters get a breathing debuff. The goblin boss began to slump to the ground, its hands bracing it. A warning sign flashed above the boss's head. This is my chance! Siun burst from his hiding place, his sword a blur of motion. The system window announced that the common skill slash had been activated. Siun rushed forward, his arms a whirlwind of strikes. In the final moments before a dungeon fully forms, all monsters begin to struggle for air. The goblins, their eyes glowing, opened them wide. This breathing reduction occurs in the final minute before dungeon completion. The monster designated as the boss freezes, temporarily gasping for breath. The system chimed, "Oh, now is the best time to attack," a strategy used by countless players. Countless people craved the chance to level up, but Kun wondered if this situation called for it. Looking toward the heavens, he declared there would be no exceptions. The goblins shrieked, their jaws gaping wide. Kun knew his first move: disorient the weaker ones. Grasping his sword's hilt, he decided he needed a better vantage point. Spotting a car, he yelled, "Over there!" with a powerful leap. He vaulted onto its roof, clinging to the frame. The goblins stared after him. In pure shock, exchanging confused glances, Kun sat casually, turning to meet the monster's baffled gazes, just as he'd planned. A system window flashed before his eyes. Title acquired Cowardly Killer. The goblin's rage has intensified, Kun smirked, remembering his strategy. He looked at the system notification and mused. I'd better equip this. Another alert appeared. Due to their rage, the goblin's ability to assess, the situation has been weakened. A hand to his chin, Kun knew equipping the title was the perfect move. A low chuckle escaped his lips. He felt like a king maneuvering his pawns. Just as I expected, he proclaimed. Standing tall, he announced, Now, for the time I have left. But just then, the goblin boss stirred to life. Its eyes shot sideways. It swung its massive club, aiming to crush him. Kun dodged just in the nick of time. Ducking low with a sharp cry, he looked up, wondering. Has the breathing debuff worn off already? He saw the boss, blood trickling from its nose. No, it's forcing itself to move. The goblin glared at him with pure hatred. Kun darted to the side. Before it can recover, I have to end this. He swung his sword with all his might, shouting, This is the end. His blade came crashing down, right on the goblin's head, only managing to shatter its earring. After a moment, a cheerful voice cut through the chaos. Greetings, this is Soyeon from Good Morning with today's weather forecast. Across most of the country, we expect cloudy skies and a high concentration of fine dust in our densely populated cities. Outside, wrecked cars littered the streets. Black ash drifted through the air like snow. The radio host continued, oblivious. Thick fog is also expected this morning due to the high dust concentration. Please try to remain indoors and refrain from all outside activities. Inside a car, a young couple lay motionless. The world around them was a burning ruin, and still, the radio played on. Please stay healthy, the voice chirped. At that exact moment, the car exploded, a morning that began like any other. It had become a nightmare. The bodies of the fallen littered the streets. Just 10 minutes had changed everything. The incident began around 600 hours. In the morning, the time was frozen on a dead man's watch. Starting in Seoul, the heart of Korea, the catastrophe consumed the entire country in an instant. Buildings burned against a darkened sky. The internet erupted into chaos. Phone screens lit up with shocking headlines about the sudden appearance of monsters. Monsters in the city center, one article screamed. They wrote that at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, an unidentified monster appeared, Com News reported. This is from the game Dreamside Ace. Peak News posed the chilling question. Has Dreamside become reality? Everyone wanted to deny it, but the media's evidence was overwhelming. Then, just as quickly, the posts were all deleted. The public was left in confusion and doubt about the situation. In a fitting room, someone whispered, Did you see the news this morning? A stylist sighed. Don't even start. People are saying it's just graphics. Another stylist scoffed. They weren't there themselves, so they'll say anything. She glanced at her phone screen and added that everything was quiet on their end. But if this is real, it's like we're in a movie. The first stylist laughed nervously and said that thoughts are Powerful things. Choi Hannah stared at her phone, her eyes wide with shock. Is this Dreamside? This is Choi Hannah, a wildly popular idol. She tapped a video where a man's frantic face appeared. He shouted, "Can you see this?" The man pointed past the camera, screaming. Over there, out of nowhere, lizards with spears just fell from the sky. The man boasted angrily, "I'm gonna go punish these idiots right now." But at that exact moment, a monster with a massive axe was already charging straight for him. He yelled, "I'll pay $300 if you kill them. Just wait with me." And then the broadcast was cut. Hannah gasped in shock. Has the dungeon really begun? The stylist called out, "Hannah, please don't move." Choi Hannah? The best singer and songwriter in the entire country. She commanded massive concert venues, filled with adoring fans. She was an idol, a global star who appeared in commercials, dramas, and movies. On stage, she held the microphone as confetti rained down from above. However, this sweet and innocent girl harbored a secret. Suddenly, a man in a hoodie burst into the dressing room. "Hannah," he shouted, "all of today's plans are canceled. We're returning to the dorm now. Get ready, quickly." Hannah shot up from her seat. Canceled. How can this be? She cried in disbelief. She told her manager to look, thrusting her phone in his face. Her manager asked with dissatisfaction, "What? When did you get a phone?" He exhaled irritably. "I told you, you're not allowed to use it. The director is going to be unhappy again." The manager's gaze fell on the screen, where a lizard was shown. Is this a movie? He wondered. No, it's a broadcast, Hannah screamed. It's a lizard man. The huge, scaly creature stared menacingly ahead. Look, Hannah urged. It's coming from Namsan Tower. The manager's eyebrows arched in confusion, his eyes glued to the phone screen. Hannah pointed. And there, a red wyvern, her manager finally snapped. Hannah! She clenched her fists, her voice filled with an odd excitement. Did you see it? It's terrible, she said. Dreamside has become a reality. The manager snatched the phone from her. Is this about your Dreamside again? He screamed. You have an addiction, I'm confiscating your phone. Hannah lunged at him, asking, What? Choi Hannah's secret is that she is a Dreamside player. Hannah frowned and shouted, I'm being serious, give it back. Her player title, the one higher than the heavens. This means she is one of the legendary 12 that all other players look up to. Among them, the best player who freely used weapons was Clark. He held his gun forward, a cigarette in his mouth. He is ranked 12, a magic shooter. Some time ago, Hannah slipped on her headphones, settling in at her computer. Stan, they haven't started yet, she said. Have you already checked your equipment? She laughed. Really? Hannah said. You're the one who pulled aggro during the raid without knowing. She stared at her screen and sighed. What a sucky team. Even her fans have no idea about her hobby. Why do you need my age? She asked excitedly. What if I'm 40? She joked. No one had ever carried a player through a dungeon before. Hannah just scoffed, finding the idea hilarious, to keep her identity secret in the game. She used a voice filter and played as a middle-aged man named Clark. Clark raised his firearm, blasting away at a massive monster. Nobody in the country knew that Clark was actually the nation's beloved idol, Choi Hannah, but now that the game had become reality, there was no reason to hide. Just then, her manager's voice cut through. No! He snatched the phone. A desperate scream tore from Hannah's throat. We don't have time. Give it to me, she yelled. But her manager simply said he'd give it to the director, and then she could get it back from him. Hannah stared in disbelief. What? Excuse me? Her hands clenched into fists. Why are you doing this now? Because of this. Stubborn fool. She was finished. The world was ending. So why was he confiscating her phone? Her manager's face flushed with anger. This is for your own good, he shouted. You could be sent to rehab. I'm trying to protect your reputation. But if you keep this up, I'll have no other choice. Hannah's mind raced. They said, if you linked your phone to your account, you'd gain access to items and abilities, just like in the game. Clasping her hands, she began to plead. Please, just listen to me. Suddenly, the entire room violently shook. The manager screamed as makeup palettes and lipsticks went flying off the tables. Both of them crashed to the floor. An earthquake, the manager cried out. But Hannah's eyes were locked onto his hand. She saw it, her phone. The manager, sprawled on the ground, reached out. Hannah, he yelled, but she was already on her feet, walking away. She turned back with a mocking smirk. Stay right there. Don't even think about moving, Hannah warned. I'll be the one connecting, not you. What are you talking about? He stammered. Hannah powered on her phone, a grim thought crossing her mind. Perfect. First, I'll log into my account. She tapped the sign-in button on the screen. A system window materialized, declaring that Choi Hannah had successfully logged in. Her manager stared up, his face a mask of confusion. The system window then asked, "Equip the registration reward, a magic revolver." Hannah grinned. "You bet." The system confirmed the request. Magic revolver equipped. In that instant, a sleek revolver materialized and fell right into Hannah's hands. She stared in utter shock. She ran her fingers over the cold steel and let out a gasp. "Is this real?" she whispered. "This isn't a dream, is it? Can I really fire this thing?" An energy portal tore open the air beside her. "To think," Hannah breathed. "A real weapon." The manager scrambled backward, holding up his hands. "Hannah, that's dangerous." "What is?" she asked, turning around. Just then, a grotesque hand emerged from the portal, followed by a hulking monster. "A ghoul!" Hannah screamed. But then a smile bloomed on her face. "It's even more disgusting in person." She glanced at her manager. "You're gonna want to watch this." Fearfully, he whispered. "Oh no." Hannah leveled her revolver, her voice filled with confidence. "For a weakling like this, one shot is all it takes." She aimed and pulled the trigger. A faint click echoed in the room. Hannah's eyes widened. The manager's jaw dropped, in terror. She stood frozen before the monster, weapon raised. "Why isn't it firing?" she raged. "Is this thing a fake?" The system window flickered to life. "Loading. Synchronization in progress. Please wait," Hannah screeched in frustration. "Are you kidding me?" The ghoul lunged forward, its claws spread wide. Hannah leaped back with a scream. The monster swiped at her, but she ducked just in the nick of time. She clutched her phone, yelling, "Come on, you useless piece of junk." "Hurry up," the system window flashed. 100%, synchronization complete. Hannah's gaze snapped toward the monster. "Now you're a corpse." She pointed the revolver and fired. Smoke billowed from the barrel as Hannah stared intently ahead. Before her lay the ghoul's lifeless body, and behind it, a gaping hole blown through the wall. Her manager, stunned, began to push himself up. "Hannah, what just happened?" She turned, her expression cold. "You're still here. You need to get out of here, now," Hannah added. "I have somewhere I need to be." "You're on your own." Her manager looked bewildered. "What? Where are you going?" Hannah strode past him. "I'm going to find the one person who knows everything about the battles in this game." Her expression hardened. "I'm going to find Kun." Sometime later, in a dark underground parking lot, Kun stood over the severed head of a goblin boss. A system window glowed before him. "The infected nature tree cannot exist underground." Another notification followed. "You have successfully destroyed the F-rank monster, the infected nature." Kun stepped on the creature's corpse, and it began to dissolve into shimmering particles. Creating a massive whirlwind, he watched in surprise. He held up his hand. The monster's body was gone, but all the damage to the building and all the blood remained. Kun gazed at his hand. "I never thought this place would become a raid zone so soon," he mused. His eyes shifted thoughtfully to the side, where he saw a shimmering portal. A system window appeared next to it. Kun's eyes narrowed as he read the text. "Training task labyrinth of choice." He frowned. "So, this is it. The labyrinth of choice. A trial where you must clear every stage of a chosen difficulty." In the distance, mountains flowed with streams of lava, a familiar coat of arms visible among them. This is the final part of the tutorial, where an ability is granted as the reward. "It didn't end," Kun shouted. "I cleared the dungeon, and it just reset to the beginning." He stroked his chin. "So, I have to complete the training, all over again." A wry smile touched his lips. Sometime later, Kun found himself transported to an unfamiliar stone square. "So this is the place," he murmured. He looked around, recognizing the iconic coat of arms and the ancient stone walls. "It's real," he thought. "This is the training map from Dreamside." Kun took a deep breath. He could feel the temperature of the air, even smell his surroundings. He looked down at his hands. The level of detail is incredible. He stood before the coat of arms. Turning around, he saw several portals, each glowing with a different color. Above them, words were inscribed. Easy, normal, hard, and hell. The color of each portal perfectly matched its description. The labyrinth of choice was the final tutorial stage, and completing it granted the player an ability. The rank of that ability depended on the chosen difficulty. Kun gazed at the hell portal, even if the ability is the same. Completing it on easy, difficulty results in an F rank, but on hell difficulty, it becomes A rank. He thought, normally, I'd choose hell without a second thought, but he scowled. The problem is, the hell difficulty is designed to be literally unbeatable. The man grabbed his head and let out a scream of pure horror. My account is ruined. His friend next. To him spouted a stream of incomprehensible gamer slang. It was a known issue, a bug that was never fixed. Even after countless players complained, the difficulty setting displayed hell, an impossible, unattainable challenge. But there was one player who had conquered it before. Crossing his arms, he recalled, I died. A lot. He sighed, thinking of all the accounts he'd lost. Gripping his sword, he declared, but this time, things are different. A system panel materialized, detailing the player count. Easy difficulty 13,291, normal 33,215, hard 11,529, and hell, only 120 souls. That's a lot of people, he muttered. Are these all players watching the numbers fluctuate wildly? He realized there were even more than he thought. 120 people, challenging hell difficulty. The sheer number of trainees meant this phenomenon wasn't localized. It had to be happening over a massive area. He pictured the Korean peninsula. At the very least, all of Korea. Then he considered the entire planet Earth. Or maybe the entire world. The image of scattered bodies flashed in his mind. He silently pleaded, don't die. Taking a step forward, he resolved. Well, first things first. First things, a wry smile crossed his face. I should probably worry about myself. In the end, there was only one choice. He would enter the hell portal. He strode towards it, extending his hand. All right, he said with a grin. Let's begin. In the next instant, he was inside the dungeon, carefully scanning his surroundings. He let out a sharp breath. A system window glowed before him. Level 1. Hell. The objective: clear the goddess statue of golems within the sealed area. Time limit: 5 minutes. Failure means death. He stood in the square, his eyes fixed on the stone monsters surrounding the statue. Only hell difficulty had a time limit. The stone monsters, their eyes glowing ominously, began to crawl forward. The system announced the time 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The countdown had begun. There was nowhere to retreat. The stone abominations launched themselves into the air. Kun spun around, and his sword became a blur of motion. He tightened his grip and unleashed a powerful strike, slicing clean through the monster's stone body. Not as tough as I expected, he thought, as the monsters remained scattered. He turned, wondering if this was because of his celestial physique. But he knew it couldn't be this easy. A smirk played on his lips. He looked at the glowing eyes of the horde and realized the real challenge was just beginning. A new alert flashed. Attention, oxygen levels in the dome are increasing. Monsters are becoming more active. Player's reaction time reduced by 0.5 seconds. Monster speed and strength increased by 5%. Remaining time 3 minutes and 59 seconds. As time ticked down, he would get slower, and the monsters would get stronger. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Reaction time slowed by 1 second. Monster speed and strength increased by 10%. Another 30 seconds passed. 3 minutes remaining. Reaction time slowed by 1.5 seconds. Monster speed and strength increased by 15%. He swung his sword, lunging forward. At this stage, he had to predict their every move. He had to act preemptively. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remained. Reaction time slowed by 2 seconds. Monster speed and strength boosted by 20%. As his blade tore through another golem, he knew the true horror of hell difficulty was about to be revealed. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was it worth risking so much in a mere training exercise? He lowered his head, his sword a silver arc. He charged forward, banishing the thought. Of course, there is faster, more precise. He gritted his teeth. This was all for that hidden objective, the one only found on hell difficulty. Just then, a new window popped up. Hidden task, complete objective evade for 3 minutes. For clearing the secret mission, a secret phase has been unlocked. Remaining time 2 minutes. The debris on the ground began to tremble, flying together to form a colossal monster with a gaping stone maw, covered in moss, a great shield on its back. System tutorial secret boss, unknown level, a combination golem. Kun covered his ears with a wide grin. Man, that's loud, but... For a secret mission, you can get stat improvements unavailable on other difficulties. The golem stomped forward, shattering the paving slabs. Kun leaped to the side with a shout. The monster's eyes burned with a fierce light as it launched its attack. He pushed off the floor, striking the golem from behind. He glanced at his sword as it began to crumble, Looking up at the tiny scratch on the monster's body, he thought, "It's tough. I only get the reward if I survive this phase." He was thrown back as a massive red system window appeared before him. Was this all he could manage? Kun stared at the system window. And then he laughed. He launched himself off the ground, shouting, "Hey, big guy!" The monster stood frozen. System rough sword, unequipped. System corrupted. Hammer of physical damage equipped. Let's try this again. He hefted a massive, spiked hammer onto his shoulder, a confident smile on his face. Now then. A timer appeared above the golem. 1 minute and 31 seconds left. The monster stomped its massive foot, shaking the very ground. The system timer ticked down. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Kun charged, gripping the hammer's handle. He swung with devastating force, striking the golem. Small stones exploded from the impact. This should work, he thought, exhilarated. The golem clenched its fist and swung. Kun dodged and landed another powerful blow, scattering more stone fragments. He landed hit after hit, and the monster let out a deafening roar. It swung its heavy stone paw, trying to crush him. This is just a training monster, Kun thought. All I have to do is deplete its health. His eyes narrowed, focusing. Its weak point has to be that core in its stomach. At the stone monster's shining core, Kun clutched his hammer, realizing the target was far too high. He pushed off the ground, but instantly knew. This was nothing like the game. Kun swung his hammer midair, knowing he couldn't jump that high. Still, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed confidently on the golem. As the golem scanned the area, confused, Kun had already vanished from its sight. Stomping his foot in frustration, he swung his massive hammer at the beast. This had to end now. He cleaved off a huge chunk of the golem's body, sending it crashing down. As the monster collapsed, Kun leaped into the air, hammer raised high. "This is the end," he roared triumphantly. He brought the hammer down on the monster's glowing core, shattering it into a million pieces. The creature's eyes went dark, and the protective barrier around it began to dissolve. Siun exhaled, his mission complete. The system window flashed, congratulating him on clearing the first stage of his training. Difficulty hellish? Time remaining 37 seconds? Kun grinned. Another 37 seconds to spare. He glanced at his weapon, a smile on his face. He'd saved a lot of time, thanks to this hammer. "Praise physical damage," he cried out, feeling incredibly lucky. But just then, his attention was drawn to a new notification. A system window appeared, detailing his reward for clearing the first stage on hellish difficulty. The reward was A-rank stamina. A hidden reward. No less a massive surge of health flowed into him. But that wasn't all. Elements of his initial skill, Celestial Body, had been activated. The Dragon Eye skill has been unlocked. Kun's heart pounded with excitement. Dragon Eye. His jaw dropped in awe. This was it. This hidden reward is exactly why I chose hellish difficulty. Siun celebrated. Everyone is at least A-rank, and the Dragon's Eye skill has awakened. His own eyes blazed with power as he covered his face in disbelief. And this was only the first stage of a much larger trial. Standing victorious on the golem's remains, he raised his hand in triumph. Even in the real world, Kun imagined his character, Kai, fighting relentlessly, his clothes torn to shreds. An entire month had passed in his grueling training. Kai tore open a monster's maw with his bare hands. Moments later, shockwaves of energy ripped through the forest. The landscape was littered with shattered stones and ruined architecture. A massive bush was sliced clean in half, and slimes oozed and crawled over everything. Kunin lowered his head slightly, a feral grin on his face. Raising his gaze, he asked, "What is this?" "This is too easy," he shouted into the desolate wasteland. He clutched a sword in his hand, declaring that nothing could hide from his sight. "I love hellish difficulty," he roared. "And I love Dragon Eye." A system window popped up. The creature with eyes was a training monster of an unknown level. Kun stared it down and yelled, "I love stomping on Smurfs." He sighed dramatically. "This is so exciting." Suddenly, a blur shot past him from the side, crashing into a nearby tree with incredible force. Kun stared at the blade embedded in the wood. "So that's where you were hiding," he muttered. Kun's eyes burned with a mad gleam as he ordered, "Don't even hope I'll let this go." The system chimed in. The A-rank Dragon's Eye allows the user to see the flow of mana. "Well then," Siun said with a smirk. Another window appeared. He had completed a hidden task. He needed to destroy the aura of darkness 3 times on hellish difficulty. Kun raised his head to the sky and bellowed, "It's time!" A sphere of light materialized before him. The system announced that because he'd completed the hidden task, a hidden stage had been opened. A girl with enormous wings hovered in the air, her eyes peacefully closed. The system identified her a hidden boss of an unknown level. The girl's eyes snapped open. "It was foolish to awaken me," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "Just walk away, pretend you saw nothing. And you might live." She floated there, looking down on Kun. She blew a bubble from her mouth and taunted. "Your arrogance will lead to your destruction." The girl held out a hand covered in slime. "If you wish to die, I will help." But suddenly, she realized Kun was gone, leaving only an afterimage in his place. The girl looked around, confused. Where did he go? In that instant, a streak of pure energy tore through her body. Kun landed gracefully, a sword in his hand. The girl's form was sliced clean in two. As her body fell, she hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her black eyes flashed with rage. "If this were my real body," she seethed, "you would already be dead." "I haven't lost yet," she declared. Kun just chuckled. "If you think I'm the same person I was at the start of this training, you've got a problem." He glared at the stream of dark energy. "Return to your body, and wait for me." Kun turned his back. "I'll be coming for you soon." At that moment, another system window appeared. It congratulated him on completing all tutorial steps on hellish difficulty. The system announced that Kun had received rewards for completing the game and gained a massive amount of experience. The awards for his training were finally here. Bright threads of energy wrapped around Chun as he looked on in awe. The system informed him he would be moved to the settlement in 5 seconds. Kun smiled. Finally. The system counted down 1 second. It's time to start leveling up for real. Sometime later, water trickled from rusted metal pipes. Wrecked cars littered an underground parking lot as a portal of light shimmered into existence. Kun stepped out. He emerged and took in his surroundings. So this is the place. The system congratulated him on successfully completing the selection maze. On hellish difficulty, no less. As Kun looked at the system window, a question formed in his mind. What day is it today? Plant branches stuck out from his hair, and his clothes were in tatters. The system replied, "Today is January 17th, 2022. Time 17 hours, 10 minutes. Kun froze, confused. What January? 3 months? 3 entire months have passed. He never thought he'd be gone for so long. He needed to find survivors first. He had to assess the situation. Meanwhile, at Seoul High School, a desperate crowd had gathered in the schoolyard. Some sat on the sidewalk weeping, while others argued amongst themselves. "We'll die if we just stay here," someone shouted in panic. A guy demanded, "Hey, do you even have a plan?" Someone else pleaded with a police officer to say something. Dao just sat on the sidewalk, silent. "How long are you going to stay quiet?" another person asked. Dao finally turned to them. "He's right, we're out of time. We have 1 day left." He stood up, his face grim and serious. "We have to clear the dungeon." The police officer, Oku, glanced away nervously. A man grabbed him, shouting in disbelief. "Hey, are you kidding me? You plan to clear an E-ranked dungeon? Do you think this is some kind of game?" The man was furious. "You have no idea how many people—" Des gripped his hand, his own fear a mirror of the man's, confessing he was terrified too. He grabbed the man, urging them forward. "We have to go." Des warned that the dungeon was on the verge of breaking. A massive, blood-red portal tore open reality next to the school's entrance. It was a dungeon rift, a terrifying phenomenon where monster populations explode, spilling out into the world. When a rift occurs, the portal bleeds red. A hulking monster in a steel helmet, with skulls on its shoulders, stared out from the abyss as the dungeon's rank began to climb. This was the exact catastrophe unfolding at the school. This dungeon had already suffered 1 rift, and its difficulty was now surging towards D rank. Des knew the problem was dire. These people were only equipped to handle F-rank dungeons at best. He realized if its rank reached D, it would be their end. This was their only chance. There wouldn't be another. Des faced the group, his voice grim. "If another rift happens, none of us will survive." At that moment, a man named Jin raised his hand. "Sorry," he asked, "but why is our dungeon powering up at this insane speed? Others in this area are still F-rank." "Gong Jin, the merchant." Des held up his palm. "Because the monsters inside are the undead. The most common among them are zombies." He projected images of monsters made of rotting flesh with soulless, glowing eyes. Jin gasped in shock. "Zombies? What does that have to do with the rank increasing?" "Everything," Desu replied gravely. "Unlike other monsters, a single zombie bite means instant infection." He imagined their guide being torn to shreds by the horde. "It's just like in the movies," Des said. "Worse, they can convert others into their own kind." He pictured a captured man's body twisting into a rotten shell of its former self. "They can even raise corpses from the dead," Desu finished. Jin paled, stammering. "That can't be real." Des's gaze hardened. "We're at a school that was once a dungeon. Innocent children, studying. They were utterly helpless against the undead assault. A girl screamed in terror, thrusting her broom forward defensively. Des closed his eyes for a moment. We've lost so many. Families, loved ones, friends. The list is endless. But we have to fight. The man and girl stared at him, captivated. We fight to protect our home from these monsters, he roared, looking away. For those we love. Desu let out a furious scream, a challenge to this twisted world. He pointed a finger towards the gate and bellowed, We must fight here. Dungeons aren't homework. They are disasters that destroy lives. He knew the plan was insane, but the survival of these people was all that mattered. He watched them begin to enter the portal. He saw Hannah among them. Even without a top ranker, he thought, We still have Choi, Hannah. He shouted with finality. Everyone in! Now! At that same moment, in a ruined apartment, the walls were smashed in and bodies lay strewn across the floor. Kun walked to a boy's body and gently ran a hand over his face. Closing his eyes, he raised his head, his voice cold as ice. I have to find the living players. After some time, Kun arrived at the schoolyard and saw the ominous portal. He approached it cautiously. A red portal, the most dangerous kind. The color of a gate reveals its state. Blue is stable, green is normal. But red means the monster count is surging, signaling the start of a rift. The true nightmare begins when the portal turns completely black. Kyun extended his hand, and a system window appeared before him. It read, Ruins of an A-rank school. 24 hours remaining before dungeon break. He frowned. The school was destroyed. He stepped on charred sticks that crunched under his boot. Kun looked down and touched the ashes. These coals are still warm. They must have entered recently. He deduced. This is encouraging. There's still time before the rift. He looked up, but then his eyes widened. What the? A new system window flashed before him, reporting 22 hours remaining until dungeon break. What's going on? He questioned. A red icon pulsed, and the window updated again. 21 hours remaining until the dungeon break. Kun's brow furrowed. Don't tell me. He remembered the game. When the timer before a rift begins to accelerate, monsters spawn more frequently, and in overwhelming numbers, they destroy everything in their path. If this world works the same as the game, Kun looked at the system window. His suspicion confirmed. There's going to be a rift, and soon. The system window updated again. 20 hours left until the dungeon breaks. In that case, Kun said grimly. The people inside that dungeon won't last long. He stepped into the portal. I still need to find out why time suddenly started to accelerate. Is it because of them? He wondered. A moment later, Kun found himself inside the dungeon. So this is the place. The dungeon's very structure changes depending on its level. F ranks are nothing special, but E ranks warp the objects inside, making them several times larger than a person. Kun stood on the floor of a school office, dwarfed by the massive legs of chairs and tables. He looked around. An empty classroom. This phenomenon, where items inside a dungeon grow larger, is called expansion. Kun looked at the corner of a table and thought, a whole class could fit on this. He mused. E rank is on a completely different level from F. Since his own level was low, he knew he couldn't afford to be weakened. Suddenly, a skeletal hand lunged at him from the shadows. He cried out, Vigilance! A skeleton in a helmet towered over him. A skeleton, he thought. As the system window appeared, animated skeleton, level 40, possessed by a cursed spirit. The skeleton turned its skull towards him. Horror, Kun muttered. Just like in the movies. The system window announced, Strong sword has been equipped. The skeleton's eyes flared red as it rushed forward. Kun grabbed the hilt of his sword, and with a powerful swing, cut the monster's body apart. The skeleton's bones scattered across the floor, but suddenly, its eyes lit up again. Grabbing onto Kun's sword, he sighed in frustration. To defeat a skeleton, you have to find its core, he shouted. He knew its weak point was the neck. He had to get rid of the spirit inside. He swung his sword again, sending another piece of the skeleton flying. A piece fell to the floor, and Kun swung his sword with a smile. I can just count your bones, he yelled. He struck the blue stone with his sword, splitting it into pieces. The stones shattered, and dark smoke hissed out. Flesh materialized over the skeleton's skull. A system window flashed, congratulating him on leveling up. He clenched his fist, thinking he hadn't heard that sound. The chime of a level increase, for 100 years. Back in his early training, it was a familiar noise. But after reaching the maximum level, he hadn't heard it since finishing off the 30th floor. He glanced down, deciding he'd save these new points for later. A strange presence made him look to the side. He stood, tightening his grip on his sword as new skeletons began to appear. Just when he thought there was only one, a horde materialized. Kun swung his blade, cutting down the monsters. A system window appeared. Quest Master of Surprise Attacks. Objective: execute 100 surprise attacks in a row. Without pausing, he raised his foot and shattered a skull. He stomped down, grinding the monster into the very ground. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Quest complete. Kun sliced another monster to pieces, then spun around in a blur, striking the next wave of skeletons. You have earned the title Master of Surprise Attacks. Kun looked over his shoulder with a confident smile. Yes, this is a real victory. Brushing himself off, he looked at the field of broken monster parts. But I'm not the one who killed these people. It must have been the party that arrived earlier. He sighed. It's a pity, of course. But we'll have to postpone the real leveling. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted nearby Desu. Dove to the side, pressing himself against the wall and peeking out. Desperate screams for help echoed through the chamber. A girl and a guy stared at the skeletons in sheer terror. The man screamed, begging to be left behind. Desu frowned. Horror. What's going on? Just an hour ago, this group of people was fighting monsters with swords and bows. Desu swung his arm, launching his axe toward the skeletons. He scanned the area. Okay, so far, so good. The players were fighting in harmony, but his eyes fell on the terrified man again. He's strong enough to kill us too, the man shrieked. Just then, Hannah drew a revolver, blasting a monster that crept up from behind. Desu thought that thanks to her, they might avoid any more casualties. Be careful, Hannah warned the man. He stumbled slightly, answering, okay. She charged forward, when suddenly, a gloved hand snapped its fingers. A huge explosion sent people running in terror. What happened? Desu screamed. Thrown to the ground, he yelled in fear. What's happening? Where did that explosion come from? He looked around, ordering his team. Concentrate, split up. He closed one eye, his heart sinking. Things were bad. Desu looked up to see figures in dark robes. Who is this king? He wondered, staring at their strange masks. He thought, are they monsters? No, he answered himself. Monsters of this level couldn't possibly appear in an E-rank dungeon. Which means, they're players. The robed figure known as Dongu shouted out. There's no point in hiding. Desu turned, realizing he had to get his people out of there. Guys, run, he yelled. Another explosion detonated right behind them. Get out of the spell's range, Desu shouted. Dongu laughed, a smug and chilling sound. Desu knew their plan. They were targeting the strongest player in the group. He gritted his teeth. This could be dangerous. In a flash, Dongu appeared right beside him. Did you really think you could escape from us? He asked. Desu turned his head, looking at him with cold fury. He reached out and grabbed his axe. Dongu ducked the attack with ease. He smiled. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Detective Osu. Desu was stunned. You know me? Dongu sighed. I'm a little disappointed. Desu glanced away in fear, just as another explosion detonated right next to him. He covered his body with his hands and screamed. Desu gripped the handle of his weapon and stared forward. Wiping the sweat from his chin, he snarled. You're just playing with me. Dongu laughed. You crawled just like a cockroach. Desu looked at his weapon. The Wave Rider's spear. A reward for shutting down the server. It had a level limit, but he held it forward, thinking that its raw power alone should still be effective. He looked at Dongu, steeling his resolve. I just need to hurt this player. He knew, no matter what his level was, his skills proved he was a high-level fighter. Suddenly, Desu vanished. Dongu looked around, confused. Desu reappeared before him, shouting, No matter how skilled you are, you won't use that explosion on yourself. Dongu just snapped his fingers. Detective, you're too predictable. An explosion erupted at point-blank range, engulfing Desu as he screamed. He was thrown backwards, slamming onto the floor with a cry of annoyance. I'm powerless against him, he thought. Dong spread his arms wide and asked, You still don't understand who I am. What a disappointment, he said thoughtfully. Since our last meeting, you've lost all your instincts. As Desu lay on the floor, he thought, wait, that familiar voice. It can't be. A memory flashed in his mind, a man being arrested. Why did you become a killer? What did you have against that woman? He remembered security holding back the screaming man. Now, it was Desu lying on the floor, his mind reeling. Dongu took off his mask, a cruel grin on his face. Looks like you finally figured it out. The memory clicked into place. Dongu smiling. Detective Osu. The notorious serial killer. Hang Donggu, he said, from the 2nd Brigade of the Banji Department. Desu's blood ran cold. Was this the condemned Hang Donggu, the demon who killed 7 people? He bit his lip. The one whom he nearly broke himself arresting 8 years ago had become a player. Desu clenched his teeth in fury. So, everyone with him now were his cellmates. This is the worst-case scenario. Desu covered his head with his hand. Overwhelmed. I can't believe that such an idiot had the right to become a player. All his allies were gone. There were no survivors. Donggu bowed his head mockingly. Are you hoping someone will come to save you? That won't happen? Dong smiled. My men have already finished off the others. Well then. Shall we begin? Detective. Donggu began to generate energy. When suddenly, someone blasted through the wall. Desu raised his head in shock. Donggu quickly put his mask back on. He turned around to face the intruder. Oh, man, Kun said, surprised. He looked at the masked figure questioningly and asked, What's with the mask? Kun stood in the hole in the wall, looking around. Are they fighting? He wondered. He looked at Donggu, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This mask. Donggu's voice was a low growl. Who are you? Get out of here, it's too dangerous, Desu ordered. But Donggu just smiled, snapping his fingers. Well now, whoever he was, he shouldn't have interfered. No, Desu cried out. A blinding flash engulfed everything. He shielded his face, thinking, not again. He's a monster. Just terrifying. Is this the end? But then, a system window appeared. Danger detection skill has been activated. From the smoke, a figure emerged unscathed. It was Kun. His mind was clear. Rank a skill. Dragon's Eye has been activated. Kun gazed ahead, his eyes piercing through the chaos. So, he thought, the masked man is behind all this. He summoned his sword. Compared to the maze of choice, he muttered, this should be a walk in the park. A new system window appeared. Equipped Sword of Strength. As Kun gripped the hilt, Donggu snapped his fingers again, shouting, I won't miss this time. Kun launched himself into the air, effortlessly dodging the explosion. His movements, Kun thought. He's a serial player killer. A red player. A person who relentlessly hunts other players. In Dreamside, you only get 3 lives, making these people the ultimate villains. An absolute cancer the developers themselves couldn't remove. And I almost failed a raid because of scum, just like him. He shot off the ground, rushing forward. Players like this, Kun resolved, need to be completely erased. All around him were the bodies of the fallen. He scanned the area. These people hadn't died from monsters. They were slaughtered by the masked man. Donggu stood there, laughing. Don't meddle in other people's business. Get lost. Donggu sneered. Scram now, and I'll let you go. But Kun just stared at him, his gaze cold. Don't listen to him. No, Desu screamed from the floor. He's a serial killer. He's Hwang Donggu. Donggu spun around, hissing, You idiot! Kun's eyes narrowed. Hwang Donggu? He'd heard that name on the news before. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Did he escape from prison? He tightened his grip on his sword. It doesn't matter, Kun declared, his voice like steel, because I don't leave my enemies alive. Hazard detection has been activated. Kun leaped high into the air as another system window flashed. Dragon's Eye has been activated. Donu looked up in shock. What? He screamed. How did he know? But it was too late. With a single, fluid strike, Kun's blade flashed, and Hwang's head flew from his shoulders. Secrecy has been removed. The system announced, Player Hwang Donggu has been killed by your attack. You have received a solid top-grade reward. Kun landed softly, his sword steady. He stood over the body and asked, Have you ever heard that with great power comes great responsibility? Dong's severed head looked puzzled. What? Kun just smiled. It means it's time for you to take responsibility, he said. Mixing arson and gas. A very clever idea. Donggu's eyes widened in horror. How did you know? Kun simply extended his hand forward and activated a skill, weapon change. He gripped a new blade and threw it. The weapon flew towards the hidden Mungsang. And with the isolation skill on top of that, Kun grinned. Your security is guaranteed? Mungsang lay helpless on the floor. Player Mungsang has been killed. The system chimed again. You have received an oak staff. Kun turned his gaze toward Donggu's last remaining crony. Well, now it's your turn. Hey, the man shouted, displeased. In an instant, Kun appeared right in front of him, looking deep into his eyes. The man froze in terror. Wait, he begged. Kun's brow furrowed. Wait while I was waiting for your friends to die. The man pushed his palms forward in a panic. Screaming, "Just die!" golden seals appeared behind him, unleashing streams of energy that blasted Kun backward. Just then, the blade pulled free from Mungsang's body and flew back. "Your weapon is being returned." Kun caught the blade mid-air and launched himself upward, aiming for Donggu's accomplice. The man pursed his lips, bracing for the inevitable. Kun descended, plunging the blade deep into the man's neck. Blood sputtered from his mouth as he hissed, "To die! So insignificantly." Donggu's last man fell to the floor. Kun stood over him as a notification appeared. "You have leveled up." He read it and realized. The system. It seems to recognize them as monsters. He looked at the bodies. This guy killed countless players. He thought, there's no reason to feel guilty about his death. "You have received the item Dungeon Grass." Kun smiled. "Aha. Now I understand why they were in such a hurry." A sense of urgency hit him. I should hurry up, too. A short while later, Kun stood with Desu, who held the killer's mask in his hands. "I'm a policeman." "Oh, Desu," he said, his voice heavy. He stared at the mask with pure hatred. "Hwang Donggu? That bastard is the one who killed my sister." Desu looked up at Kun. "Thank you for saving me." "It was nothing. He deserved it," Kun replied. Desu then said, "I need to ask you for a favor. My men. He ambushed us, and we got separated." Desu glanced at the dead scoundrels. "There were at least 10 enemies. 10 of them." Kun's eyes widened. 10. Desu nodded. "Yes, we checked the bodies. They're all criminals." He recalled Donggu's strange uniform. "The prisoners have become players," Desu explained. "And they aren't attacked by monsters." He held up the mask. "They must have found some kind of special object. Plus, their target is Gunnar Clark." Kun's eyes widened even more. Desu delivered the final shock. "Her real name is Choi Hannah." "Wait a second," Kun said, processing the information. "What did you say?" He pictured the famous idol, Choi Hannah, holding a revolver. The shooter is Choi Hannah. Sometime later, Kun and Desu were walking through the dungeon. They carried the bodies of the dead player killers on their shoulders, moving forward cautiously. "I never imagined the shooter was a girl," Kun said. Desu looked over at him. "Yeah, I was surprised, too, especially since it was Choi Hannah herself. It's amazing. A famous idol singer can be a legendary player. Ranked 12th place Clark," he continued. "She was nicknamed the Magic Revolver Shooter for her skill with weapons. When it comes to shooting, she has no equal." Kun smiled faintly. Who would have thought Choi Hannah would spend so much money on donations? Desu looked at him, puzzled. "What donations?" he asked. He laughed. "It's clear you haven't played games in a long time." Kun just arched an eyebrow, still unable to believe it. The characters were just so different. He pictured Clark, the legendary player, and Hannah, the famous idol. Anyway, at this point, Kun began, but Desu cut him off. "Kun, it seems to have worked." They walked right past a group of monsters, the player-killer bodies slung over their backs. "The monsters," Desu said in awe. "They're not paying any attention to us." He had been worried, but the plan was a success. Kun smiled, admitting he wasn't sure it would work either, since they couldn't access their inventory. They had to rely on their abilities and enhancements, which thankfully remain active for a full day after death. A short while later, Desu and Kun approached the N building. "Here's the gym." Monster corpses littered the ground everywhere. As the doors creaked open, Desu arched an eyebrow. "How brutal." Kun just sat, down, looking away. A system window flashed. Time remaining until dungeon break 3 hours. 3, Kun asked. He was certain now. Someone was accelerating the passage of time. Kun's eyes fell on a flower icon, recalling an herb from this dungeon that never sold well. But it was incredibly useful in specific situations. This, he explained, could be used to speed up the rift. The method was simple. Kun pictured a vessel, pouring liquid onto a flower. You create the flower by mixing grass with water from the underground. An image appeared of the flower with a green creature inside. He put a hand to his chin thoughtfully. "Although, the water is strange." Desu watched him carefully as Kun continued. "It only drops in dungeons ranked bin suz. And above," Desu frowned. "Then how?" Kun looked ahead. "Among those we met, there was someone who played long enough to receive that water as a server shutdown reward." He frowned, realizing most jailbreakers couldn't hack the server after it was disabled. A thought struck Kun. Then, it must be someone else. He hoped Choi Hannah was out of danger. At that very moment, Hannah was sprinting down a corridor, revolver in hand. Arrows rained down, aimed straight for her. From above, she thought, somersaulting to dodge the projectiles that slammed into the walls and floor. Hannah hit her hand, shaking it, and crying out in pain. She glared at the huge, horned monster and the two player killers. They were seriously starting to piss her off. As she dropped to the floor, one of the assassins drew his bow and took aim. The monster opened its mouth, revealing a burning stone within. A system window appeared. E-rank boss, Death Knight Vanus. Vanus clutched a massive, cross-shaped sword in its grasp. Hannah dodged and scrambled to the side. She took aim with her revolver, thinking, the Death Knight has incredible stats and terrifying defense. Vanus swung its sword and Hannah ducked again. But according to its title, she analyzed, it only uses sword techniques, which are easy to predict. She spun around, smirking. Since I strike from a distance, an opponent like this is perfect for me. So what was the issue, arrows? Flew at her again as she ran forward. Come on! Hannah screamed in frustration. How can you shoot a beautiful girl? She wondered why the Death Knight wasn't attacking them. Do they have some kind of immunity item? Are they even human? The crowd of player killers simply pointed their fingers at her and gave the order to shoot to kill. I'll kill you all, Hannah screamed. But hiding behind the wall, she knew. These people were players. Hannah squeezed her revolver, the truth hitting her like a physical blow. They were real players. She couldn't shoot them. The huge monster opened its maw, a burning ball of energy forming inside. Hannah pressed the barrel of her revolver to her own head, telling herself to concentrate. She gritted her teeth. No, Clark, this wasn't a game. This was reality, holding the cold steel to her forehead. She realized there was no other choice. Hannah closed her eyes. First things first. Recalling the deadly volley of arrows, she burst from her cover. The enemy is right in front of me. Hannah pointed her revolver forward and fired. The bullet struck one of the player killers in the head, and he screamed in agony. Hannah aimed a second bullet, and another killer was thrown, backward. One of them, terrified, yelled, It's no wonder she's a ranker. Keep shooting. The assassins drew their bows and aimed. Toward Hannah, a system window appeared. Player Yang Hyun-jung has died. It then notified her, acquired item poisonous drug. Hannah dropped down and quickly read the text. The monster swung its sword, obliterating half of the stone wall she hid behind. Hannah peeked out, thinking, at this rate, it's going to destroy everything. She couldn't believe how strong this boss was. A new window appeared. Health condition has worsened. Hannah wondered why her health was decreasing even when she dodged the attack. Is this world really that realistic? Suddenly, Hannah's eyes shot wide open in shock. What is this? The system window flashed. Time remaining until dungeon break 3 hours. Hannah was stunned. How? Why? The world shook as the monster swung its sword again. Did they speed up time, she realized? Breaking into a desperate sprint, the monster followed close behind. Hannah knew that with her current level, she couldn't defeat such a beast in 3 hours. If a rift happened, its level would rise to D rank. She slowed her pace, which means, I only have one way out. She aimed her revolver and pulled the trigger, landing a critical blow on the monster. The system window announced Death Knight is unconscious for 5 seconds. Ability, activate. Hannah thought. Her body was enveloped in a red aura as she unleashed a blood sphere. Hannah opened her eyes. Their color changed, and she stared forward. She raised the revolver and fired. Everything was engulfed in a bloody red light as the monster awoke. It swung its sword, but Hannah was already there, pressing the revolver to its eye. She launched herself off the floor and shot the monster, point blank in the head. Blood streamed from Hannah's nose. Her current body wouldn't last much longer. She saw the blue orb within the monster's body. I have to hit it. In one try. Hannah pulled the trigger, thinking, please. Suddenly, Kuhn's voice yelled from below, ordering her to run. The monster turned sharply toward the sound. What was that? Hannah wondered. Floating in midair, she realized with horror that she had missed. Her stamina was already at 0. As Kuhn pushed off and rushed forward, Hannah watched the monster turn back towards her. This was it. She was finished. A system window flashed. Barrier set for 3 seconds. The monster dodged as Kuhn grabbed Hannah by the waist, lifting her to safety. He stared grimly ahead. Hannah stared at him in terror, asking who he was. Sejun gently set her down, checking if she was okay, but her eyes were locked on the beast as she stammered, That monster. It spread its arms wide, head thrown back in a grotesque display. Its body began to bubble and contort, as the outer layer of skin ripped away, revealing a far more terrifying form. The reborn creature seized its massive weapon and let out a deafening roar. Hannah shielded her face, a horrifying thought flashing through her mind. Did it just evolve, she wondered? If it's a D rank now, then our chances of victory are 0. Just then, a system window blazed to life before them. The monster had become a Tier D boss Demon Lord Vonus. Hannah stared at Vonus. But then a realization hit her. After an evolution, it would need time to adapt to its new body. This was their one and only chance. She turned to Siun and Desu. With a grim expression, she urged, "Listen, we might still have a chance to escape this dungeon." She knew they all understood. Killing it was impossible. Hannah and Desu looked at the imposing monster. "All we can do is run," she insisted. Looking around, she realized the other players had already stopped shooting. Her eyes darted to the upper platform. They must have escaped through the exit. A bitter realization followed. And they'll probably try to stop us from leaving, too. She thought it would be better to face those cowards than this boss. But looking down, she wondered, how could she save the rest of these people? Turning back, she grabbed Sejun by the sleeve. "Where are you going? You don't actually plan on fighting that thing, do you?" "Are you insane?" she demanded. She glanced at the simple sword in his hands. "With equipment like that, are you trying to die?" The long sword was nothing more than a basic reward for completing the tutorial. Sejun looked at his blade. "With this, I can buy us some time." "That's impossible," Hannah shot back. Sejun then turned his gaze toward Desu. "Can I borrow your weapon?" he asked. Desu looked at him, puzzled, but replied, "Of course, but it's for level 80. Sejun grabbed the handle of the spear without a word. He imagined the world around him turning to water. A name echoed in his mind. So this is the Spear of the Wave Rider. A level 80 magical item, a magical spear that creates waves to amplify damage. If the user's level is too low, its true power remains sealed. But as Sejun held the spear, a vortex of water swirled to life around him. Hannah's eyes widened in shock. He awakened the magic spear. That means his level must be over 80. Suddenly, it all made sense. His ridiculously strong body. She remembered how he'd snatched her from danger with impossible speed. He had even caught her while she was using her blood sphere skill. The truth dawned on her. This guy. Sejun just smiled. "Shall we begin?" Hannah was now certain of it. He was a high-level player. Vonus towered over them. Its head bowed low. Sejun tossed a small vial to Hannah. "Drink this." She caught it, asking, "What is it?" He smirked. "Now, it's your turn." He then faced the beast and shouted, "Demon Lord Vonus!" In an instant, Kijun dashed forward, and the monster's eyes locked onto him. The system announced the activation of a rank A skill Dragon's Eye. Sejun's jaw tightened as he analyzed the monster. Its weak point. It's still in the same place. He swung the spear, unleashing a powerful technique. Crashing waves! He slammed the weapon down, and a torrent of water surged toward the monster's body. Vonus growled and swung its massive sword in response. The blow smashed into the stone, shattering it into fragments. Sejun saw the clumsy movement. It seems it can't handle its new power yet. It still needs time to adapt. Does that mean it's the weakest of the Tier D bosses right now? Sejun placed his palm on the floor, a strategy forming in his mind. We can overcome this. At that moment, Hannah screamed, "Get out of the way!" A bullet of pure energy streaked past Sejun's head. Multiple shots then slammed into the monster's body. Hannah ran up to Sejun, asking in disbelief, "Who are you? You even have a high-level potion." Sejun looked away. "That doesn't matter. Hurry up, or else its effects will wear off." Spurred into action, Hannah launched herself into the air, aiming her revolver forward. "You don't have to tell me twice." Energy crackled at the barrel of her revolver, and she pulled the trigger. The light in Vonus's eyes began to fade, and a system window appeared. The Demon Lord Vonus was immobilized for 3 seconds. Sejun swung his spear, a confident look on his face. Perfect! He unleashed his next skill, Ferocious Waves. He pointed the spear toward the stunned beast. The attack crashed into Vonus's body, and a torrent of water erupted from its jaw. The demon's body began to disintegrate under the immense pressure. As pieces of Vonus scattered, Sejun easily dodged the debris, riddled with holes and its eyes now dull. The monster collapsed to the floor. Small particles of energy began to rise from its body. The system announced his victory. You have defeated the D-rank boss, the Demon Lord Vonus. Hannah and Desu could only stare at him in complete astonishment as more system windows appeared. Your level has increased? Sejun stood calmly amidst the fading motes of light. You have successfully cleared the fallen D-rank school. At that very moment, a group of player killers stood waiting outside the dungeon portal. Get ready, someone said. Clark will be out soon. She's the key to our plan. She cannot be left alive. Another killer murmured with confusion. But She's still not here. Is it possible she died? The leader shook his head. She was capable, but she isn't level 80. Even Clark would have a hard time defeating a D-rank boss. The assassin turned around. Continue to watch the portal and report the situation. The killer behind him started to ask. But don't underestimate her, the leader warned. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise as a system window appeared before him. The fallen D-rank school has been cleared. The system message continued. The dungeon rift is cancelled. Monsters will appear in limited numbers, and the rift will not occur without a special event. The lead assassin let out a sigh. There's no choice. He took out his phone and looked at the screen, which displayed a special list. K's blacklist had vanished from the maze of choices. The killer adjusted his cape. This is interesting. We're retreating. K is missing. At that same time, Siun touched his neck. Feels like someone was just talking about me. He returned the spear to Desu and thanked him. Desu held out his hands, still in a daze. It was nothing. Just then, Hannah crossed her arms, deep in thought. Maybe? She exhaled, her voice trembling with excitement. Are you... Kate? Sijun looked at Hannah's serious face and let out a small sigh. He cleared his throat and closed his eyes. That's right, I am Kay. That can't be, Desu shouted. Sijun froze, puzzled, but Desu waved his hands frantically. I mean, your abilities were incredible, but the #1 ranker, Kate, he left the game? The maze of choice. He claimed he was told this morning. Desu glanced at Hannah, stating that even if true, it was impossible for him to emerge and immediately appear here, especially right after a dungeon rift. The probability of such a coincidence, he said, was nearly 0. Hannah froze, admitting to herself that she thought the very same thing. With a fist to her chin, Hannah mused that she'd only come to this place for Kay. She knew the stories, about locations that teetered on the edge of becoming dungeons, but no one knew who was truly behind it all. Siun, seeing her thoughtful look, whispered that his name was Siun. That's when it hit her. She thought he was Kay. It was all a misunderstanding. She closed her eyes, recalling how this man had saved her entire party. She had been so terribly mistaken. Shyly, Hannah asked for his forgiveness, admitting she should have thanked him first. Siun simply touched the back of his neck, brushing it off. He suggested they search for survivors first. Hannah looked up, surprised, and nodded. Sometime later, inside an abandoned school storeroom, a man with a bandaged hand lay on some mats. Another survivor was tending to his wounds. Desu glanced around the room, relieved. So many had made it out alive. He admitted they were afraid that they wouldn't find anyone at all, that everyone had just scattered and hid. Desu recalled Siun pointing them in this very direction. The man sitting on the floor clutched a rag and apologized, saying he should have helped them fight. But Desu looked at him with gentle eyes, insisting it wasn't their fault. Just surviving was enough. Just then, a voice called out, "Detective ODU." He leaned over a wounded player, asking how he felt. "Can you move?" The man replied that they had enough potions to get him on his feet soon. Standing back, Siun thought to himself that the detective was right. He too was glad they had all survived. In time, he mused, these players would grow much stronger. Siun watched Desu shake the man's hand, thinking that even if the detective saw things differently, he knew he would be a useful ally. As Hannah stood beside him, a voice called her name. Choi, Hannah. She turned to see a girl sitting on the floor. "Are you okay?" she asked. Hannah managed a smile. "Yeah, I just messed up a little." "It's nothing." The girl tilted her head. "You screwed up." But Desu quickly changed the subject. "All right, I hope we can all head to the camp now." He held out a hand towards Siun, inviting him to join. Siun tilted his head slightly. "Camp." A short while later, Siun and Hannah were carving through monsters on a city street. A young player stood behind them, his eyes wide with shock. He asked, "Choi, Hannah's strength is one thing, but him? Who is that guy?" Desu just sighed. "I'll explain everything later." As Siun swung his weapon, he heard a shout. "It's over there?" He glanced to the side, spotting a massive sign on a building banjo station. "Exit 3, soon after." Siun stood before the station's gate, gazing ahead. He noted that all the monsters outside were merely F rank. They must have spilled out from the dungeon during the rift. He frowned, realizing that since these people had been confined to small spaces for so long, they wouldn't choose another one. Had they picked this place by chance? Either way, the location was strategically sound. Siun and Hannah descended the stairs, and the camp came into view. People huddled on the floor, wrapped in whatever they could find, gathered around small fires. A young woman gave a child a drink, looking up at the heroes with questioning eyes. A man in glasses shouted with joy, "Hey, it's the detective!" Another girl cheered, "They're back!" The survivors rushed forward, welcoming them home. One boy ran up, screaming, "Detective!" Daesu opened his arms wide. He patted a little girl on the head, telling them how glad he was that they were safe. The girl beamed, saying they were just as happy to see him return. At that moment, a voice from behind added, "It is a relief that you are safe." Daesu turned to find a gray-haired old man. He bowed his head slightly, aching. How he was holding up. The old man chuckled grimly. "We are intact, but you." He glanced over at the injured players. Daesu's face fell as the old man patted his hand in understanding. "I get it. Go and rest. I'll bring you some food." Later, one of the survivors asked how much to give them. A second replied, there was enough to go around. Daesu approached Siun. "Siun, you should rest for now. I'll cook you something to eat." Siun looked at him and simply nodded. He sat down with a heavy exhale, clutching the back of his neck. He closed his eyes. So much had happened in one day. Dungeons, the dead, the endless battles. Siun opened his eyes. It wasn't difficult, but it had frayed his nerves. He felt a deep exhaustion setting in. He was getting careless. "No," he suddenly shouted. "You can't let your guard down." He had completely forgotten to check the rewards for defeating the boss. Siun rubbed his chin. Now was the perfect time. He already had a hunch what it might be. A system window appeared before him. He had received the Blade of Regrets of Vonus, a blade steeped in the regret of a warrior who died without his retribution. Its unique ability could coat the blade in ice, required level 120, damage 175, Class B. Siun stared thoughtfully at the system window. He raised a finger, calculating. Even if he poured every last stat point he'd saved, he'd barely break level 100. And for level-restricted items, the user must meet the base stat requirements. Another system window confirmed it. Usage impossible, required level 120. That meant his total stats needed to equal 600. Siun looked up. And yet, the detective could use that spear, even though he wasn't level 80. He wondered aloud. Does that mean a small difference? Is acceptable. His gaze fell upon a locked book in his inventory. He tapped the system window. And suddenly, the book materialized in his hands. "The problem is," he muttered, "my reward wasn't just a weapon." A heavy lock was visible on the book, and a system window popped up. "Conditions for opening have not been met," it continued. "This book is sealed. Access denied." The damage was 0, but its class was L. Siun gripped the system window tightly. He closed his eyes in frustration. "I can't even use this." But then, a faint smile crossed his lips. "Since it's a legendary item, it must be because of this book that he came. I'll just have to try," he said, determined. That, he thought, was the biggest problem of all. Just then, Siun held a small squirrel in his hand, carefully examining its tail, paws, and whiskers, all tied with a tiny red bow. He gently poked the squirrel's nose. "It's been a while, little guy." The squirrel sniffed his finger, and after a moment, its eyes fluttered open. Goran, a system window appeared. "At the will of the owner, Goran has awakened." Siun released it and yelled, "Hey, what?" he asked. "Did it just wake up?" Goran raised a tiny paw and squeaked, "Goran?" Siun was confused. A rumbling. The system window clarified everything. "Goran is catastrophically hungry." The little creature rubbed its belly with its paw and cried out again. "Goran." The system advised that it was necessary to provide it with. Goran was ecstatic, drawn in by the aroma of delicious food. Kun watched his little companion run circles around him, remembering this was his pet, a creature that had followed him from the world of Dreamside. He was glad for the connection, but this reaction was something else entirely. Goran just kept shouting its name in delight. There could only be one reason for this. Kun looked down, a sudden memory flashing through his mind. A train, rushing along the railway in the dead of night, looking at Goran rubbing its eyes with its tiny paws. He thought that at least its current form wasn't so threatening. A cute squirrel. But its true appearance. He pictured a massive beast, a monster that devoured dungeons whole. Kun stood, staring down at Goran. "This is Gregory's monster," he whispered. As Goran rubbed its eye, Kun recalled the creature's origins. It was his former pet, a reward he received for clearing the 3rd server at level 50. Goran tilted its head, chirping its name as a question. Kun knew it ate nothing but monsters from the dungeon. He turned, his voice low. "So when Goran acts this frantic, It means something has gone terribly wrong with the dungeon. Kun scanned the area, filled with injured survivors. It had to have started here, where the crowd was largest. But what was it reacting to? Kun observed that the players didn't seem to interest Goran at all. A man in glasses nervously held a plate of food, staring straight ahead. A survivor being bandaged offered his thanks. The girl treating him simply smiled and told him not to worry. Kun's gaze dropped. Is it the skeletons, he wondered? Perhaps a few monsters had escaped during the rift. He pictured them in his mind, E-level monsters with minimal intelligence. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities, he mused. Looking at Goran, he said aloud, either there is something seriously wrong with you. Just then, Goran grabbed his cheeks, and a system window popped up. It was demonstrating to its owner that it was hungry. Kun scanned the camp again. No, something strange is happening here. He crouched down, holding out his palm for Goran to climb onto. You specialize in sense, Kun murmured. But what exactly is drawing you in? He looked towards a man lying in a makeshift tent. He could not be saved. He was dying of hunger. Kun stared at the man's emaciated body. A human, he uttered, seeing the thin, withered hands. That's what it's all about, Kun declared, his face a mask of grim realization. A moment later, terrified screams erupted from the crowd. What is it? A girl asked, her hand on her chin. Do we have to kill the skeletons? A man screamed, his mouth wide with fear. That's dangerous. Besides, the girl looked to Desu. If we hide, they'll just leave, right? We'll be safe. But another man questioned why they should take such a risk. That's the point, Desu stated calmly. The man and woman stared, eyes wide with surprise, asking what he meant. Desu raised a hand. Since the skeletons have started to scatter, many more people will die if we do nothing. The man with glasses looked away, but Desu pointed forward with resolve. This is an opportunity for us. He glanced at his system window. A chance to raise our levels. Desu explained that monsters are dangerous because of the dungeon's power. They receive a blessing of strengthening from the dungeon, but now, they're weakened. He pictured skeletons wandering the city. Besides, it's 3 o'clock. In the afternoon, the sun is at its absolute peak. Desu's voice was firm. This is when the undead are at their most vulnerable. He looked at their confused faces. I'm not forcing you, he said. Your lives are in your own hands. Decide for yourselves. After a short while, everyone gathered in one place. Well, have you decided? Desu asked. The assembled hunters eyed the camp security squad warily. See? Jun frowned. He couldn't miss this chance to level up, and he needed to find something specific. Desu turned to the security squad, suggesting introductions were in order. He extended his hand. I'm Odu, a police officer. I feel pretty confident in close combat. Kun analyzed him instantly, noting his special training. His potential was higher than anyone else's here. Just then, a man named Jin burst into the center. My name is Gong Jin, he shouted. I used to be a salesman, but now... Kun turned to look at him, intrigued. I'll try my best, Jin declared, thanking everyone for their attention. Kunin wondered why he was introducing himself like a new student on the first day of school. Just then, Hannah walked past, and the men watched her with awe. She strode to the center. I'm Choi Hannah, she said, her voice cool. Level 79. She paused. I'm good with firearms. With that, she turned and walked away. The men applauded, asking, That's all? Kun knew she had no reason to say more. She was so famous. Everyone already knew who she was. He closed his eyes, thinking that revealing too much about oneself could backfire later. Next, a man named Gaion came forward. The name's Jang Gyeon, he announced, slicking back his hair. Before all this, I worked for my father's company. I've got houses in Gangnam and Kocho. Jang boasted that he was here to buy another one. He laughed, saying he'd already hired a butler, but now he was stuck using public transport. He laughed again, and Kun shot him a look of disgust. This is what I meant, he thought. Judging by the expensive equipment, he'd played the first dream side. Kun knew that gear was costly, but it was all for show. Jeon was weak. He closed his eyes, smiling smugly. Someone in the crowd whispered, Wow! After a moment, Desu laughed. I definitely don't know you, he said cheerfully, before pointing directly at Kun. All eyes turned to him. Who's he? Someone asked. Another person sitting on the floor asked. Are you new? Kun stepped into the center and began to speak, but was cut off by loud, mocking laughter. Hey! Jang stood up, pointing a finger at Kun. You? Are you Kongchun? Kun stared back in surprise. Do we know each other? John just laughed. You could say that, you idiot. He then mentioned Banjo High School. An image flashed in Jang's mind, Hun, sitting on the floor covered in trash. You were a typical victim, he sneered, back in the present. Kun could only say, Really? Jang smiled cruelly. Yes, it was you. He recalled sitting down in front of a younger Jang Jen at school, looking down at Kun on the floor as he said it. Heard his family went bankrupt and was left all alone. John just laughed, sneering that he should have stayed close to him, the wretched fool. He pointed to his own eyes, claiming he recognized Kun by his stare. Kun's eyebrows arched. He had indeed changed, as if he'd been completely reborn. He remembered John's face from before, and realized it was truly him. Siun placed a hand on Kun's shoulder. We've met, haven't we? He asked. Remember when I brought you snacks? Jian was about to shout with joy, when Hannah suddenly appeared, slapping his hand away. Her eyes blazed with fury. What do you think you're doing? John, startled, could only ask what was wrong. We're alive because of him, she snapped. How dare you speak to him so casually? Apologize, now, Hannah ordered, her voice like ice. What for? John stammered, completely bewildered. A girl behind them sighed. Hey, can we not do this right now? The hunter with glasses agreed. She's right. We can sort this out later. Kun guessed they thought he was just some jobless nobody. John protested. We were just having a friendly chat. What's the big deal? Kun lowered his head for a moment, then raised it, his gaze piercing and confident. I'm Kay. In an instant, the entire hunter squad froze. A wave of stunned silence washed over them. Someone whispered. What? A chorus of disbelief erupted. Who did he say he was? The air crackled with questions. Kay, seriously? Hannah's brow furrowed. What did you just say? A slow grin spread across her face. I knew it. She brought a hand to her lips, triumphant. My intuition was right all along. She practically screamed with excitement. You really are Kay. Desu clutched his head, a laugh escaping him. No wonder you fought like that. My apologies for the misunderstanding, he said, still in shock. Hannah gazed at Kun with pure admiration, her hands clasped together. So you're the one who escaped the maze yesterday. But John's voice cut through the awe. Hey, he's lying. This kid is Kay, don't make me laugh. Shut up, Hannah roared, turning on him instantly. Jian's eyes fell to Kun's shirt, recognizing the cheap brand. It was the same one worn by the boss monster at Wendy's. No way, John thought, his mind reeling. He stared at Kun, Desu, and Hannah, refusing to believe it. Clark was supposed to be helping him. Not this nobody. I have to expose this fraud, John seethed. He pointed an accusing finger at Kun. Hey, if you're Kay, what's your level? Kun answered calmly. 37. 37? Jian scoffed, stepping closer. Are you so bored you decided to play pretend? Murmurs of doubt spread through the group. Level 37, someone repeated. He's definitely lying. What's the problem? Kun asked, unfazed. John clapped a hand on his shoulder. Don't you know Kay isn't even Korean? He let out a mocking laugh. You should have done your research before trying to pull a stunt like this. Kun's brow furrowed. Kay is a foreigner. A short time later, the hunter squad was racing through the desolate streets. Kun's eyes narrowed as a system window appeared. A ranked dragon eye has been activated. In the alley, Kun shouted. A teammate peeked around the corner, her eyes widening at the sight of skeletons. Left corner, Kun yelled. A hunter checked beneath a car, a grim smile on his face as he spotted another one. Under the car, behind us, Siun commanded. Jian's eyes narrowed in suspicion. How does he know all this? Desu swallowed hard, gripping his weapon tightly. With glowing red eyes, the skeletons began their charge. Desu hurled his spear, cleaving through the monsters. Don't fall behind 2 hunters per target, he ordered. Damn it, he grunted. There are too many of them. The skeletal horde surged forward. At this rate, we'll be surrounded, Desu warned. A hunter blocked a desperate blow, his stamina failing. I can't hold on much longer, he thought. Just then, a voice yelled from behind. Get down! Hannah rushed in, firing her revolver point blank into a monster's skull. The hunter could only stare. Clark, he whispered. Meanwhile, John stomped over to Kun. Hey, newbie, get out of the way! Kun shot him a sideways glance. John swaggered past him with a smirk. Watch carefully. This is how a professional handles things. He spread his arms wide, a dramatic flare in his movement. He closed his eyes, ran a hand through his hair, and declared, See that there's a world of a difference between you and me. Kun watched him, thinking, John actually is pretty good. He recalled a memory, sitting at a table while Jian tossed him a 50,001 bill. Get me some bread, John had ordered. Kun thought back then, he must be so rich. He has no idea what things cost. It had been like a daily job, earning him 49,001 each time. I'll let his attitude slide, Siun decided. After all, he helped me make some good money back then. But now, he had more important things to focus on, like raising his level. Sometime later, Goran sat by a trash can, munching on skeleton bones. A system window appeared. Goran has absorbed a rusty longsword. Satisfaction plus 0.1%. Another notification followed. Goran has absorbed a broken helmet. Satisfaction plus 0.1%. And another. Goran has absorbed a skeleton. Satisfaction plus 0.1%. Kun watched in amazement. Is it still not full? He leaned in. Do you smell anything tasty nearby? Goran tilted his head, letting out a questioning Goran. It closed its eyes and twitched its nose, then suddenly shrieked, Goran! The system announced, Goran has detected something in the southeast. Kun's eyes snapped in that direction. There, skeletons turned their heads, their attention now locked on him. Kun's fist smashed through a skeleton's ribs. He picked up its empty skull. Nothing in here? The system chimed again. Goran senses something delicious 1 meter from the owner. Siun tossed the skull towards Goran. Is this what you wanted? He asked with a sigh. A new window popped up immediately. Goran is squealing with delight. As the sun began to set, 2 hunters walked beneath the orange sky. It's getting dark, the man said. The dead will regain their strength soon. They're coming back. The girl clasped her hands excitedly. Great, I leveled up twice today. The guy clenched his fist. Me too, I'm glad we came here. Desu felt the progress, but his eyes drifted to Kun. He was sitting beside Goran, surrounded by a pile of skeleton parts. What in the world is he doing? Desu wondered. Kun was practically shaking Goran. You've eaten enough. Where is it? He held the little creature in his hands, but it just turned away silently. Suddenly, Goran's eyes shot wide open. The system announced, a buffet has been smelled nearby. Kun peered at it closely. Your eyes. They've changed. Is this for real? He whispered. A short while later, Desu gathered the team. All right, everyone, let's head back to camp and rest. First, the detective, Kun stated firmly. Desu turned. What? Kun pointed toward a shop sign down the street. We're going in there. Desu looked around, confused. A flower shop. As the squad stepped inside, Kun gave an order. Hold your breath. He stopped, his gaze fixed on the floor. This is it. A system window materialized before him. E-class dungeon discovered the Garden of Death. New task issued eliminate the virus. Difficulty class rank A. The final condition appeared. You must eliminate the Flower King, who is spreading the virus spores. Garden of Death. Time limit 30 minutes. The reward, the flower bud of the King of Flowers. Failure would result in a catastrophic fault. Hannah pressed a sleeve to her nose. This is it. A system window flashed. These were lethal virus spores, the source of the dreaded dungeon disease. It urged them to check the status of nearby players. Another alert appeared. The initial rift had already torn open inside this dungeon. Infection was an imminent threat. Kun pressed a hand to his nose. This is what Goran had sensed at Banjo Station. He recalled the dying man from the camp, his crimson face, his blackened fingers, all because of this dungeon disease. In Dreamside, dungeons varied. There were ordinary ones, like abandoned schools filled with goblins and the dead. And then there were the Gardens of Death, home to motionless monsters. Kun pictured a pristine white greenhouse frame. When the delicate balance shatters, it doesn't unleash monsters, but a plague of viral spores. The symptoms are many, and once the virus enters the body, it becomes a deadly parasite, twisting people into monsters. Kun envisioned the dead man again, his face a ghastly Venus blue. He realized with a sickening lurch, the people at Banjo Station were like helpless game characters. This virus would ravage any non-player without resistance. But, Kun reasoned, for players with E-class resistance, everything should be manageable. He stretched his hand forward. They had to stop this plague from spreading. Just then, a frantic cry came from behind him. No, the sun will set soon. The man pinched his nostrils with disgust. Now the monsters will grow stronger, will be perfect targets. Des covered his nose with his palm. He knew, but the portal's crimson glow meant a full-blown rift was moments away. If they abandoned it now, and it was allowed to, become a true ranked dungeon, not only them, but everyone at Banjo Station would be doomed. Someone demanded to know why they'd only just found this place. Kun replied calmly that it was hidden behind an inconspicuous door. The nervous man pinched his nose, unsure if they should turn back. The girl frowned. What can we do? There's no time left. Kun and Daya exchanged a single look of understanding. They were going in. The squad stepped through the shimmering portal into a dungeon teeming with unnatural plant life. Kun declared they would figure it out as they went. The squad, led by Des, moved cautiously along the path. As Des glanced back at his team, Kun walked beside Hannah, thinking that this was the best possible outcome he could have hoped for. They had decided on a small, swift raid. Des stood at the center of the plan. Send the best players into the dungeon. And the rest, back to the camp. Keen pointed off to the side. Over there. To be honest, he thought Hannah, and Des would have been more than enough, but a minimum of 4 players was required for entry. Kun glanced at John. That's why they brought Jang Jian. His gear had a decent defense rating, and he was high level. He shouldn't die in a mere E-ranked dungeon. But John's grating voice shattered the quiet. Detective, he shouted, frowning. I don't understand something. He pointed a thumb at Kun. Why do we need a low-level deceiver? Let's go back and get someone better. Kun smirked. John didn't even realize who the real weak link was. Jian stormed towards him, screaming that he refused to accept this decision. He reached for Kun, who violently slapped his hand. Away! Don't touch me, he warned, his voice ice. John raised his eyebrows, then reached out again, this time snatching a golden apple from a branch. It's a dungeon apple, he declared. A great item for replenishing mana. Don't you even know that? He opened his mouth wide. The more ripe it is, the more mana it restores. In that instant, the thorny branch snapped. The apple in John's hand exploded as a terrifying shriek filled the air. A gaping hole appeared in the tree trunk. And Hannah, raising her revolver, snapped. Pay closer attention to your surroundings. Jan looked up to see twisting, thorny branches writhing above him. Flustered, he thanked Hannah, who immediately turned away. Desus just smiled grimly. He had definitely made the wrong choice. A short while later, they arrived at a white greenhouse. The boss's room is in there, Siun announced. Someone gasped in awe. The boss of this dungeon is inside that greenhouse. Its name is the King of Flowers. He pictured a massive, thorny beast with a toothy grin, like a monstrous sunflower. Because this flower so often witnessed human death, veteran players called it the suicide bomber. The squad entered the room, weapons ready. Be careful, Desus warned. Monster kings are stronger than their ordinary counterparts. But once we defeat it, we'll get a flower bulb that can be used as an antidote. John perked up. An antidote, Desu imagined. A glass vial of liquid. Yes, if you grind it into a tincture, it becomes a cure for the dungeon disease. With this, we can heal the sick at Banjo Station. He looked at the determined faces of Kun and Hannah. This is our only hope. Des wished them luck, hoping they could succeed. Okay, John scoffed, stroking his chin. Just trust me. Kun sniffed the air and quickly pinched his nose. The smell is much worse now, he choked out. Hannah covered her own nose. Why do these flowers smell like a sewer? The King of Flowers rose, its eyes beginning to glow with malevolent energy. Kun roared with sudden fear. Everyone, dodge! The Monster King opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of thorny branches. A massive vine slammed into the ground beside the squad, throwing them back and leaving a deep crater. Des scrambled to his feet. It attacked without any warning, he shouted, turning. To check on the others, is everyone all right? The King of Flowers lunged forward. Hannah fired her revolver, punching a hole through its hide as she took. Careful aim. One of the vines from the flower's mouth was severed, but the rest spread out like a net. Jian shoved Kun aside. Get out of the way, you're just bothering. Me, I'll kill this thing myself. But as he charged, Kun grabbed his cloak, yanking him back. John stumbled and cried out. Hey, are you crazy? Look at your feet, Kun commanded. John looked down and saw a massive, secondary flower core with a toothy mouth erupting from the ground. What is that nightmare? He shrieked in terror. More thorny vines erupted from the monster's maw. Jian screamed in terror. But Siun plunged his blade in, declaring, obviously, there will be others besides the Flower King. If you can't grasp that, stay out of my way, John shot back, annoyed. I know that. Just then, the system announced that a Dragon Eye skill had been activated. Kun analyzed the situation. To reach the boss, they had to cross this field. He glanced at the massive monster heads, thinking, however, if they move an inch, those flowers will swarm them. Desu scanned their surroundings, his brow furrowed. We have no choice, he muttered. We have to trust Hannah. That'll take too long, Kun replied. It'll have time to evolve. He frowned, deep in thought. If she could just enter her blood sphere state and receive its enhancements and expand her magic bullet's area of effect, only then could she wipe them all out. A short time later, The monster's vines were riddled with holes. Hannah called out, "Kun, I think I can handle this myself. If I just use an elixir. Do you have one?" Kun met her gaze and answered, "Yes." Hannah tapped her cheek playfully. "Then pretty please, just one for me." Kun's reply was blunt. "No." Stunned, Hannah asked, "Why don't you trust me?" "That's not it," Kyun explained. "Because of the others, I haven't had a chance to level up. And this is very important." Jang yelled, "Where does he think he's going?" Kun was already charging forward, his hand on his sword. "That idiot!" Jang screamed. Thorny branches shot straight toward Kun. He gripped the hilt tightly and swung. With a single, leaping slash, he tore through them. Severed vines flew right at John's face. "What the?" he shouted in disbelief. "What is happening? How can he pull that off on the 307th floor?" Desu just frowned. "Well, whatever he says." Kun was already carving through the Flower King's branches. And advancing without fear. Desu spoke with dawning realization. He is K, after all. John's face went pale. "Wait, seriously, him?" Kun ducked and weaved as John watched. "There are only two possibilities," he stammered. "Either his level is actually off the charts, or..." Jang stared at the Flower King, finishing the thought. "Kun is using some kind of broken ability." Just then, Kyun gripped his sword and launched himself into the air. The Flower King unleashed a fresh wave of thorns from its gaping mouth. A fire ignited in Kun's eyes. With a furious roar, he brought his blade down. He cleaved the Flower King clean in two. Hannah gasped, her eyes sparkling. "Amazing!" Desu smiled, watching with pride. But Jang's face was ashen with humiliation. Kun landed lightly on his feet. He smirked. "Just like always, a piece of cake?" Suddenly, system windows appeared. "Level up." The first one announced. Another window declared, "You have received a reward." An image of a bud appeared. "Flower bulb acquired." Then, a window showed a clawed gauntlet. Kakashi's spiked gauntlet acquired. Kun now stood in the massive hall, where everything was covered in the fluid from the slain Flower King. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Some time later, the squad of hunters walked along a street beneath a starry sky. Hannah let out a yawn, while Dez studied Kun's thoughtful face. A system window detailed his new gear, Kakashi's spiked gauntlet. Is a gauntlet crafted from the Flower King's body and spikes. Weakness fire, unique ability spikes, required level 80, damage 120, class A. This loot is better than I expected, Kun mused. With the spikes ability, he could turn his hand into something like a short sword. He thought, thanks to my celestial body skill, I have no weapon restrictions. This gauntlet will come in handy. He held out his palm, considering its potential. What's more, his status window appeared before him. Kang Kun, level 40, class none. Kun reflected that he had gained 10 levels since finishing his training. He looked at the number. This was expected. At level 32, I was defeating D-rank monsters. So with the points I gathered over 90 days of training, and with my skills, Kun crossed his arms, confident. Soon, I'll be able to clear A-rank dungeons with ease. He clenched his fist. By doing this, I've drawn a clear line between myself and the other players. At that moment, a resentful whisper was heard. No, it's impossible. Kun stopped thinking and looked toward John, who was sighing in displeasure. John muttered to himself, trying to calm his racing thoughts. This is a lie. This can't be happening. Jang's eyes went wide as he finally asked the question on his mind. Is this guy K? Kun frowned, deciding not to interfere with his monologue. Suddenly, Hannah cocked her gun. Guys, stop. There was a fight here ahead. The road was a scene of chaos. Bodies lay everywhere, and cars were overturned. Dez rushed to a fallen man and felt for his pulse. They're already dead, he announced grimly. It seems something terrible happened at the camp. Dez lowered his eyes, the sad truth sinking in. Sometime later, at Bampo 36. The squad descended. Is anyone there? Hannah called out. Dez clenched his fists and shouted, Hey! As they walked further, Kun lowered his head and saw footprints. There are steps, he said. Looking closer, he thought, it's strange. They all lead in different directions, as if they were just going back and forth. Siun froze, a certainty washing over him. At that moment, Dez put his hands to his mouth and yelled, Please respond. It was a dungeon disease. Siun said. Desu turned around in surprise. What? There are no signs of skeletons here, Kun replied. Which means the problem is the progression of the disease, John asked. What disease? He looked down and saw a girl on the floor. Hannah turned to Kun. The dungeon is already cleared. How did the virus spread? Jian froze and pointed. There.
Everyone fell silent. They heard a hissing sound and a faint request for help. Hannah screamed, her voice trembling. A moment later, the squad made
their way forward. They found the body of Jiang Wu under a pile of rubble. Des threw the stones aside and lifted him. Hey, wake up. The guy's eyes opened. Here, Siun said, extending his palm and creating an energy stone. But a system window flashed. This potion cannot be used. On the target. A revival potion is required. Kun bit his lip. Damn it. He recognized it immediately, a system death warning. He looked at Jiang Wu's crushed, bloody legs. He thought, their condition is terrible. His nerves are torn. He pictured a vial in his mind. Without a potion to revive him. There's no way to save this guy. Just then, Des gently lifted Jiang Wu's head. Kun brought a different potion to his lips. This is a potion of paralysis. He will stop feeling pain. He poured the contents into Jiang Wu's mouth, and his eyes opened. Did you wake up? Des asked. Jiang Wu asked heavily. Detective Desu. His brow furrowed, demanding answers. What happened while they were gone? Jianu trembled, his eyes wide with terror. It all happened so fast, he stammered, reliving the nightmare. He recounted the terror in everyone's eyes. A colossal monster had appeared on the stairs. They were moving to lure it towards the traps outside, just as they had trained.
The hunters braced for the fight, but the true danger was lurking in the shadows. While their eyes were locked on the beast, the dead rose from behind them.
Their own comrades started turning, twisting into undead monsters that lunged at them. Desu and Kun listened, their expressions grim. Jianu cried out the names of the fallen. First Yansu, then Cho Yanjun. Minen just ran away. Jianu's eyes were wild with madness as he choked out, and then, me! A system window flashed before Kun. Player is in a state of insanity.
He confessed to scooping up Cho Yanjun and fleeing for his life. Jianu! Desu shouted, but it was too late. A piercing shriek tore through the air. Kun gritted his teeth. If only they had a healer.
They could have cured the virus, neutralized the infection before it took hold. Desu cradled Jianu's head, but Kun knew the truth. There were no healers at Bampo Station. He couldn't be saved. Jianu mumbled his last words. Everyone ran. Cho Yanjun? She became a monster? Kun's eyes widened. A monster. Could this be it? The third stage of the dungeon disease. Stage 1 begins simply enough, with discolored fingers and a deep chill. But as time passes, the victim transforms into a mindless zombie, the second stage. But when the transformation is finally complete, the host becomes a true monster. That was the third and final stage.
Kun stroked his chin, lost in thought. The Garden of Death had already been cleared. So why did the third stage manifest so quickly? The symptoms had only just appeared.
Kun realized something was accelerating the process. Tears streamed down Jianu's face as he choked out. Detective, he's asking these people. Jianu's hand went limp, falling to the floor. The light in his eyes faded completely. Desu checked for a pulse, then stood. Let's go. The entire squad froze, their gazes fixed on the path ahead. And there, in the oppressive darkness of the tunnel, stood a massive, fanged creature, drool dripping from its maw. A hellish red light pulsed from deep within it. Elsewhere, a zombie clawed its way up the steps in a dark room. Hannah calmly raised her pistol. Taking aim, she pulled the trigger, unleashing a single, precise shot. The bullet tore through the monster's skull. Hannah let out a breath and turned to Kun. Once the transformation is complete, there is no cure. You knew this, didn't you? She asked. Kun lowered his gaze. Yes, I'm aware. Hannah looked at him, her expression puzzled. Siun surveyed the bodies scattered around them. These were the ones who couldn't survive the dungeon's curse. The rest had already fled down the tracks. More zombies began crawling over the railings. Kun hoped they could still get out.
Desu gripped his spear. Damn it, everyone take one! With a flash of his blade, Kun sent a zombie's head flying. He moved with deadly grace.
He expertly plunged his sword into another's neck, then spun around, issuing a sharp command. Follow me! Desu stared in awe at Siun's skill. Okay, he muttered. With their leader fighting like this, there seemed to be little to fear. The squad shook off their confusion and followed. After some time, the detachment walked on. They moved down the long, dark railway tunnel. Desu's flashlight beam cut through the gloom. Suddenly, he stopped, his light fixing on a sign. Hey, the next station. The sign read Jin Young. Jin Young, Kun asked. I've heard of it, Desu replied grimly. It's a ghost station. Abandoned after the plan to rebuild Line 10 failed. Hannah knelt, examining the ground. These tracks, they're fresh. Kun nodded in agreement. And they lead in different directions. Desu frowned. They're most likely heading for Yangdonggu Station. That was our initial plan. As an emergency exit, Desu peered into the abyss of the tunnel. We can follow the tracks to get there. But just then, Kun spotted glowing red eyes in the dark. He lunged forward without hesitation. His hand shot to the hilt of his blade. As undead hands reached for him, he swung. His sword bit deep into the creature. But as Kun looked up, he saw more eyes burning in the darkness. He launched himself from the ground, a blur of motion. Everyone, get ready! Desu roared. His face was a mask of grim determination as he looked at Hannah. She met his gaze, a dreadful question in her eyes. Was Janu talking about her? Desu could only nod. Yes. He stared at the twisted zombie. That's Cho Yanjun. Monstrous. Extra arms sprouted from her shoulders. Kun faced the abomination that was once their comrade. She's not human anymore. She is a monster, and she's one we have to deal with. He declared that for killing her, they would receive experience and items. Desu looked away, his voice heavy. This is horrible. This is the reality of the dungeon disease, Kun countered. It turns people into monsters. Kun tightened his grip on his sword, staring at Yanjun. Because of this curse, thousands of people had died in the first dream. He remembered it all too well. But this time, the fate of the entire world was on the line. Kun leveled his blade. I'll try to finish this quickly. It needs to be done in one hit.
With a terrifying leap, Yanjun charged forward. Kun held his ground, sword ready. She slammed into him with inhuman force, driving him back. The friction made the soles of his shoes smoke.
She's tough, he thought. He wondered if Yanjun's extra arms were acting as a shield. Yanjun raised her monstrous hands, preparing to strike Kun down. But Kun was faster. He sprang to his feet, his sword a silver arc. He severed both of her hands in one clean motion. From her gaping maw, another limb shot out. Kun dodged it instantly. I'll help you, Desu shouted. Kun turned around and yelled, No, stay behind. Most of your attacks will be useless against her. This was a stage 3 monster. She was level 80, far too strong for Desu. Hannah looked at him and said, We wait. For now. Yanjun tilted her head back, retracting her grotesque limb. Kun leaped into the air, his eyes scanning for an opening. He had to find her weak spot. He saw it, a bare patch of neck. This is it. This. He somersaulted through the air. As Yanjun turned to face him, he whispered, Forgive me. With one powerful swing, he took her head clean from her shoulders. The severed head tumbled down, leaving a trail of dark blood. Yanjun's body collapsed to the ground. The squad stared at it carefully. After 3 stages, she was as strong as a D-rank monster. Before, he would not have been able to cope with her. Fortunately, during his training, he had managed to collect 100 experience points. He looked ahead and thought, if I use this, I'll become 3 times stronger than I am now. But something felt wrong. For someone who was previously considered above the heavens, my stats should be much higher when converted to the 100th level. He clutched the hilt of his sword, his mind racing. After all, dungeons. Suddenly, Desu clenched his spear. They're coming. Kun's thought finished grimly. Dungeons never wait for the players to get stronger. Even greater threats emerged before the squad. Huge, mutated zombies lurched toward them, crawling across the ground with their foul mouths gaping wide. Desu began. They are all, but Siun cut him off, replying, Yes, this is the 3rd stage of the disease. The 3rd stage of the dungeon disease is gluttony. They've transformed. Hannah thought they were just mindless beasts. But then, smoke began to billow from the darkness. She spun around, her eyes wide with alarm. Her confusion turned to terror in an instant. Behind us, she shrieked. The entire squad whipped around, to face a sea of glowing, malevolent eyes. Hannah's voice was grim. We're completely surrounded. Dez scanned their monstrous ambushers. Were these things waiting for us? He breathed. Kun's hand tightened on his sword's hilt. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out after we survive. In unison, the squad drew their weapons. Steel gleamed in the dim light. Desu raised his spear high. Let's clear a path through these things first, he roared. Suddenly, a grotesque, fanged maw lunged at Giant. He let out a terrified yell, swinging his sword wildly. Die! He screamed, but the creature just stared, unfazed. What? Giant stammered, confused. The monster lunged again, But in a flash of steel, Kun was there. Appearing from nowhere, he sent its head flying. Giant stood frozen to the spot. Kun scanned the area. Are we sure the others went towards Yangduno? Hannah's brow furrowed. Yes, it's the most likely path. There's a shopping center there. Plenty of stores. It would be the best place to resupply. Kun's gaze pierced the darkness ahead. Then that's where we go. What? Hannah cried out, aghast. Are you crazy? It's too dangerous.
That direction will be swarming with even more of them. She looked at Kun, her hand on her chin. Besides, I think we both know what's really waiting for us there. Siun stood amidst the fallen creatures. You're right. But even if the survivors aren't there, I'm still going. Des looked at them, completely lost. What in the world are you two talking about? He asked. I'll explain on the way, Kun replied calmly. Desu frowned. Explain what? Siun's grip on his sword tightened. For now?
He spun, his blade cleaving through another monster. Just stay close to me, Siun commanded. This insatiable hunger. It's a symptom of the third stage of the dungeon disease. Humans who contract it are completely warped, undergoing horrific transformations. Desus thrust his spear into an approaching beast. Some of them sprout wings, others grow extra limbs. They might become emaciated or bloated beyond recognition. Kun's glowing weapon struck true. But the interesting part is, the mutation is driven by their deepest desires. Seun's hand clenched his sword. To defeat them, you have to understand what they craved. He gestured to a creature with a single massive eye. For instance, an extra eye, Kun noted. This one embodies the desire to see more. Perhaps its host was blind in their human life. And this was their twisted wish fulfilled. The monster lunged, its arm outstretched. Kun dodged, deftly pulling out his phone. He activated the screen, blasting a bright light directly into its massive eye. The creature recoiled, clutching its face. Kun sent it flying with a powerful kick. As it staggered, Kun plunged his blade into its neck. See, it's simple. Once you understand their weakness. But then, a sharp crack echoed. Kun's sword had shattered. A system window materialized before him. Durability 0%, weapon destroyed. Kun glanced at Desu. Looks like this training weapon has seen its last fight. Desu sighed. You want me to hand over my spear? No, Kun replied. I have plenty of other options. He met Desu's gaze. Besides, if I took yours, I'd be worried about you. Hey, I can handle myself, Desus retorted, surprised. Another system window appeared. Equipped Kakashi's spiked gauntlet. Kun flexed his fingers, examining the new weapon. The attack range is shorter, making it riskier, he thought. But its destructive power should be more than enough. He charged forward. Let's see what you can do, he mused. Kun grabbed a monster, hoisting it into the air with one hand. He slammed it into the ground with immense force. The creature hissed in agony. It opened its massive jaws, gasping for air. Kun's gauntlet struck again, even harder. A piercing shriek tore through the air. Debris exploded outwards. June was impressed. Excellent, Des watched in awe. If only I were 10 years younger. At that moment, Jang rushed up behind him. Detective, he shouted. Desu nearly had a heart attack. Sometime later, within the ruined subway station, Chun stared into the oppressive darkness. System window A-rank Dragon Eye has been activated. Everyone, Seun said, his voice low. The squad turned to him, their expression serious. He looked towards the tunnel. Be on your guard. We're entering its territory now. Desu blinked in confusion. Its territory, you mean? Yes, Seun confirmed. The trigger is just ahead. He pictured the other monsters. Even those beasts wouldn't dare step foot in there. The crimson magic in the air pulsed, as if sensing their approach. This creature is nearing the 4th stage, Kun stated. It must have spawned during the initial rift. Desu had a question. And it grew this strong thanks to a dungeon flower Kun turned? Exactly. Someone fed it the flower, creating a trigger, which now acts as the source of this entire plague. Once the virus infects a host, it multiplies, and the symptoms worsen. Kun gazed into the tunnel, where a foul miasma seeped out. If we don't stop that trigger, the dungeon disease will consume all of Seoul. Moments later, their feet squelched in a clear, sticky liquid. Before them loomed a truly gargantuan creature. Look at that thing, Desus whispered in absolute terror. Hannah placed a hand on his shoulder. Keep your voice down. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from ahead. Help me, please, somebody help! A man was caught in the monster's fleshy tendrils. Please, he begged, his voice cracking. Then, with a sickening crunch, The creature's colossal, fanged mouth bit his head clean off. It tossed the body aside. "Well, hello there," it gurgled. "Have you all come to feed me?" The monster sniffed the air, its maw gaping wide. It asked for likes, subscriptions, and notifications. The squad stood frozen before the abomination. After a tense moment, Kun's gaze swept the area. Mutilated human corpses were strewn everywhere. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air. He touched his chin, his mind reeling. "How many people has this thing slaughtered? A true nightmare," he muttered. Des looked over at Kun, his brow furrowed. "Triggers?" he repeated. "What exactly are they?" Kun kept his eyes on the beast. "I don't know for certain. A type of hydra. Perhaps the final form a trigger takes. It depends on the desire of the host, right before their transformation." His eyes narrowed, studying the massive, slimy creature. "Whatever this person craved before they consumed the dungeon flower. This is the result. It's unlikely to attack us first." Kun analyzed aloud. He watched its eerily glowing eyes. "So, unless we provoke it, we won't learn anything new about it," Hannah spoke up. "Judging by the signs of that battle, the one that happened before we even reached the station, and if the rumors are true," Kun stared intently at the creature. "Yes, it seems someone deliberately led the survivors to this trigger." His eyes narrowed. Judging by its mana signature, that beast was clearly above level 100. Seojun watched the smoke evaporating from its massive body and realized this was the D-class boss of the mid-tier dungeon. He noted its movements were sluggish, and its raw power didn't seem overwhelming. But in Dreamside, raw stats alone were never enough for victory. This wasn't some simple game where you could overpower an opponent with a high level. Siun recalled Jang, who had proudly slain the boars. They could fight monsters at level 40, whose strength stats were well over 100. However, it was crucial to remember that every monster fights with its own unique style, adapting to buffs or changing situations that appear on the battlefield. Siun had seen it more than once. A low-level monster would suddenly go berserk and completely scatter a party of strong players. As he observed this new foe, he noted the rows of massive teeth and the creature's writhing tentacles. He realized its true power wasn't in its strength, but in its terrifying endurance. The monster's huge eyes flashed red as it rushed forward with a deafening roar. The shockwave threw the squad back, and Jang screamed in pure horror. Siun froze. That voice. He had definitely heard it before. Desu shouted, "That thing? It sounds like Choi Mangji?" Hannah asked, puzzled. "Choi Mangji," Jang cried out. That voice, it was the signature catchphrase of a famous streamer. He pictured the unhinged man and said, "That psycho, he should be rotting in jail." Jang asked, "Don't tell me he actually escaped." He could almost hear the man's crazy voice now. "Guys, you won't believe the effort I put in to get this premium meat." The man smiled in his memory, asking, "Looks good, right?" Wondering where I bought it. Jang shuddered. It was because of that one broadcast. He should have been executed. He paused, then said grimly, "He ate human flesh." Jang recalled the image of the streamer screaming, "What, fake news? This is real human meat," while looking at his screen with crazed eyes. He remembered the lunatic kicking his desk so hard he almost shattered his own leg. Jang explained, "There was a lot of talk about it. They claimed it was poultry, but the examination confirmed it was human. The sentence was the death penalty." The man had looked distraught, telling his viewers, "If you liked today's video, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, and be sure to smash that notification bell." Jang spat. In short, he was complete filth even before becoming a trigger. Manji's voice echoed, "Like and subscribe to the channel." Desu frowned in confusion. "Wait, has it grown more arms?" Siun pushed off the floors and rushed forward with a powerful scream. The monster's tentacles immediately shot out towards Jang, who yelled, "How is that fat slob so fast?" Desu swung his spear to intercept. He sliced off the tentacle clean. But he knew, "I can't handle this alone." Desu realized its incredible mobility came from its cluster of arms. Siun moved to its back, tearing away parts of the monster's flesh. He looked down at the slime it left behind, when suddenly, the puddle morphed into a hand and shot forward. It wrapped around Siun, who screamed in horror. He thought to himself, "I can't afford to relax for a second." Manji extended its many arms forward, its red eyes flashing. Desu gripped his spear tightly and charged. He thought, "To create an opening for an attack, I need to be a decoy." Desu swung his spear, hurling it toward the monster. The spear slammed into its jaw. Desu shouted, "Siun, now!" Siun leaped high, clenching his fist as he raised his gauntlet. He slammed his fist into the monster's face, leaving a deep crater, which healed in an instant. Manji taunted them. Guys, it didn't work out the first time. Maybe the second time will be the charm. Siun landed heavily, thinking, we won't last long if we don't change our tactics. Large tendrils rose from the monster's body and began to merge. Desu looked at it with disgust. What an idiot.
Hannah frowned, watching with displeasure. She said, "It seems to want to finish us off, the same way it killed someone on its last stream."
Manji opened its mouth and shouted another catchphrase, then rushed forward, its red eyes blazing. The hunting party was thrown back once again as Manji charged. Hannah clutched her revolver and ran toward it. The monster gurgled happily. A snack. It focused on Hannah. And from an idol, no less, as the monster approached. Hannah gave a cold, dismissive grin. What a scoundrel you are. She raised her revolver. A freak like you deserves this. She shot it directly in the forehead, tearing a massive hole through its skull. Hannah aimed again. Want me to feed you myself? Manji's wound healed in a flash. Hannah scowled. It's like shooting through a shell, Siun replied. And it's incredibly tough. Be careful. Neither strength nor reaction speed will be enough. Siun looked ahead, his mind racing. We need more stamina. He looked at Mangi's tentacles. That's it. That's the only way we can win. Siun yelled, Hannah! She glanced at him and immediately understood. Siun broke into a run, with Hannah right behind him. She aimed her revolver forward and shouted, Catch this, you idiot! A single bullet flew from the revolver and headed for Manji's body, striking its head in a bright flash. At that moment, Siun jumped high and rocketed toward the monster. He swung his gauntlet, striking with all his might. The monster opened its toothy mouth and reeled away. Manji turned, opening its mouth to counterattack. But Siun clenched both his fists. There was a blinding flash, and drops of Manji's slime splashed everywhere. Not bad, Jang said, looking at the creature. But then Desu noticed something horrifying. It ate them. Hannah and Siun stared ahead with grim anticipation as Jang and Desu watched carefully. Hannah smiled and looked up. Manji began to radiate a dark energy as it walked forward, its eyes glowing. Siun was now perched in a hole he'd blasted in the wall. Manji's eyes flashed as it let out a ferocious growl. It turned and looked right at Siun. Manji slammed its fists into the wall, but Siun instantly launched himself downwards. Desu said in surprise. Amazing. Apparently, the attack works, he added. At this rate, we can finish it off. But Siun landed on the floor and said, No, our blows will do nothing. They'll just scratch it. He looked at Desu's face, then at Hannah's. Detective, Siun spoke gravely. It seems there's only one way out. After some time, in a dark tunnel where corpses were scattered everywhere, Jang stood before Manji. He fearfully swallowed his saliva and shouted, Hey, it's a pig, Jang asked. How can you even walk with a belly like that? He looked at Manji's toothy maw and asked, Be honest with me. Did you buy all that fat in bulk somewhere? Manji opened its huge mouth and pointed it toward him. As Jang screamed in frustration, Desu was already on the move. Gripping his spear, he charged forward, roaring. Hannah, now! Hannah lunged, her revolver ready. Yes! A single, deafening shot fired straight into the creature's gaping maw, and it roared in agony. Then Manji's teeth began to pulse with an ominous light. A blinding light erupted from within, piercing Manji's monstrous form. It worked! Hannah cried out from the side. Kijun! A moment ago, Kijun had told her to create a diversion. Buying him the time, he needed to maneuver. He promised they could win this. Sijun knew he only had about 100 mana left, barely enough strength for one last push. But that could be fixed. He gazed at the system window, confirming his remaining 100 mana units. Sijun realized that by investing the points he just earned, he could finally unleash the skills that normally required 200 units. He closed his eyes, a grim resolve settling over him. Well, it's time to end this. The system confirmed his choice. Level F magic concentration. Skill has been activated. Sijun strode forward, his senses on high alert. If his opponent was this strong, Manji stared back, a wicked grin spreading across its face. The monster seemed to think. Then he would just have to become even stronger, with a horrifying, toothy smile. Manji roared. Boys, let's give them a proper welcome. There's fresh meat waiting for them. Sijun activated a protective barrier and clenched his fists, channeling his power. He launched himself forward as Manji taunted. Be sure to like and... Sijun exploded off. The ground. His fist raised high. He shot back. I won't just like this. I'll repost it for the whole world to see. A new resolve burned in his eyes. My entire team will subscribe to your channel's destruction. Sijun's gauntlets blazed with violet energy as he thrust his fist forward. A colossal stream of light shot toward Mangi's head and blasted, Straight through it, Siun leaped into the air, driving his fist upwards in a final, devastating blow. The monster's teeth shattered as a system window appeared, declaring his victory.
You have defeated Choi Mangji, the trigger glutton. Another message followed immediately after. Your level has increased. The reward and attention ring. As the smoke cleared, Siun
saw Mangji's shrunken corpse. Desu explained that as life fades, so too does its mana. Siun knelt beside the body, Desu adding that they had done a real number on him. Siun wondered what kind of maniac could have orchestrated all this, and for what insane purpose he felt they simply had to. His thoughts cut short as his eyes widened. In surprise, on Mangji's body, a peculiar mark had been revealed. Siun stared at the symbol, a sudden realization hitting him. This is it. Meanwhile, in A, chamber lit only by candles, a small red orb clattered to the floor. Ji-chan picked it up, watching the image of Siun flickering within it. He murmured, "Don't you understand, Kate?" Ji-chan mused that he was only in charge of 5 farms, places he occasionally inspected to ensure they could cultivate new triggers. But in all his time, he had never seen a specimen this powerful. It shouldn't be possible. Just then, a voice cut through the silence. "Mr. Byun Ji-chan," the newcomer sneered. "Are you pretending to be busy again while secretly having fun?" Kang Min-ho, from the company, smirked down at him. Byun Ji-chan, a man of the company, lowered his hood, his expression laced with annoyance. The company was one of Dreamside's most enigmatic organizations, a shadow that operated like a tumor, poisoning
everything it touched. By expanding the dungeons, they held the entire continent hostage. The cloaked figures stared up at the dark sky, their swords ready.
Their loyalty sworn to the emblem of lightning striking 2 moons. The very same emblem was tattooed on Gi-chan's neck. He walked towards Minho, saying, "You're just in time. I found something strange." He held out the orb. "Take a look." But Minho didn't even glance at it. "It seems Kay survived." Ji-chan's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Minho calmly smoothed his hair. His eyes closed. "According to the reports, among the beginners on the easy difficulty in the labyrinths of choice, none were flagged for the hellish level. And yet, here we are." Ji-chan pressed. "So he's not dead after all." Minho crossed his arms. "Perhaps, but if he is alive, he will undoubtedly try to stop us. That's why I want you to ask, around your farms, see if they've noticed anything suspicious." Ji-chan simply replied, "There's no need." Minho looked at him, surprised. "What do you mean?" Ji-chan's voice was grim. "Because I think I've already found him." At that very moment, a team of hunters sprinted through a dark tunnel. Siun clenched his fists, his gaze fixed forward. A warrior reborn. A sword pierces a monster's neck. Creatures are torn apart by a single command. A dungeon that only one person can conquer. And massive. Wolf-like beasts with gaping maws. His true identity is Croc, and with data that was never erased, he could devour others to foresee the coming catastrophe on Earth. Siun lashed out, cleaving through monsters. But Kay, the one who was supposed to die in training, was still alive. It seems his entire destiny has been rewritten. Siun stared ahead, his eyes glowing with power. In the candlelit room, Ji-chan looked on, puzzled. "Hey, why is he just standing there?" Minho answered coolly. "They are not the people we once knew. Even Kay is now nothing more than a trainee." Minho glanced to the side.
"Still, this is worth reporting to the head. If it truly is them, they must be dealt with, immediately." Sometime later, heavy sighs echoed. Through a subway tunnel, Jin was running for his life, a horde of monsters clawing and crawling right behind him. Zombies reached out with bony fingers, their
jagged mouths wide open. "Don't these things ever get tired?" Jin thought in a panic. He glanced back and his heart sank. Impossible. There are even more of them now. Fear gripped him. It was hard to believe these monsters were once people. "It can't be." He sighed, breathless. "I managed to get to the other side of the station, but..." Jin pushed forward, his thoughts racing. "Am I going to die here without ever meeting Detective Osu? This is horrible." Suddenly, a light appeared. In the distance. That light, Jin wondered aloud. Is that a train? He froze in his tracks. A real train. A subway car was heading right for him. Jin was stunned. It had been 3 whole months since the power grid failed. Then, where did this train come from? He turned to see the horde of monsters closing in. "There's no time to think. I have to get out of here, now." Jin launched himself from the tracks and onto the platform. He sprinted forward as the zombies began to swarm out of the tunnel behind him. A synthetic voice suddenly announced, "The train is departing. Please take your seats." The train doors slid open. "Please mind the closing doors." Jin was pulled into the car, falling onto his back just as the doors sealed shut. He let out a scream as the system announced, "The train is now leaving the platform." It lurched forward, leaving the monsters behind. Jin gasped for air.
I'm alive. He had to get away from those things. I need to get to Yongdongpo Station. The detective should be there. Jin prayed that.
This time, everything would go smoothly. But then, the world around him dissolved, and a new system window materialized before his eyes. "You have entered the..." A system notification appeared, D-class-themed dungeon. The ghost train, soon, an attendant would begin checking for tickets. Stowaways would be targeted by station employees. "What?" Jian cried out in fear. At that very moment, a detachment of hunters was storming through the tunnels toward Impo Station. Gan stared at Sijun, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe Kay had actually pulled it off. He remembered the moment Sijun struck down Manji. What he had only imagined, he now saw with his own eyes. John recalled clasping his hands together, shouting in pure delight, "He's so cool! That's Kay!" He was just so amazing. John closed his eyes, realizing Sijun had won despite his low level. Without him, none of this would have happened. Hannah noticed John's starstruck face and wondered, "Is this hero worship a symptom of the disease? Should I try and catch it?" Desu forged ahead, then turned back to the group. "Kijun," he began, looking at the devastation around them. "I don't think anyone else survived." Sijun walked beside him, listening intently. "I saw it myself," Desu continued. "Those triggers are incredibly durable. It'd be impossible to escape from them." But Sijun replied, "No, there's definitely at least one survivor." Desu was stunned. "What, but how?" Sijun explained. "It's a lot like fishing." He pictured a human hand reaching for a baited hook. "Any survivors," he said, "will eventually become infected. Some of them are left alive on purpose, as bait." He looked at Desu. "And when they run into the main herd, the infected will devour them instantly." Sijun walked on. "The triggers weren't created by accident. They have a purpose. This disease is evolving. Who knows one day? Everyone might turn into a trigger." Sijun's gaze hardened. He didn't know who started all this. But they had to be stopped, especially if they were the ones he suspected. The company, they were like game characters who'd turned to the side of evil, creating quests to lure unsuspecting players into their traps. Near a tall building, cloaked figures gathered. Everything was proceeding according to their grand design. Their power grew unchecked, until a single player destroyed it all. A system window flashed. "Player K has logged in." Sijun recalled the fallen members of the company. Back then, to blow off steam, he made a sport of destroying the very dungeons they had worked so hard to create. Soon, the greatest entertainment in Dreamside became watching the company fall. They had every reason to despise him for it, but that's what separates a game from reality. Sijun hummed a tune. How delicious! The company's remaining members were ordered to watch his every move. As Sijun ran, he knew he had to confirm his suspicions. Was this the real company? Or just a band of copycats, who might also be players? Sometime later, at Endino Station, the hunter detachment finally reached the platform. "Now I see why they call it a ghost station," Sijun observed, scanning the empty platform. "There's not a single trace left." Desu frowned. "If things go south, we have an escape plan." He unfurled a blue cloth, and items materialized from his inventory. "These are supplies for anyone who gets stranded here," Desu explained. "We hid them last time." Sijun nodded. "Good call. Our inventories aren't endless." Suddenly, a drink can rolled out of the supply bag. Desu grinned. Well, well, it seems someone has already been here." Sijun looked at him. "Detective, why didn't the people from Panju Station become players? I understand children and the elderly can't, in principle." "But what about the adults?" Sijun pressed. "All they had to do was clear the tutorial, and they'd be in." Desu hesitated. "Well, you see," Hannah stepped in to explain. "At that time, internet access was severely restricted. Most people never got the chance to join the ranks of players." "Wait," Sijun said. "Can you use the network now?" Hannah nodded. "I can. I just updated my phone." She held up a digital watch. "Besides, only people with a switch like this can communicate with each other. Plus, there's the leveling system, which is only available to players." "At the moment," she continued, "the only way to become a player is to apply at ARC." Sijun's ears perked up. "ARC," Hannah replied. "I can't say. I've been there often, but it's the only remaining base in the city." In the night sky, The lights of Ark burned bright. Meanwhile, player killers appeared at Panju Station. The station was littered with the corpses of zombies. The killers examined the severed heads and pierced necks. Yoon Benu, leader of the company's third assault team, smirked. Well, Mr. Baek Gi-chan was right. He looked ahead, but was interrupted as a system window materialized before them. Distinguished passengers, please take your seats. The assassins approached the train doors. Benu recognized it, the famed themed dungeon that so many talked about. But so few had ever managed to enter. But this train always ran on line 1, he thought. What is it doing out here on line 10? A robed subordinate chimed in. There was construction here. They must have laid a new railway line then. The man looked to his leader. Boss, this train is headed for Yoido Naru Station. Should we get on? He asked excitedly. A chance like this is rare. Benu whipped around. What? He snapped. Are you looking for a death wish? The man looked baffled. This is a D-class themed dungeon. Benu growled. It's under our control, but we don't have clearance. If we get on that train, we're never getting off. Benu's face was grim. He didn't join the companies, just to die so foolishly. But sir, the man protested. Mr. Baek Gi-chan ordered us to find those idiots, Benu roared. Shut up! Do you even realize how impossible that is? Benu's gaze fell. Besides, if those guys take the train themselves, the goblins will handle the dirty work for us. Ark. A clear reference to Noah's Ark. Si-jin stroked his chin, thinking. It seems Ark really is the last bastion for humanity in this city. Hannah clenched her fist, showing her phone screen. By upgrading the system, I was also able to upgrade the phone itself, she said. So with this, as they planned their approach to the Ark, Kun mused aloud. It's likely the other survivors are gathered there. Desu urged them forward. We need to move faster. But Kun knew they wouldn't have gone far. Hold on, he said, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a piece of Goran. The system window flared to life. Goran had detected something delicious nearby. The small creature sniffed the air, its nose twitching. Before letting out an excited shriek, Kunin held the creature in his hand as he moved forward. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Ahead, he could see the shimmering streams of energy connecting to something. Kun pointed and said, There? Everyone stared at him, confused. There's someone over there, Kun explained. Goran raised a tiny paw, shouting, Goran, Goran, and pointed toward the exit. It began to snort excitedly. Kun broke into a run, as Goran scrambled onto his head, yelling, Goran Gor! Kun grumbled for it to get down. Just as Hannah ran up beside them, she sprinted to keep pace, asking why they were chasing this unknown figure. Des guessed. Who knows? Maybe it thought we were Hydras and decided to flee. Kun, running effortlessly, disagreed. Unlikely. We were talking too loud. It definitely knew we were people. He glanced back, a thought crossing his mind. The detective wasn't supposed to know about this, but now they were chasing a non-survivor from the Panju station. Kun's gaze fixed on a footprint ahead. He realized the runner was constantly looking back, sometimes even slowing down. A chilling thought surfaced. This wasn't a retreat. It was a trap. They were being lured. After some time, the hunting party burst into a massive waiting room. Arrows were embedded everywhere. Large stones were scattered across the floor like ominous markers. Jay looked around in awe. This is the waiting room, right? He asked. But why bring us here? His eyes widened in terror as an arrowhead materialized before him. It stopped inches from his eye, caught in Kun's unyielding grip. Jay screamed, his fist flying to his mouth in shock. With a snap, Kun broke the arrow, his expression grim. Jay burst into tears, stammering, Oh God, thank you, thank you. Kun ignored him, staring into a plume of smoke. Where is all that smoke coming from? As if in answer, another arrow shot towards him. He snatched it from the air. Desu brandished his spear, swinging it defensively. Another arrow zipped past Kun from behind. He turned, his senses on high alert. Hannah frowned, her eyes locked on the threat. The arrow shattered harmlessly. Here it is, Kun stated calmly. Hannah raised the muzzle of her revolver. Kun smirked. Well, no need to worry about her. With her revolver steady, Hannah called out. Kun, he replied. Yes, I think so too. They surged forward, and Hannah yelled that their attacker was trying to finish them off several more arrows. With razor-sharp tips, flew at the group. Kun batted them all aside and charged forward. Through the smoke, he finally saw a shadow. Kun swung his powerful glove, shouting, Gotcha! He launched his attack, roaring for it to take the hit. But suddenly, a creature in a strange hat leaped out at him. Kun's brow furrowed. A kobold, he questioned. Was there a dungeon rift nearby? Then, his eyes widened in realization. This is it! He spun around, yelling to Hannah, Don't shoot. The cobalt raised its hands in a universal sign of surrender. But it was too late. Hannah took aim and pulled the trigger. Smoke erupted from the barrel. Am I too late? Kun thought in a panic. He looked forward, stunned. The cobalt was clutching its arm, pressing a hand to the fresh wound. I don't like it, Hannah said coldly. Why leave it alive? Jian clenched his fists, glaring at the creature. He looked at Kun with pure admiration. Our master must know something, whatever you say. I'll believe you. Kun looked at him, slightly bewildered. He pointed a finger at the cobalt. This guy is not a monster. Hannah and Jian stared back, frowning in confusion. What? Kun stated plainly. This is a person. The cobalt growled at them. Kun spread his arms wide, gesturing to other figures emerging from the smoke. And so are they. A cobalt named Henwood
Stepped into the center and adjusted his glasses. He asked, You're not moneylenders, are you? The hunting party just stared back, utterly baffled by the question. What?
I am Henwood, he said, clearing his throat. And we are not monsters. Desu put a hand to his face and muttered. Could have fooled me. Kun's expression was serious. As we all know, monster names are highlighted in color, right? The party members exchanged questioning glances. Desu and Jian's mouths fell open. What about these guys? Kun pressed. Desu shouted, looking at Henwood and seeing the system window above his head. It read, Level 25 Cobalt. No way, Desu screamed. Kun spread his arms wide. Yes, they're all just ordinary players. He explained that monsters never have a white name. Then tell me, Kun demanded. Why did you attack us? Do you hate people? Henwood frantically waved his hands, and the others shook their heads. Kun stepped closer. Then explain yourselves. Henwood cleared his throat, his story tumbling out. It was all because of loan sharks. Earlier, on the opening day of Dreamside, Henwood stood on a city street, hiccuping in fear. A system window had appeared before him. It announced that channel number 0115 was now open. Welcome to the Earthly region. A confirmation button hovered in the air. Henwood read the sign and whispered, Dreamside.
A short time later, he was running for his life down a desolate road, a simple sword in hand. He'd already lost half his health. The system window
informed him he had acquired a strong longsword. Henwood looked at it, thinking it was probably easier to handle than a rifle. He used to be an avid gamer. Before he was sent to the army, he had leveled up to nearly level 200 in Dreamside. Back then, Henwood strode through the game's streets in expensive armor, a master of his world. He owned countless items that would have earned him a fortune in rewards. But then he was drafted, trading his legendary gear for a military ID and a machine gun. While he was serving his country, the time for exchange ended. He never got his reward. Henwood swung his new sword, cutting down monsters. However, he yelled, I'm not some newbie. He vowed they wouldn't leave him with nothing. After that, he teamed up with the other survivors from his station. Henwood raised his sword high. We will definitely survive, every single one of us. His new companions cheered in agreement. Together, they headed into the treacherous maze of choice. He charged into the selection maze on normal difficulty. With a final, desperate scream, the system window declared, Clear! Henwood collapsed near the exit portal. A little more, and I would have been killed. But he pushed himself up. The main thing is, I survived. He was the only one who had managed to clear the maze on normal difficulty. From that day on, he became the central figure in their survival. Henwood looked back at his teammates, a grim thought forming. The difficulty was only average, but the fact that only he could clear it was a serious problem. There were no high-level players among them. This was a dangerous weakness. A deep sadness washed over him. But then, something new appeared all over Yeongdongpo Station mysterious merchants. A man with large bags spread his arms wide, offering a fine sword. Henwood knew they shouldn't have trusted them, but the merchants were so friendly, so welcoming. They even shared their food. It was the same equipment they had sold earlier. Hyan and his team watched with hopeful eyes, so grateful for what looked like a sign of friendship. But that goodwill was a lie, a predatory scam. Survivors unable to pay were forced to sacrifice their player cards. Naively believing it was all for their future, the merchants extended their greedy palms. Hyan stared at Kun, his voice trembling. They weren't helping us. They led us right into a trap. What's worse, no one knew the food they so generously shared was secretly drugged. He held up a set of provisions. When they signed the agreement, the most critical details were hidden. Hyan presented the contract, revealing the fine print. If they couldn't pay on time, they would pay with their very bodies. It was written on the back, in letters too small to see. Hyan threw his head back. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Those fools took our bodies. At some point, the merchants vanished, replaced by what Hyan called a smokescreen of so-called moneylenders. They enforced the contract, stealing their bodies and disappearing, leaving their souls trapped within these cobalt forms. Hyan remembered reaching out desperately, as a man with a mace slung over his shoulder carried his physical form away. But that was only the beginning. Once a week, the loan sharks returned to collect their interest, another hidden clause in the contract. No one knew what it was for, but it was taken regardless. Hyan imagined a massive, clawed hand, pulling memories directly from their minds. They're stealing our memories, Kun realized with a frown. What if the other...
Kobolds can't speak because... Kun then asked, "Has anyone else come here?" Hyan hiccuped. This way, Kun locked eyes with him. For example, anyone from...
Penju Station, he asked cautiously, hoping they hadn't already been finished off. Kun held out a hand. Is the debt you owe them still the same? No, Hyan replied weakly. What about those scum Kun pressed? I don't know either, Han admitted. Kun glanced aside. Idiots, he muttered. So when are the loan sharks due to arrive again? Just then, a terrifying roar echoed through the station. The kobolds scattered in fear. The moneylenders had appeared.
A piercing scream was heard. The loan sharks! Kun dove behind a seat, his heart pounding. Horror! He looked over at Hannah, who sat beside him. Are you okay? She whispered.
Yeah, Kun managed to say. You look pale, she observed. Kun peeked over his cover. I'm just angry. The moneylenders stalked past their row, surveying everything. The kobolds all bought items for the exact same price. Siun noted. And the interest rate is identical? Hannah whispered. Right. Kun peered out again, whispering. And yet, the amount of memory they've lost is different. Some have forgotten human speech entirely, but others haven't. What was the reason?
Oh my God, Hannah breathed, the horrifying realization dawning on her. Everyone has a different amount of knowledge to begin with. Take Shannon, for example.
His memories are built from 23 years of life, but some of these victims, they were just kids. Desu's eyes widened in fear, so that's why Shannon is still trying to fight them. Even though he knows he's hopelessly outmatched. Kun stroked his chin, lost in thought. But what happens? He asked grimly. When they finally forget they were ever human? Hannah and Desu stared at him, a cold dread washing over them. They'll become nothing more than monsters, Kun concluded. He pictured twisted, evil kobolds. Desu whispered. That's it, because a human soul is trapped inside. The system still recognizes them as players. They were fools. Kun watched a kobold sitting nearby. The creature pulled out a button and pressed it.
A cloud of smoke erupted before a moneylender. I'm watching, the beast growled, unimpressed. They aren't changing. With a mighty swing of its mace, it smashed the surrounding stones and seats. The kobolds leaped out, screaming in defiance. One drew a bow, letting an arrow fly. The arrow bounced harmlessly off the loan shark's body. Grenades were thrown next, only to be casually swatted away. A massive explosion rocked the room. Not bad, one of the kobolds yelled. We can definitely beat them, another shouted in false hope. But then, the chilling voice of the loan shark cut through the noise. Let them remember. It grabbed a kobold by the head, yanking him close. The monster lifted him into the air, a cruel grin spreading across its face. If you take something, it snarled, staring into the kobold's terrified eyes. In a flash, it was over. The hunting party watched in absolute horror. The loan shark tossed the lifeless body aside and let out a guttural breath. There is always a price to pay. It licked its lips, its gaze scanning forward. Its eyes narrowed, locking onto a new target as it charged. The loan shark's eyes began to glow with a terrifying light, paralyzing the kobold with fear. In that instant, Kun burst forward with a flash of steel. He severed the monster's hands. The loan shark stared at its stumps and roared, "You fool!" As Kun swung again, he sensed another one appear right behind him. But before it could strike, its head flew from its shoulders. Hannah stood there, revolver raised. Did it get you? No, Kun replied. Thanks. He turned his attention back to the first enemy. The creature, awake by, growled. A human? Kun sized it up. So, the moneylender is a goblin, and a strong one at that. A system window appeared level 80 Wakeby. On top of that, Kun realized, this was also a player. The Wakeby sneered at Kun. This is none of your business, human. But Kun just smirked. Aren't you human, too? The creature looked stunned. What? Never mind, Kun said, his grin widening. Enough talk! With lightning speed, Kun grabbed the loan shark's horn with his enchanted glove. Time to act!
He slammed the wakebys to the ground and snatched its mace. Leaping into the air, Kun brought the weapon down with crushing force. "Eat this!" he roared. The wakeby shrieked in fear. "I just got here. I'm not supposed to be..." A moment later, Kun stood over the wakeby's corpse, the mace resting on his shoulder. "To become a goblin, you have to kill your own parents," he said grimly. "They're a whole different breed from the kobolds." Suddenly, a roaring torrent of fire erupted beside Kun. He threw up an arm to shield himself. A colossal moneylender materialized before him, towering over the kobold. Kun frowned. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's dangerous to play with fire?" A new system window appeared. An A-rank Dragona was being summoned. The system confirmed it was a level 85 beast. Siun's eyes lit up. "Bingo," he said, and charged. He ordered Hannah to handle the others. She spun around, shocked. What? But Siun, fists clenched, had already vanished into the curtain of fire. With his face buried in his hands, Kun lands hard near Wakeby. He looks up, fists clenched, and swings with everything he has. But he's thrown back with ease. Wakeby smirks as Kun's fist connects with his face. A system window flashes. He has successfully dealt with the Goblin Loan Shark. A notification confirms his level has increased. The system announces that his reward has been received. Kun spots a piece of paper. It's a double contract in the name of Kong Suo. The terms are twisted. Party A can force Party B into sacrifice or labor, while Party B must pay all sorts of bribes or surrender all their money. Kun realizes it was all unfair from the very beginning. Pressing the paper to his face, he concludes they must have hidden the true contents using a special artifact. Biting his lip, Kun scoffs. "Wow. Thoughtful scoundrels." A moment later, Hannah looks at Wakeby, raising the barrel of her revolver to the sky. Des exhales. "Is it over?" "It's too quiet," Kun says, an eerie stillness falling. Frowning, Des looks down as a multicolored flow of energy begins to rise from the ground. Could those be the players' souls? Des wonders. Suddenly, the kobolds open their mouths and scream, going completely berserk. "What's happening to them?" Des shouts in fear. Hannah frowns. "What should we do?" But Kun is staring at the contract, his eyes locked on a hidden clause. He freezes in shock. The paper states that if any problem befalls the moneylenders collecting from Party B, then all of Party B's powers will be transferred to Party A. At that moment, a massive energy ball forms above the kobolds. Stunned, Kun asks, did their souls just merge into one? The energy sphere shoots forward with incredible speed. The members of the hunting party dive for cover as Jang screams in terror. Kun watches it go and shouts, "Follow it!" Hannah looks at him, confused. "What?" Kun rushes forward, yelling, "We have to hurry. Those children are in danger. Sometime later, the squad members..." Pass a prohibitory sign and head down a set of stairs. Kun peers ahead carefully. "Is that an electric train?" he asks, puzzled. "Does this thing still work?" Siun touches the train. This was a Line 10 train, but how did it end up here? He looks around in surprise, asking what was going on. Suddenly, a Goran pops out of Kun's pocket, shouting its name. The system window reports that Goran senses a lot of food and is asking to be fed its fill. Kun just smiles. That's it. Another system notification chimes in. The doors are opening. "Dear passengers, please take your seats. The train is departing soon." As the train doors slide open, Sun realizes this is another dungeon. In Dreamside, countless different dungeons appear, empty, and they are the main content of the game. Among them are special mobile dungeons, which can appear as carts or ships. Standing near the open carriage, Kun realizes the train wasn't there when they first arrived. He looks ahead in surprise, the pieces clicking into place. This must be one of the mobile dungeons. Just then, Hannah runs up to him, pointing forward. "Si-jun!" she shouts. The energy ball flies directly into the train and vanishes. Des frowns. "So what's the plan?" Kun turns to him. "What would you do, detective?" He turns around, asking. "You already figured out this train was a dungeon, didn't you?" Siun warns. "If we go in there, we might lose our only chance to find any survivors from Banpo Station forever." Des thinks for a moment. "Kobolds?" "No, Shinhan said no one else was there." "Correct," Kun replies. Des argue. If anyone had survived, they wouldn't have just passed Yongdongpo Station and escaped to the next one. Kun looks at him, puzzled. Des continues. "Besides, there are no signs of a battle here. We haven't seen a single Hydra this whole time." He frowns and shouts, "You can call me a cynic, but there's no point in chasing a ghost. We don't even know if anyone survived." Des places a hand on his chest. "First of all, We need to save the children whose souls are right in front of us. Sijun nods. Okay, Des frowns, studying his face as the squad members enter the train. Then let's go, Des says. But a system alert immediately appears, unable to obtain boarding pass. Stowaway detected. Another notification follows. Player Gong Ji-yoon is being targeted by station workers. Inside the train, Ji-yoon lowers his head, looking forward, in fear and whispering. I'm finished. The system shows his status Gong Ji-yoon, level 51. Suddenly, he's struck from behind and screams as a young goblin appears. It grins wickedly in front of him. Horrifying, Ji-yoon thinks. He swings his sword wildly. What a clever little monster. The goblins just leap back, cackling. They jump around, throwing soda cans at him. This is so annoying, Ji-yoon screams in frustration. He falls to the floor, yelling. He raises his head, begging them to wait. But he fumbles and drops his sword. Ji-yoon clenches his jaw. This is terrible. He stares at the goblins, realizing with dawning horror that they aren't attacking. They're just playing with him. Ji-yoon turns and rushes forward in a last-ditch effort. But he falls. A system window reports, quest failed. Another notification follows, unable to obtain a boarding pass. Ji-yoon covers his face in despair. A nightmare. The system then announces that he has become a target for the station workers. Suddenly, a loan shark appears behind him, clasping its hands. Ji-yoon spins around. What do you want?
The lender extends a clawed hand, and Ji-yoon wakes up in a dark, crowded carriage with a man standing over him. He narrows his eyes, humming as he tries to focus.
The man's distraught face leans close, and Ji-yoon leaps from his seat with a scream of pure terror. He stops abruptly, seeing dozens of people crawling toward him. With burning eyes, Ji-yoon falls to the floor, thinking, what kind of madness is this? The infamous train goblins walk through the carriage, carrying sacks. One of the goblins pushes a suitcase, imagining the loan shark dragging Ji-yoon away. But suddenly, a new shadow falls across the floor, and they all turn around. The goblins look to the side and see the legs of the hunting party. Kun looks them over. Little goblins, he thinks to himself. They look harmless, but their level is definitely over 70. One goblin clenches its fists and laughs loudly. Kun watches it, studying the monster's sharp teeth. He wonders if this is the race that enjoys getting rid of people for fun. Look over here, Hannah says from the side. Doesn't this look more like a boxcar? Suitcases, barrels, and all sorts of goods are piled everywhere. Keen looks ahead, thinking, she's right, this is a D-class dungeon, after all. Dungeons rarely match their outward appearance. For example, a simple E-class dungeon, a destroyed school, looked perfectly normal from the outside. But on the inside, it was impossibly vast. Siun remembered that massive dungeon as he stared into the distance and thought. He glanced out the train window. We're not underground, he realized. We're high above it. This is definitely a high-difficulty dungeon.
Siun looked to the side. Strange. Since we entered, not a single notification has popped up. And just then, a system window flashed to life.
You have entered the D-class dungeon running train. Your location is Zone F. A station employee will soon begin checking tickets. It warned that any player without a ticket would become a target for the station workers. The hunting party stood ready before a gang of goblins. Siun knew this was a themed dungeon. The goblins shrieked and lunged forward. To clear this place, he thought, you have to master its unique rules. Siun's fist sent a goblin flying. The system chimed with a congratulations message. He had earned his boarding pass. He glanced over as Hannah's strike landed true. The system announced she too had earned her boarding pass. Desu's punch found its mark. Securing his ticket, Zhang smashed one to the floor, earning his pass as well. Desu looked at his teammates. Did we complete the quest? The giant Jian spoke up. It seems so. With Goran perched on his shoulder, Siun gave an unbelievable order. Throw away the tickets. The others stared at him, baffled. We don't have time for a full raid, he explained. He fed his own ticket to Goran, who started chewing happily. The station worker probably starts catching stowaways from the rear of the train. He smiled. Let's lure it to us. Goran eagerly ate a few more tickets. Hannah's eyes widened. You want to make us the bait? Siun's answer was blunt. We don't know where the children's souls are. Overstuffed, Goran flopped onto his back, paws splayed in every direction. To find out and survive, Siun continued. We must act unpredictably. This is the only way we can catch the station worker off guard. John scanned their surroundings, then jerked his thumb toward the goblins cowering behind suitcases. Hey, what should we do with these guys? He clenched his fists and roared. Are you afraid of Mr. K? Siun's sharp command cut in. Everyone, get ready. A system window appeared. Quest failed. Player Kang Siun has been targeted by a station employee. In that instant, the station duty officer made its grand entrance. The monster stomped up to Siun, staring him down. Its voice was a low growl. "Where is your ticket?" Siun simply replied. "I lost it," the attendant snarled. If there is no ticket, but was cut off as Siun's gauntleted fist crashed into its face, sending the creature flying backward, it hit the ground hard, clutching its jaw. With a furious growl, it grabbed a massive stone club, scrambled to its feet, and howled in rage. "How dare you!" it shrieked. Siun launched himself from the floor, hovering over the monster. He seized it by the horn, yanking it down into a brutal knee strike. Siun leaped up, fist clenched, and slammed the off-officer into the ground. A moment later, the creature's eyes fluttered open in a daze. Pinning it by the horn, Siun demanded. "Are you the station worker?" The dazed officer grunted. "What?" Siun's voice turned icy. "Don't play dumb with me. Are you the controller of this area?" He leaned close to the goblin's ear. "Or are you going to continue to be silent?" Jian smiled. "Just like the old days." Hannah was still processing. "This is a goblin, right?" Desu confirmed in surprise. "Yes." The system provided an update. "This is a themed dungeon." This is a dungeon with a specific theme. It explained the quest track down the kid goblin on the ghost train and earn a ticket within the time limit. If the quest is failed, the station workers will try to catch the player. Siun exhaled. How amusing. He planted his foot on the attendant's body. In the end, all we had to do was beat this idiot. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about any tickets. "Hey, goblin," he shouted. The attendant's eyes shot open. "Yes," Siun asked. "Do you hear me? What's wrong with your eyes?" The creature just turned away and started singing. Shun sat on its chest. "Where did you hide the souls? Answer me." The duty officer grinned. "I forgot." Siun asked a simple question. "Do you want to live?" The officer repeated. "I forgot." Siun's fist tightened. "Let him answer, you idiot!" "Finally," the officer screamed. "I really don't remember." Zone D, it shrieked. "They are in Zone D. I don't remember anything else." From behind some barrels, the other goblins watched in terror. "Honestly," the duty officer cried, "Siun considered it. He's not lying. With its horn broken, the officer struggled to its feet. It seems all the merchants gather there." It stammered. "Well then," Siun said, "give me those keys." The duty officer stared back at him. "What? I can wander around Zone F as much as I want," Siun stated flatly. "And besides, I no longer need to complete your quest to move on." He gave the beaten guard a puzzled look as it hummed a strange tune. The attendant handed him a package, and Siun happily took it. "He gave it to me." "Impossible," the duty officer shouted. Siun slapped it across the face. A system window appeared. "You have successfully subdued a goblin station worker." It continued. "You have robbed a station employee. You have received a hidden item, an unknown package." Siun walked away, saying, "It was its own fault." The system updated again. "The hidden item is the master key to Area F." Siun turned to his teammates. "It's time to move out. We have very little time." Desu frowned. "Isn't that goblin a player?" Jen wondered aloud. "Right. Maybe it also became a victim." Siun looked back at the officer. "Everything is not the same as with the kobold." He explained. "A person does not become a goblin, even if their soul is stolen." He raised a finger. "To do that, you either have to kill your own relatives," he said, showing 2 fingers, "or you need to eat another person." Gazing at him with fear, Kun turned and declared, "Then let them forget what pity is. When it comes to goblins, there is no mercy." He marched towards the door at the Chaiki, end of the carriage. Flinging it open, Kun announced with glee, "Behold the passage!" A voice echoed, "A passage!" The system window flashed, confirming he had received an achievement flared into existence. He had earned the title Speed Dungeon Climber. The system confirmed his new power. All experience points gained in the dungeon were now boosted by a full 2% as the squad advanced. Kun warned. "They're coming." Desu drew near, his voice laced with doubt. "Are you sure this is even possible? I heard you can't complete a theme dungeon until you finish the quest." Kun shot back. "Yes, but that's not the whole story." Desu watched him, intrigued, as Kun explained. "The players themselves decide how they conquer a dungeon. You can either play by the conventional rules, or you can use non-standard methods." Desu pressed him. "How so?" Kun replied. "Exploiting mistakes, or making dishonest moves. Sometimes you even get hints from the system itself. It's a common occurrence, actually." He slid the lock into the keyhole with a knowing look. "By the way, aren't we teamed up with a person who specializes in legitimate dishonest moves?" He thrust the key forward and declared, "Pass." A system window appeared. They were now in the F5 safe zone, a rest area, shaded by trees. The party looked ahead, spotting people sitting on benches and eating quietly.
Dopal took a bite of food, his gaze lost in thought.
Kun scanned their surroundings, noticing act merchandise boxes. Then he looked again and saw people with shackles locked around their necks. His eyes snapped, back to Dopal, who sat at the very center of it all. He realized in an instant these were the infamous evil merchants. Dopal tapped the table. Do you have a ticket? A system window confirmed their identity. Player Sakpal is a merchant robber. A grin spread across Kun's face. A ticket. He walked forward with a dramatic sigh and repeated, a ticket. Kun's expression hardened. Of course not. Dopal's face flushed with rage. What? Kun leaned in close and sneered. Hey, idiot. Then he added casually. Besides, isn't it too hot today? Hot? He said it with a confident, impossibly smug face. The moneylender could only stare in utter confusion. What? The rest of the squad was just as shocked. They thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? The lender's face soured as he put a hand on his shoulder. Do you have any idea what to do? You will follow me, Desu signaled Hannah. Get ready. She raised her revolver, her brow furrowed. I'm ready. The moneylender approached the main table. Smiling insidiously, he said, You must be very tired from your journey. Please pass through, and feel free to eat. Several plates of food were laid out. Everything looked delicious, as if freshly prepared, and the booze was tempting. But Desu and Hannah watched him with suspicion. Their eyes narrowed. They holstered their weapons, wondering what his game was. Soon, they were all at the same table. On one side, the moneylender. On the other, Seojin's squad. Everyone except him was tense with surprise. The lender introduced himself. You can call me Mr. Song. I'm the boss in this carriage. Another, with glasses. They added that his name was Kansas. Seojin just laughed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Desu glared at him from under his brows. What are you doing, Seojun? Int replied. There was an unusual item in that goblin's package. Really? Desu asked. What was it? He had found a note inside a small green bag. The password was right there on a piece of paper. At the resting place with trees. The password is, isn't it too hot today? Seojin thought to himself. Honestly, chasing souls isn't the whole story. While he was lost in thought, the merchants, with eyes full of adoration, asked Hannah for her autograph. Seojun remained focused. His main goal was to find a way to return the souls to the children. To do that, they needed information about the contract. Concluded with the children by these very merchants, Seojin watched the moneylenders whispering insidiously among themselves. He drank with a frown, realizing his moment had come. But they moved first. He had been planning to act, but suddenly blue goblins began to phase right out of the walls. Desu and Jaeyoung were stunned. Goblins dropped from the ceiling, crashing onto the table and shattering plates. The moneylenders glared at them with pure rage, Seojin thought. How did this happen? Where did they come from? Song laughed, a cruel and derogatory look on his face. I don't know how you knew the password, but that one was for last month. You fool, he screamed. Instantly, Seojin's fighting gloves materialized. Prudent bastards, he muttered. Song roared out an order. Kill them! Hannah immediately opened fire on the goblins. Desu's spear became a silver blur, piercing through his enemies as he shielded Jaeyoung. Seojin leaped into the fray. He attacked the goblins, tearing them apart with his sharp-clawed gloves. Seeing his minions fall so easily, Song's rage turned to horror. Who are they? Quickly, run to Area F6. But as the frightened merchants turned to flee, they saw their path was blocked by Desu. Where are you all in such a hurry to go? To save time, he said calmly. I won't be reading you your rights. One of the lenders stammered. What are you saying? Are you crazy? They drew their swords and bombs. They screamed, Desu can't handle all of us alone. In the next instant, the blonde-haired merchant was struck in the back by Desu's spear. He had moved like lightning, and was already behind them. They screamed from the force of his blows. Desu told them, Don't worry, one spear is more than enough. After a short time, the moneylenders sat weakened and beaten. Seojun said, I wanted to resolve this peacefully, so you'll have to forgive me. He put his hands on his hips and told Mr. Song to tell him everything he knew. The man frowned, his hostility radiating off him. You're real bandits, he spat. How dare you? Challenge, Jack? Sejun's expression shifted to one of pure shock. What? Song pointed a finger at him and laughed wickedly. It seems that now you finally understand what you've done, you fool. You just rebelled against Jack. This was a player ranked 9th in the world. At first, Seojun stood there in stunned silence. But then, he smiled and began to laugh loudly, like a madman. Song was almost afraid of his creepy laughter, and the squad members were just as confused. Seojin stopped laughing and asked, Jack, you mean that swindler is on the train right now? His eyes blazed with a cold fury. Jack is ranked 9th among the dungeon merchants. He appears as a very young man with red hair, as if he uses some program to analyze players and their abilities. He climbed to the top of the world without ever taking part in combat. He was surrounded by mountains of money, but every coin seemed to be covered in blood. He is usually characterized by one of two options. Jack is terrible, never borrow money from him, or Jack is reliable.
This man makes fair deals and follows the terms. Only from him could one find the best quality goods. It's like he exists on the scales, with money on either side, but most importantly,
he's known to follow clients anywhere to sell his wares, then vanish as if he were never there. It's how Jack earned his nickname. Mirage. His items were outrageously expensive, but the delivery was always on him. Sejun thought of the man with pure hostility. Anyway, he growled, what S wants to say is that Jack is on this train right now. He seized the man by his collar, roaring. That scoundrel scammed me out of my gear through trade fraud, and that loot was priceless. Suddenly, the merchant's face drained of all color. His mouth fell open as foam began to bubble from his lips. Sejun released him. Demanding to know what was happening, Sejun watched as a transparent purple aura enveloped the body. He thought, so that's it? He stared in awe as a vibrant purple essence seeped out of Song's corpse. Then,
a scream from behind snapped him around. Jang and the others were staring at the floor in shock. Stuttering, he cried, traitors! They're dead souls!
Ethereal forms began to rise from every merchant's body. Sejun recalled the exact same phenomenon happening with the kobold. Thoughtfully, Hannah asked, this must all be because of Jack, right? Sejun agreed. If that's the case, he's a true scoundrel. If this is how he acts in a game, what is he like in real life, Jian asked. Is Jack really that vile? A fire of pure rage ignited in Hannah's eyes. He's a pathetic bastard, she spat. Who deceives people with a smile on his face? That monster had cheated her out of the gear she'd been saving up for. If not for Sejun's quest, she would have hunted him down herself. Sejun asked Hannah. He tricked you, too, she nodded. Yes, it seems he got us both. Sejun rubbed his chin. It can't be. Did he manage to scam every single ranker? Still, without solid proof against him, nothing could be truly confirmed. Hannah declared that the moment they met, she would beat him to a pulp. You don't mind, do you? Sejun picked up the key. Of course not, he said. But we need to free these people first. He began removing the shackles from the children and the other captives. Da was also freeing people from the collars around their necks. Jun gave a nod. Good work, he said. I'm
almost finished over here. Then he paused. Wait, why isn't this one connected? He approached a young man and stopped short. This is an angel's earring, a unique item.
Level 300. The earring was crafted in an elegant style, with floral patterns and a brilliant white stone. He stared in disbelief, thinking, this earring has only one owner, and that's me. Suddenly, the young man laughed nervously. I'll give it to you, he squeaked, raising his hands in a defensive gesture. Sejun's mind reeled with shock. Jack! The boy sat there, giggling nervously as the entire group stared him down. He crossed his arms and shouted,
Stop it, I'm not Jack, Sejun asked incredulously. Then where did you get that earring? Jack clenched his fists and declared with false confidence.
I bought it, Sejun pressed. But that's an angel's earring, Jack shot back. That's right, it's as beautiful as an angel himself. In that instant, the crack of a gunshot echoed through the car. Jack dodged just as a bullet slammed into the wall behind him. He looked up in terror and screamed. You're evil, Hannah growled. Should I add 9 grams of lead to your brain? She pressed the
barrel of her revolver to Jack's forehead. He began to stutter, completely terrified. Speak, Hannah commanded. Did you orchestrate all of this? Tiyun watched in stunned silence.
Jack dropped to his knees, his hands outstretched. He tried to apologize, but his words were a jumbled, stuttering mess. The team waited, and Hannah's gun never wavered. Finally, he cried out, Forgive me. It's true, I am Jack, he confessed. I admit I outsmarted almost all the rankers. But then I wanted to collect even more rewards. Now I'm ashamed. Incredibly ashamed. He remained on his knees, repenting with a pitiful and guilty expression. Gengu. Ranker. Number 9. Jack, he repeated. I am so very sorry. Hannah and Chun stared at him, their displeasure mixed with utter shock. Chun couldn't process what was happening.
Stop, he commanded. We're not talking about what happened in the game. We're talking about what just happened on this train. Jack offered a fearful smile and begged.
Forgive me, Mr. K. He whimpered. No one could have known the game would become reality. Sejun's eyes narrowed. How did you know about that? Sang-gu asked excitedly. What is he talking about? Jun took a step forward, his menacing aura chilling the air. How? He asked in a low voice. Did you know that I am K? Sang-gu threw his hands up to defend himself,
Consumed by fear, and started stuttering once more. After a moment, Chun pieced it together. So that's how it is. I came here chasing an imposter.
But then I ran into you all by chance. Sang-gu looked at him fearfully. Yes. But not exactly, he confessed. I was following you. Using a GPS, Sejun demanded. I'm the navigator, Senu nodded.
Yes, the sensor can track one specific player. I traded a few other items for it.
Chun listened, his expression a mask of displeasure and confusion. Senu spoke with wild enthusiasm. Mr. K, do you realize how much I've earned just by being near you? Can you even imagine you're my lucky mascot? The detective interjected. Jack is a 14-year-old boy? The loser stared in surprise, muttering. I'm in shock, too. Meanwhile, Sansu was laughing. Chun asked, And what are you laughing about?
Sansu blushed and broke into a wide grin. He pointed to himself with both fingers. Oh, again. Clark. Oh, Hannah. There's something I have to tell you, he said.
I'm ashamed, but I have to say it. I'm a huge fan of yours. Hannah's eyes widened. You know that Clark is my handle? Jack nodded eagerly. Of course I went to all your fan meetings. Hannah's expression shifted. Now I'm starting to remember. She never would have guessed that he was that charming boy from the events. Back then, Hannah, dressed in cute outfits,
had always chatted happily with a starstruck Sang-gu. She thought back, realizing how impossibly different he seemed now.
Sang-gu continued, smiling from ear to ear. At first, I thought Clark was some old guy with a beer belly. Hannah's face turned red with anger. Shut up, you rude little punk, she yelled, starting to pull his cheeks. Through his stretched-out face, Sojun asked, By the way, who is this imposter you mentioned? Sanga's words came out garbled. He's the one trying to marry me and ruin my good name. I only found out about it myself during the 3 months your GPS was offline. I was wandering the city aimlessly. Then, a couple of rogue merchants approached him, the same two from the train. Senu listened to their proposal with attention and doubt. Standing on the road, he was shocked by what they were telling him. They revealed a startling truth. There is a second Jack. The terms of their agreement seemed incredibly suspicious, but he accepted the deal anyway. The merchants handed him a document, explaining that with the help of an angel, signing the contract could be a death sentence. But Sang-gu realized this was also a golden opportunity. He followed them, determined to find the fake Jack. The traders walked ahead, flashing sickeningly sweet smiles. They were trying to lure him in, to make him lower his guard. Sang-gu merely thought, Let's see what you're plotting. They were there to infiltrate an auction house, a sinister operation run by the imposter. The team listened, stunned, as Seojin demanded to know what kind of auction this was. Sansu explained it was disguised as a storage facility, home to the infamous black market that recently appeared in the D5 area. He warned that countless rare items would be sold. But Seojin's eyes widened in horror. These weren't items. They were selling people. He stared at the children,
gasping for air as the pressure from their shackles finally eased. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of life. Sansu confirmed Seojin's worst fears, but wondered why these traders
hadn't sent a message when their allies fell. Seojin tensed. They were red players. Shouldn't they drop items and grant experience upon death, just like monsters? Sansu revealed a chilling truth. Yes, but they were still alive. Their bodies were abandoned husks, their souls ripped away to another place. In other words, these people on the train are nothing more than vessels, meant to carry souls and provide extra life force. The mastermind behind it all is known only as the Goblin Master, the fake Jack. He was older, his methods and appearance a twisted mockery of the real one. Hannah questioned the title. Owner of the Goblin Sansu explained their rigid hierarchy. Every goblin obeys the one above them, from the weakest hordes to the single, strongest ruler who commands them all. A terrifying giant goblin king, and somehow the fake Jack had managed to subjugate even that king. A cold fury settled in Seojun. This monster was the source of all this horror. They had to find him. The detective agreed, urgency in his voice. They needed to move. Now. Hannah confirmed their location, realizing they should be in the E area soon. Suddenly, Sansu lit up. He had an idea. Hannah and Desu stared at him, bewildered. A smug grin spread across his face. He knew a shortcut and would explain on the way. In the next instant, the sky vanished. A deafening roar of wind assaulted them. The team found themselves on the roof of the train. Hurtling forward, at an impossible speed, Sojun glared at him. "This is your shortcut," Sansu just grinned. "But it's fast." The wind was so strong they could barely speak. Seojin demanded to know the plan. Sansu shouted that he knew which car was heading to the black market. They just had to cross the rooftops to get there. Once inside, he could gather more information. "Good," Sojun agreed, shielding his face from the wind as he checked his status. What was that?
A system window appeared. He was in a hidden area. On the roof of the train. A hidden quest. The Night of the Four Gods was beginning. And then, before
them, the sky fractured. A dark blue portal swirled into existence, dotted with shimmering white light. Seojun shot Sansu a furious look. He'd promised a safe road. Sansu just shrugged sheepishly. "Ah, well, I was wrong. It happens." From the portal, a voice shrieked, "They're coming!" Monstrous forms began to pour out. They were armed with magical staves and enormous daggers. Specters. Level 72 horrors. One of them swooped low, circling the group like a vulture. Another flew past, its massive blade and staff leaving a brilliant, deadly trail in the air. The team scattered. The specters swarmed around them, watching, waiting. Seojun immediately raised his hand, power gathering at his fingertips. "Damned clever creatures," he muttered. A system window confirmed his equipment. Kakashi's spiked. Gloves! One of the monsters lunged, swinging its staff. Seojun leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. The specter's staff pulsed with wide, violet magic. Sansu screamed a warning. "Seojun, they're ghosts. Physical attacks won't work on them." Seojun clenched his fist with grim resolve. "We'll see about that." A system window flared to life. The skill FCOM had been activated. He launched himself toward the monster, which reeled back in surprise. "Just as I thought," Seojun growled, pulling his fist back. The system announced he could now focus all his mana into a single point of impact. His fist flew forward with devastating force. The impact against the specter was like a thunderclap, shattering parts of its ethereal body. A new message appeared. The FCOM skill level had increased. The monster's glowing eyes dimmed and flickered out. The system confirmed it. He had overcome the specter. Black remnants of the creature evaporated around him. Seojun exhaled slowly, lowering his hands. "That worked," he said. "Now to get rid of the rest." But then, he heard Sansu's voice. "Wait." Seojun looked around, confused. Where was Jack? Then, translucent blue pixels shimmered in the air beside him. Sansu's faint, ghostly form leaned in close, covering his own mouth. "I'm right behind you," he whispered. Seojun yelled, startled, as Sansu solidified into his normal form. He just laughed. "I hope you didn't forget," he said. "I can make almost anything invisible." It's why they called him Mirage. Seojun just stared, speechless. Sansu waved it off. "It doesn't matter. We need a real plan for these ghosts." Sojun scoffed. "Are you afraid we'll lose? Don't worry, I'll handle this." But more specters were already descending from the sky. "No," Sansu warned. "There's another problem. If you destroy all of them, their mother will appear. A level D rank terror. The Banshee." "Really?" Seojun asked. Then a sudden realization hit him. He looked at Sansu with new understanding before sprinting forward. "The shortcut. It was right here all along." Sansu watched, bewildered, as Seojun declared they had a new plan. Specters swooped down, weapons glowing ominously. The sky above Hannah darkened. She dropped to one knee, steadying her aim, and fired at a monster. "I really don't like any of this," she muttered as the creature ignored her attack. She fired again. Suddenly, Seojun landed beside her with a thud, his teeth clenched. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent the monster reeling. Hannah cried out in surprise as Seojun yelled, "Run! There's no point in fighting. Them here." He took off, drawing 2 specters after him. Hannah followed close behind, shouting, "Did they catch my bullets?" Desu screamed back. "What?" "We're not fighting them," Jang asked in a panic. What was happening? Sojun explained that defeating all the specters would summon the tower boss, a fight they weren't ready for. "However," he added with a cunning glint in his eye, "she could be a great help to us. We just need to use her." Desu and Jang stared at him in shock. Use her? A moment later, at least 4 specters were swarming the rooftop. Clots of dark magic pulsed around them, their massive blades humming with power. Fireballs erupted. One of the creatures swung a sharp staff, aiming for Jian. He screamed as the blow connected, leaving a stinging wound. A system window flashed. Protection. Reduced Jian scrambled away from the angry monsters, shrieking for help. Desu chased after him, shouting, "There are more of them coming!"
We have to run faster, Siun asked. Can you lure the specters? Jian, sparkling with false courage, declared. Of course you can trust me. But
now he was running for his life, screaming, "This is a nightmare! You didn't tell me there would be this many!" His panicked shrieks echoed endlessly, and then he yelled, "It's all Mr. K's fault." Meanwhile, in a room of rich interiors, the fake Jack watched on. "Oh, what a pity," he mused. "This player B25's is definitely worth a look. Incredible speed. How did he get around them all?" He grinned, revealing a row of teeth like a rabbit's. "Well now."
Not bad. Jack watched 2 other players locked in a brutal battle. One held the other by the throat, ready to pierce him with a spear. Yes! Jack roared, savoring the final moment. But just then, a bright white glow appeared in the doorway. Jack, lost in his bloodlust, didn't even notice.
He just kept screaming, "That's it, yes!" With a roar of wind and dust, a new challenger appeared. Jack shouted, "Player B25 has won," but a huge goblin now stood right in front of him. Its entire body was wrapped in heavy chains, shackles digging into its throat. It stared menacingly at Jack, its eyes burning like red-hot coals. And yet, Jack just sat relaxed in his chair. "What do you want?" he asked, looking down on the goblin with utter disdain. He frowned. It was clearly unpleasant for him to share a room with this monster. "The fight is over," fake Jack sneered. "Are you here to die?" The goblin looked incredibly menacing, but it only spoke a simple phrase. "Check the report." In an instant, a glass of wine, thrown by Jack, flew at the goblin's head. The glass shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. The massive creature staggered back. "You came in here and ruined my mood," Jack spat. "Even this expensive wine has lost its taste." Blood trickled down the goblin's face, yet its eyes were like mirrors, reflecting Jack's own image. "Why are you looking at me so intently?" Jack demanded. The goblin's gaze was fixed on his hat, a special item that allows its wearer to subdue and control all goblins. Under the power of the goblin's cap, the creature was completely subordinate. It fell to its knees. "Forgive me," it begged, calling Jack. "My master," Jack exhaled, displeased. "Useless scarecrow, what did you want to show me?" The goblin, still restrained by its massive chains, handed him a green bag. "I was informed that one of our station workers was attacked." Fake Jack scoffed. "What are you talking about, that crazy guy?" Now, Jack sat at a table cluttered with notebooks, the goblin standing obediently beside him. "Yes, you need to look at the screen." A translucent system screen materialized before Jack. On it, he saw Siun, standing with one foot planted on a defeated goblin, the very one assigned to check tickets. "Is this a joke?" Jack asked. He knew that goblin was strong. Were there really players on this train capable of defeating such a powerful monster? He then saw Desu, Hannah, and Siun walking forward. Who in the world are they? Then, he took a closer look at Hannah. His eyes went wide, his mouth agape. "Choi Hannah!" he shouted in disbelief. Could it be? The Choi Hannah. He stared at her image, a slow, deep laugh bubbling up from his chest. Drool began to flow from his twisted smile. "Well then," he rasped. "This changes everything." He wiped his mouth and ordered the goblin, "Catch them! And most importantly, bring the girl to me." His eyes stayed glued to the screen, filled with a disgusting hunger. "Kill the others." At this time, in carriage D6, Hannah asked Siun, "Are you sure Desu and Jang can handle it?" Siun replied, "Yes, among them, Jang has the strongest armor, and Desu is from the violent cases division. His physical conditioning is excellent." Sangu then announced, "We're here." The system window chimed. It reported Area D5, a place where you can make all your dirty desires come true. They stood before a massive, imposing door. A bright white light pulsed from behind it. Sang explained, "The black market is through this passage. But remember, everyone there wears masks to hide their identity." He pulled out a single, beast-like mask from his bag. Sejun and Hannah looked at him in surprise. Sang stated the obvious. "There is only one mask, but there are 3 of us," Hannah asked. "What do we do now?" We can't go in alone. Sangu just grinned. I have an idea. And what would that be? Hannah asked. Sangu turned to Sejun. Mr. K, take my cloak. A system window notified him. Item received Cloak of the Recluse. Ability invisibility? Put it on, Sangu instructed. With the cloak, you can slip into the market and find information about the deal. Sejun looked in surprise at the cloak, its edges dissolving into pixels. But this isn't enough, he said. Sangu simply raised a finger with a smile. Because there's another way. He laughed. And with that, we're in Zone D5, the black market casino. The interior was a different world, with goblins working as dealers. The other players, all hidden behind animal masks, drank and gambled eagerly. Watching over it all was Sejun. He moved through the crowd, completely invisible, listening to their conversations. As he passed, people shivered, wondering where the icy wind came from. He exhaled softly. So, he had entered the casino through a portal. The sheer scale of this dungeon was astounding. He looked from a balcony at the huge room. It filled with an incredible array of slot machines. Where should I even start? He thought. Just then, Seojun noticed one of the red goblins. It was turning around strangely, walking away with a suspicious air. He's up to something, Sejun thought, immediately following the goblin out a side door. At that very moment, on the roof of the train, the specters continued their relentless chase. Tua and Jang screamed in pure terror as Desu caught up with them. You're a good runner, he shouted. The other replied, out of breath. Of course I can't fail the task for Mr. K, even terrified. He continued to run with all his might. I wonder how the others are holding up. He just hoped they were safe. They pressed on, a swarm of monsters hot on their heels, never falling behind. Meanwhile, in area D5's black market, Hannah and Sangu found themselves inside a luxurious chamber, decorated in a classic, opulent style. They stood in the center of the room, where for some reason, there were no other players. Sangju was concealed by a large blue squirrel mask, while Hannah wore a simple red cape and hood. She broke the silence. Do you really think this will work? She whispered. Disbelief was written all over her face, but Sangu's reply was firm. Of course, it will. And what if it doesn't? What's our plan then? Before he could answer, Hannah gasped. Hey! A massive red goblin had materialized right in front of them. It exhaled a cloud of hot air and growled. I can smell the stench of traitors on you. It crossed its arms, glaring at them menacingly. Hannah and Sang panicked. A goblin, the creature continued, its voice dripping with annoyance. What goods have you come to sell? Slowly? Hannah began to remove her hood, in a sultry, drawn-out voice. She murmured, Well now? She let the hood fall away, and a charming, smiling Hannah appeared before the goblin. Its eyes widened in immediate recognition. A wide, grotesque smile spread across the goblin's face. So, this is her? The very same Hannah that Mr. Jack asked me to bring. It cleared its throat. Perhaps we should move to a more private place. It gestured with its hand and turned to lead them. Jack mentioned you were very cooperative. Hannah shot at a questioning, displeased look. The goblin just grinned, refusing to answer. As they followed, unseen eyes watched their backs. A mysterious figure in a panda mask observed their every move. At that same moment, in a room like a prison basement, strange sounds echoed. A green goblin shrieked in fury, trying to tear its cell bars apart. Horror and despair were etched onto its face. Well, well, a voice said calmly. Seojun dropped his cloak, appearing right before the goblin, who froze, instantly silenced. It stared at him, utterly shocked. Seojun frowned, folding his arms across his chest. I've never seen orcs being traded before, he mused. He quickly donned the clothes Sangu had given him, overhearing other goblins. Faster, we need to move. He immediately pulled his cloak back on, his body vanishing in a shroud of magic. He stood near the bars, watching as the goblins led a group of players. More contract victims have shown up, he thought. So this is their main lair. The lead goblin, carrying a massive stone club, yawned loudly. Then, Seojin's eyes widened. He looked closer at the man being dragged along, whose gaze was completely empty, filled with absolute horror. A jolt of recognition shot through Seojin. That's Gong Jiawen. He remembered the young man who had introduced himself not long ago. Yes, it's definitely him, the very same guy they met while hunting skeletons. Fortunately, he's still conscious. But he looks terrible. Jiawen's face was covered in bruises. His breathing was heavy and labored. Seojin watched as the goblin dragged Jiawen forward. He knew the time to save everyone, including him, was running out. I have to tell Sangu, but a little later. Right now, I still have work to do. Just hold on, Jiawen. I'll get you out soon. Seojun turned and melted back into the shadows. He stopped after a short distance. If I can just find a goblin who knows the secrets of this place, things will be much easier. He scanned the prison layout as he moved. Then he saw him. One of the goblins, carrying a huge wooden axe, with a sharp golden tip. It was one of the elite red goblins. "Found you," Seojun whispered. He slipped on his glove, clenching it into a fist. Then he dropped his cloak and launched himself upwards. Attacking from behind, the goblin sensed it. It spun around, growling. What was that sound? But in that instant, Seojun twisted midair, appearing right before the goblin's face and landing a powerful strike. Smoke hissed from his gauntlet at the point of impact. Seojun landed silently, his eyes cold and grim. At that same time, Sang, still hidden by the squirrel mask, walked onward with Hannah close behind him. "Where exactly is this goblin taking us?" she asked. Another guard trailed them from behind. "Most likely to the auction house," Sangu replied. They finally stopped before a large, black door, etched with a golden pattern. As the great doors began to open, a brilliant white light spilled out from the room. "We've arrived," the goblin announced. Sangu offered a polite thank you. The doors groaned open, and Hannah and Sangu stood, waiting. However, before them was not an auction house, but the grinning face of fake Jack. The goblin stood behind him, at attention, while Jack himself sat casually in a chair, one leg crossed over the other. He was clearly enjoying this moment. Hannah's eyes immediately locked onto the goblin next to him. Is that a rank 3 goblin, she wondered? A flicker of excitement crossed her face. Wait, Sangu thought, I should hold on. Suddenly, fake Jack burst out laughing. He threw his head back, and like a madman, he cackled. So this is the famous idol, Choi Hannah. In that instant, Sangu knew. This is the scoundrel who's been impersonating me. Then he saw the hat. Wait, that's a goblin's hat. Now he understood why the goblins were following his orders so easily. Sangu stared at him, his mind racing. He clenched his fists in silent fury. However, from what I know, that hat isn't supposed to be used like that. Fake Jack casually adjusted his cap. I told you to bring just the girl, he sneered. So what's with this weird-looking hamster? What? Sangu blurted out. Fake Jack's voice dripped with irritation. Was that too difficult for you to understand? Hey, Leakin, he barked. The goblin immediately snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Fake Jack was about to order Sangu's death, but he was suddenly interrupted. Wait, Sangu called out. Mr. Chief Dungeon Trader, we need to talk. He held out a hand, gesturing for them to stop. Fake Jack raised an eyebrow, then lifted his hand, halting Leakin in his tracks. The goblin didn't dare move an inch. So, Fake Jack drawled, it seems you know who stands before you. Of course I do, Sangu replied smoothly. Any merchant worth his salt knows your name. Fake Jack roared with laughter, throwing his head back, a bottle of liquor in his hand. I like your style, he said. Well then. His face twisted into a scowl. You didn't come all this way just for a chat. I appreciate this kind of drink, he snarled. Care to have one with me? He asked, thrusting the bottle forward. Sangu replied without missing a beat. Of course. Who am I to refuse? A short time later, the three of them were seated at a round table, drinking. A few snacks were laid out between them. Relax, Fake Jack said with a grin. There's no poison in your glass. So, why were you looking for me? Sangu stated his purpose clearly. I wish to discuss an exclusive trade agreement. My client wants to acquire high-quality goods without the hassle of the auction house. Fake Jack sneered. That's going to cost a fortune. Do you even understand the kind of money you're talking about? Sangu simply brought up a system window in front of him, which displayed an absolutely staggering amount of money. Is this enough? Hannah asked, her voice tight with tension. 10 million gold coins, she thought. How did he gather so much? Then again, this was Jack, the 9th-ranked merchant in the dungeon. The Fake Jack scoffed, uninterested in Sanu's 10 million gold coins. He declared it simply wasn't enough. What then? Sanu pressed. The imposter leaned back. He understood the offer, but he desired a far more reliable client. Sangu folded his hands, his expression unreadable. Unfortunately, he said, we cannot reveal our client's identity. He leaned in closer. All you need to know is that he is a very famous person within the Ark. A low groan of satisfaction escaped the Fake Jack. The Ark, you say? He set his glass down with a decisive click. Then it must be him. Senu couldn't believe it. Did a famous name truly hold that much power? The Fake Jack gestured to his goblin, ordering it to bring the prepared documents. The papers are already prepared, Senu questioned. The man smirked. I knew you would seek me out. So, he was waiting for us, Senu realized. Fine, he declared. We'll sign the agreement. Senu put his name to the paper. Excellent, the fake Jack announced. The deal is sealed. But then, his hand began to pulse with a dark energy, twisting and changing. A shadowy mark of chains burned itself onto his wrist as he screamed in agony.
What is this? The spectral chains on his wrist materialized into solid steel. The fake Jack's smile turned sinister. Don't take it personally, he sneered. We needed
some form of guarantee that we wouldn't be betrayed. A system window flashed before Senu's eyes. Dual contract activated. Senu's body now belongs to another. His inventory now belongs to another. Panic surged through Sengu. This can't be real, he thought desperately. The system window was merciless. Player Jack now holds all rights to your body and possessions. The fake Jack let out a chilling laugh. I do hope, he hissed, that you find this arrangement pleasing. Wait a minute, Senu thought. So that's his real name? Senu's voice cut through the air. Jack, you've made a grave miscalculation. He calmly placed his folded arms on the table. Did you honestly believe, he asked, that you were the only one who came prepared? What? Jack stammered, his arrogance faltering. At that exact moment, a massive explosion tore through the wall behind him. Splinters of wood filled the room. What's happening? He shrieked. Senu smirked. This, he said coolly, is our guarantee. Suddenly, a flood of specters poured into the room. The ghostly warriors swarmed through the gaping hole in the wall, their numbers seeming endless. These were the very spirits that had been hunting Desu and Jion. They surrounded the now terrified Jack, leveling massive staves and razor-sharp daggers at him. He stared in horror at the blade pressed against his throat. For the first time, true fear showed on his face. Jack bit his lip and screamed a single name, Leakin. The goblin's eyes flashed wide, glowing with power. It launched itself at the flying monstrosities.
With a single devastating blow, the first specter was obliterated. The system window confirmed it. Spectre has been defeated. Fake Jack roared with laughter.
Did you really think you could defeat a Lycan with these pathetic ghosts? You absolute fools, he bellowed, ordering the goblin. Leakin, kill them all.
Leakin swung its powerful fists relentlessly, shattering a specter with every impact. Despite their numbers, Leakin's strength was overwhelming. Even in chains, it fought with brutal efficiency. It hurled the ghosts across the room, slamming them into walls until the very structure crumbled. It seized one of their weapons and unleashed a sweeping strike,
annihilating monsters in a single arc. The skeletons shattered into dust and vanished. Goblins, charge, the fake Jack commanded. A horde of blue goblins roared, brandishing their weapons for battle. They swarmed towards Hana and Sangu, only to be met by the sudden appearance of Desu and Zheng. They thrust their own weapons forward,
blocking the goblin attack in a shower of brilliant sparks. Zheng, detective! Hana cried out in a flash. Desu turned. Were we late?
Hana beamed with relief. You're right on time. Jack's face twisted into a mask of pure fury. He pointed a trembling finger at Sangu. You should never have crossed me.
Now, prepare yourself. A system window appeared. Dual contract power is being activated. Senu's entire body began to shake violently.
The chains on his wrist pulsed with an intense blue light. You will pay for this, Jack screamed, channeling his power. Hana cried out. Sangu, are you okay? Sang just muttered something under his breath. Then, with unnerving calm, he said, Yes. Jack's jaw dropped in disbelief. The chains on Senu's wrist suddenly shattered and vanished into thin air. What? How? Jack screamed in pure terror, dropping the contract as it burst into flames. He frantically rubbed his hand, his composure gone.
How did you break the contract? Jack shrieked. Senu feigned a shrug. I have no idea. The contract just evaporated? Perhaps you imagined it?
Jack lunged forward, his face inches from Sangu's. Do you take me for a fool? Oh, you need to be quiet now. Sangu sighed. Besides, you're not the real Jack, are you? You're just fake. Senu stood amidst the defeated specters. What? Jack snarled. Senu's voice dropped. If I were you, I'd be worried about something else. A deafening roar echoed from behind Jack. The wall exploded in a cloud of dust and debris. Jack froze, paralyzed by shock and absolute horror. Senu's voice was calm. It seems my ward has finished its task. A system window confirmed his words. All specters have been destroyed. Jack looked with dread at Leakin. The goblin stood panting, before him, holding a massive stone club. He has destroyed all the ghosts, Senu stated. Leakin gritted its teeth. Then Senu added, And now, she has come. A new system alert appeared. A harbinger of death approaches. A towering, menacing figure in white robes loomed over them all. "Jack," Sangu said, "allow me to introduce you to their mother." Her shadow fell
Over Jack as he stood trembling in the rubble. He slowly turned his head. The system window delivered the final, terrifying truth. Banshee, mother of the Reapers, Class D boss.
Not a single wrinkle marked her face, yet her gaze was terrifyingly cold and ancient. Meanwhile, in the prison dungeon, a red goblin collapsed to the ground from Sejun's blow. It growled helplessly, blood dripping from its nose. "Get up," Sejun commanded. "It's time you answered some questions." Sejun loomed. Over the goblin? "You're going to talk," he threatened, "or you'll be left without any horns at all. Now, where are the double contracts kept?" The goblin whimpered. "With the boss. The master of goblins." "That goblin?" Sejun asked. "No," the creature replied. "Mr. Jack has them." Sejun sat down heavily.
On the monster's chest.
"And why do you obey him?" The monster grunted. "He wears the goblin's hat." Sejun put a hand to his chin, thinking. Is that so? He remembered. He must have gotten that hat as a reward during the first Dreamside. Sejun leaned in. "One last question. Where is Jack now?" The goblin frowned, its voice full of resentment. "He's in Area D10. It then added a crucial piece of information. "He's actually a human. Some bandits tricked him." The goblin flinched, bound by the cursed hat to obey his master's every command. Seojun acknowledged the creature's fear, then struck it down with another brutal blow. As the goblin shrieked its last, a system window flashed. A rank 2 goblin guard defeated. Seojun donned his cloak and turned to leave, letting out a heavy breath.
"We need to hurry," he declared, pushing off the floor with explosive force. He tore forward like a blur, leaving only wind in his wake. Meanwhile, the entire team was frozen.
Their gazes were locked on the woman and the system window shimmering above her. Des and Zhang tensed, sensing a terrible power. The banshee's eyes fluttered shut, as black tears began to trace paths of sorrow down her face.
When she opened them again, they blazed with an unnatural light as the dark tears flowed like rivers.
The banshee ascended toward the heavens, rising through a gaping hole in the roof. Spreading her arms wide, she began to summon ferocious currents of wind. The system window announced her presence. The D-rank banshee,
a ghost clawing its way up from hell, her special skill. Howling, Gang frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" he asked. "Why do I hear so many different voices?"
Des stood nearby, just as stunned. "Wait," he whispered. "These are the screams of the dead. She isn't just a ghost. She is the personification of all lingering spirits." The banshee gazed down at them with cold contempt. Her eyes turned into pits of darkness as black magic erupted around her, enveloping her body in a sinister aura. Pained moans filled the air.
Stuttering cries for help. Pleas for mercy. Jack's eyes lit up. "A ghost," he exclaimed. "She would be a powerful ally to have."
The banshee, now shrouded in her own dark magic, descended before Line. Dark energy began to spread from her feet like a creeping shadow. In her hand, she held a long staff tipped with a massive blade of pure magic. Jack let out a wicked laugh, his eyes glinting with insidious ambition. "If I could only subdue a spirit like that," he mused, "it would be truly impressive."
"You all made a huge mistake coming here to attack me," he sneered. "Go, lean!" The goblin let out a guttural growl and roared. "Yes, master!" He launched himself forward, leaping into action.
He closed the distance to the banshee in an instant. She stood perfectly still, waiting. Lean gripped his massive club tighter, flying towards her and swinging with enough power to shatter the very earth. But the banshee simply vanished, dodging the blow and causing a massive explosion. "That's a huge shockwave," Des yelled, quickly creating a protective barrier in front of himself. He shielded both himself and Sangu from the blast. The system window confirmed the barrier would last for 3 seconds. Deuce noticed the goblin guards looked strange. In the next moment, they all collapsed to the floor, unconscious. "It looks like they couldn't withstand the shockwave," Desu said. Senu added, "It's a good thing we were able to stop it. Even with the barrier, it seems we won't be able to fight without his help." The banshee looked down on him with pure arrogance. A chilling voice echoed through the air. "A king without a kingdom. How utterly shameful." Lean glared at her, his brow furrowed with rage. "What?" Just then, a loud rush of wind sounded. 2 goblins appeared in the doorway. "We just heard a loud scream," one of them shouted. "Are you okay, my king?" But in that exact second, the banshee simply waved her hand.
A wide stream of wind, sharp as a blade, sliced through the air, cutting the goblins' necks clean off. Lean barely managed to dodge as the heads of his guards flew in different directions.
He stared in horror as their bodies and heads fell to the ground. separated from each other. Lean gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The banshee floated closer until her face was inches from his. With another wave of her hand, a powerful shockwave threw Lean backwards, shattering the floorboards and kicking up a wall of dust. The dust cloud separated them from the others. She began to advance on the downed goblin. He grabbed his club, and as he swung to strike, the banshee was already right in front of him. He attacked, but she jumped into the air, dodging with ease as his club smashed into the floor again. Jack thought to himself. As expected, the banshee is far too fast. She is able to block nearly all of his attacks. The banshee flipped through the air, elegantly dodging the blow before swinging her magical bladed staff. If this continues, Jack thought, she will easily defeat him. Lean dodged the magical blade, his face now etched with worry, but the banshee's attack had cut through his chain. The huge metal ball was no longer tied to him. The chain shattered into countless small pieces. You nasty bastards, Jack roared. He shouted, his voice filled with irritation. This is embarrassing to watch, he called out to Lion. You pathetic weakling. Are you even trying to fight, protect your master? Something seemed to shift in Lion's mind. He stopped, his eyes wide with a new focus. He couldn't see Jack through the dust, but the command was clear. He bit his lip and said, Yes, if you order it. Lion grabbed the remaining chains and began to pull a long length of it taut. He swung his body, turning around and spinning the chain in the air. He was trying to bind the banshee with it. The chain quickly wrapped around her neck and body, which seemed to surprise her. The banshee did not expect this tactic. While she looked down at the chains, Lean made his move. He swung hard and began to pull the chain, yanking the banshee down. She began to fall. The next second, she slammed into the floor, hitting it hard and raising a huge cloud of dust and debris. She lay on her back. Stunned, her neck was held tightly in the chains. The banshee began to say something in an incomprehensible language. Lean only tightened his grip. A wave of black liquid splashed onto him. The chains finally broke, and with them, he dragged the banshee and her severed head. Lean stood menacingly over the body and told her to swear allegiance to the king. The system window reported that the hidden banshee boss had been defeated. On the floor lay a broken chain and a long trail of black blood. Leek frowned and turned his gaze towards the team. Hannah tensed. Jack laughed loudly and said, Lee was great now. He must kill the others. But leave the girl alone. Lean began to advance towards them, a dark, bloody aura emanating from his body. At that moment, he was truly terrifying. Hannah readied her revolver and said, This time, it will work. She began to shoot nonstop, releasing a barrage of bullets. But the system windows constantly showed that the monster was restoring its health. No, Hannah thought, her excitement turning to panic. The monster was regenerating too quickly. Her damage wasn't enough. The giant Lean was now very close to her. He raised his hand to strike. Hannah wouldn't have time to dodge. At that very moment, Siun was already running towards her. He swung his gauntlets and cleanly cut off the monster's hand. Lion stopped, surprised. He looked at his own hand, which was now falling to the ground. Sangu said, It seems like things aren't going according to your plan. Siun jumped to the floor and stopped, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lean looked at him angrily and approached. Senu said that it was really him. Hannah looked joyfully at Sejun's back, with which he shielded her, protecting her. Seojun looked straight at the monster with confidence. Desu, Jung, and Su looked at him happily. It was as if they had been waiting for him forever. Seojun stood in front of the goblin, blocking the team with his own body. He exhaled in thought. He hoped Benny could put some pressure on the goblin. He thought about the situation, his gaze landing on the banshee's staff that lay at Lean's feet. It was a bright staff, decorated with skulls. Its scent seemed to call to him, a strangely welcome aroma. Sangu, Sojun called out. Yes, came the reply. Catch my cloak, Sojun ordered. Tossing it towards him, Sangu yelped in surprise, fumbling, to grab the fabric. But Seojun was already a blur of motion, launching himself toward the goblin boss. He pushed off the ground, soaring through the air to attack Leon. The collision sent a shockwave blasting outwards. Leon swung his remaining arm in a wild arc, but Sojun was already gone. He watched the goblin's movements, anticipating every twitch. Leon's fist swung again, a punch packed with raw power. Seojun threw his gloved hands up, bracing for the impact. They held firm against the goblin's monstrous blow, mitigating the damage as a fiery flash erupted from the point of contact. He fights well, even with just one arm, Hannah remarked. Truly a rank 3 goblin. Desu declared their new plan. We'll leave Leon to Seojun. We'll handle the double contracts. Hannah glanced at Sangu, surprised. He simply raised a finger. Oh, don't you worry, he said with a smirk. I'll take care of this little problem. A massive system window materialized before him. Inventory. His fingers flew across the screen, searching for something specific. Jack demanded, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" "A stupid question," Sangu retorted, pulling a massive stack of papers from the holographic screen. Jack stared. Paper. Could those be? The contracts. Sangu casually shuffled the mountain of documents. A chilling terror washed over Jack, his face turning deathly pale. He stammered, Where did you get an inventory?" He roared in pure rage. "Listen to me, you scoundrel! What have you done?" Sangu's voice was laced with mock innocence. "What did you really think I wouldn't outsmart you? Care for an explanation?" he teased. Sangu's mask dissolved into shimmering pixels. At last, his true, confident face was revealed. His earrings, sparkling in the dim light. A system window appeared. Angel's earring. Level limit 300. Anyone who dares to lie to the owner will have their own lies mirrored back upon them. Jack looked down at his wrist in absolute horror. Oh my god! A dark, chain-like mark was now branded onto his skin. Another system notification popped up. Player Sangu has gained the right to dispose of Player Jack's possessions. Player Sangu has gained the right to dispose of Player Jack's body. Sangu proudly presented the papers. Behold, Jack. All your things, even your body, now belong to me. Jack was stunned into silence, listening in pure shock. What's with that look? Sangu taunted. It's all written right here in your contract. Do you understand? You can consider yourself my slave? Jack's fury erupted. Shut your mouth, he screamed. He clutched his wrist as Sangu frowned. There you go again, by the way. Are you missing something? Jack shot back. What? Then his eyes darted to his own head. A wave of dread and horror washed over him. He saw nothing. He felt nothing. His face went pale, eyes wide with terror as he stuttered. The hat! It now rested in Sangu's hand. No need to say it, Sangu said with satisfaction. I already know. This little hat is how you control the goblins. Jack's voice trembled. But how? He bit his lip, his nerves completely frayed. Well now, Sangu grinned. Let's see what you've brought me. He opened his inventory window once more. No! Jack screamed. Hey, you worthless creatures! He grabbed a nearby goblin's hair, yanking it hard. What are you standing around for? Jack shrieked. Kill him! They're closing in, Jang shouted. Sangu, use the hat, become their king, and this will all be over. But Sangu shook his head. It's impossible. What? Jang cried out. These goblins only obey their original master. Sangu explained. They're soul-bound to him. It's not that simple. One of the goblins was already upon them. Swinging a heavy club, Jang parried the blow with his sword. Then what do we do? He yelled. Just wait here until they beat us to a pulp. There is one way, Sangu said, his gaze fixed on Sojun. We have to defeat Leon. Sojun launched himself into the air, positioning himself just above Leon's head. His foot shot out, aimed directly at the monster's face. But Leon caught his leg mid-air. With a roar, he hurled Sojun into the wall with all his might. A deafening crash echoed as Sojun was sent flying. He slammed into the floor, shattering wooden planks and stone. Sojun collapsed, a massive crater denting the wall behind him. He wiped blood from his lips and chin. This was the strongest C-class monster he'd ever faced. He couldn't win. Sojun watched as Leon began to advance, the monster's intent crystal clear. It wanted him dead. Leon approached, its burning eyes radiating a powerful, murderous aura that threatened to suffocate him. Sojun stared back, thinking, a chance will only come if he's knocked off his feet. Seo-jun? Sangu's voice cut through the tension. The hat. Realization dawned. He had to act. Seo-jun moved, a lightning-fast blur that shot past Leon. If he did this, Sojun thought, then Leon himself would become the king of all goblins, and no one could ever control him. He snatched up the Banshee's staff, turning to face the monster with a newfound confidence. A system window announced his new item, a staff with a magical Banshee blade. A ghostly howl now echoed in his ears. Jack scoffed in disbelief. Do you really think you can win with that pathetic stick? He snarled at his monster. Leon, kill him quickly so we can leave. Indeed, Leon growled, standing before Sojun. The tension between them was a palpable, dark aura. But Sojun met its gaze, raising his eyes with a confident smirk. Lion's face was a mask of cold fury, but then its brow furrowed in a low growl. It lunged, striking with incredible speed. Sojun blocked the blow with his staff. Die, you pathetic human! Leon hissed, its eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Every vein on its face bulged with rage. Sojun tensed, glaring at the monster. Even with one arm, its power was immense. It swung its huge club in a wide, devastating arc. The the moment club met staff.
A brilliant flash erupted like an explosion. The sound was deafening. A shockwave tore through the air, sending Siun flying backwards in a trail of bright light and dust. He clung tightly to the staff as his back slammed hard into shelves filled with documents. He cried out in agony as everything came crashing down. Sojun's face twisted in pain. He fell to his knees amidst the scattered books. Leon advanced, a menacing shadow. Seojun watched it approach. And then his eyes began to glow with a golden light. A system window appeared. Dragon Eye, rank A, activated. Suddenly, Seojun could see countless chains crisscrossing the air. "Well now," he muttered. "I can see everything."
He spotted a cluster of glowing white chains right in front of him and grinned. Seojun swung his staff just as Leon charged. The monster's club held high. Its heavy footsteps shook the very floor. Leon struck again. But this time, Seojun held the staff firm. Another blinding flash, another shockwave. But this time, Seojun stood his ground. Bracing against the crushing blow, he gritted his teeth. His staff trembled. This creature. It was on another level. Lycan struck again with devastating force. Seojun flew backward, staff held firm in a desperate defense. He could barely hold on. Someone screamed his name. He staggered back to his feet, head lowered amidst the dust and scattered debris. Seojun raised his gaze, golden light flaring in his eyes. The system window flashed. Dragon's Eye had been activated. He knew they couldn't fight this thing head-on forever. A D-class boss like this had to have a specific weakness. Seojun's focus locked onto its club. Lycan leaped high, raising its weapon for a final, crushing strike. And that's when Seojun saw it. The creature's entire body was bound by translucent white chains. "Hannah, you need to hit its weak spot," he roared. "Shoot it now." She frowned, then aimed the revolver with a steady hand. With a tight grip, she fired. The bullet streaked toward Lycan. The monster scoffed. "Useless!" Jack tried to hide his amusement. But beads of sweat betrayed his nerves. He laughed. "Did you really think you could beat him with that little toy?" He was about to give the final order. But the command died in his throat. In utter shock, he stammered, What's happening? His own body. His arms and legs were moving against his will. He could only watch in horror. A smirk played on Sengu's lips as he moved his fingers, like a puppeteer. The system announced, "New owner is controlling player Jack." "Stop it!" Jack screamed as his own legs carried him forward. "Where are you taking me?" He was forced to stand directly in front of Lycan, who was swinging to crush Hannah. They stared at each other in shock. Lycan frowned, letting out a low growl. Seojun declared, "He's caught!" Jack spun around, his face a mask of fear and confusion. With a single, fluid motion, Seojun drew a line of light between the monster and its master. He dashed between them, leaving a brilliant afterimage. Jack shielded his eyes, and Lycan recoiled. Sejun and Hannah used the chance to escape. "Why are you just standing there like an idiot?" Jack demanded of the goblins, spreading his arms wide. "Lycan, go kill them." But the monster remained perfectly still. "Can't you hear me?" Lycan closed its eyes, and when they snapped open, they blazed with fury, a rage directed not at Seojun, but at Jack. "Is that shaggy brute deaf or something?" he shrieked. Seojun called out, "Your contract is now void." Jack froze. "What?" Seojun explained. "For those who are a little slow, after activating Dragon's Eye, I broke your chains." The very same white, luminous chains, invisible to the naked eye, that had bound them together. "What did you say?" Jack stammered. A heavy, monstrous hand fell upon his head. He turned pale with sheer terror. "Lycan, what are you doing?" he shrieked in disbelief. "You disgusting beast, get your hands off me right now." But Lycan just listened, its hand remaining firm. Memories, thoughts, and doubts flooded the creature's mind. It was as if he was trapped alone, in a dark room, bound by chains. As a goblin, he swore absolute loyalty to his king, an oath to be followed without question. But he remembered Jack's arrogant and dismissive face. He remembered the sting of glass breaking against his head, and how he had said nothing. How foolish, how shameful. There in that mental space, rage began to burn. Lycan's eyes flared with light as he strained against the ethereal chains binding his arms. He asked himself, why did this connection feel so wrong? So painful, Lycan roared in mental agony, pulling at the chains in utter despair. And then, suddenly, a sliver of light pierced the darkness, like an open door. Lycan's eyes, once vacant, were now filled with a startling clarity. Jack trembled beneath his massive hand. Tears of resentment and bitter disappointment streamed down Lycan's face. He finally understood. Jack was no king.
A terrible, drawn-out roar echoed through the dungeon. The remaining goblins instantly dropped to the ground. Lycan finally realized he no longer had to obey. Dana watched in awe.
As the club of a nearby goblin began to tremble, the goblin holding it fell to its knees, joining the others as they bowed their heads to Lycan. "Goblins!" Jang shouted. Senu whispered, "At last! The goblin chieftain is free!" That one roar was all it took to bring them to their knees. Jack screamed, "Lycan, shut up!" He started making threats, but the monster wasn't listening. Jack's form began to flicker and fade. Lycan threw him aside with contemptuous ease. Jack flew and slammed hard into a wall of shelves. His mouth hung open in a silent scream as he coughed up blood, crumpled on the floor in agony. Lycan prepared for another strike. "You," he growled, "are not worthy of being king." He then struck with all his might. The floor exploded into splinters and a spray of blood. Lycan paused, unclenching his bloodied fist. Amidst the dust and ruin, Jack's broken body lay still. The beast
turned and looked at Seojin with strangely innocent eyes. "Now, it is your turn," he rumbled. "Hold on," Seojin said, holding his hands up. "Why should we fight?"
"Let's not waste our energy for no reason." In his hand, Seojin held a simple goblin hat. Lycan's eyes locked onto it. "Die!" he bellowed.
Seojin placed the hat on his head. A system window appeared. Goblin hat equipped, a new title was granted Goblin King. You can now control the souls of goblins.
New chains, brighter than before, wrapped around Lycan's arms and body. The goblin stared at them with pure fury. "How dare you!" he roared. Seojin watched as the chains tightened their hold. "Look, I'm not angry with you," he said calmly. "But there's no other way this can end." "You!" Lycan snarled with unbridled rage. But as he tried to utter the word die, the chains constricted violently. An agonizing pain shot through him. Lycan screamed, every vein on his face bulging unnaturally. His eyes glowed a blinding white, as if his very soul was being torn apart. "What is this?" Jion asked in shock. "It's like he was struck by an arrow." The chains began to dissolve, and Lycan slowly sank to the ground, somehow looking even larger than before. "It seems the hat isn't working," Jang said. Sojin thought, wait, the hat failed. He stared at the goblin's tense, powerful arms. "So, he won't submit at all," he realized. "What do I do now?" The system chimed. Dragon's Eye activated. "Ah," Sojin said, a new understanding dawning. There it is! A menacing aura leaked from the monster's lean frame. The enraged creature towered over him, a horrifying being that thirsted for his very soul. The goblin's hands crashed against the earth. He collapsed, coughing violently as his friends stared in shock. With his last breath, he let out a desperate scream. A violent roar of pure rage erupted from him, deafening everyone in the room. A shockwave of fury blasted out, sending goblin bodies and the specter flying into the air. The other goblins trembled in utter terror. Lycan grabbed one of the corpses as Sang, who had fallen, could only whisper, "God, he's coming now." Sojin watched as Lycan brought the dead goblin to its mouth. A sickening crunch echoed through the carriage. Lycan's gruesome face was now stained with fresh blood as he tore the goblin's head clean off. Sangu and Seojun stared at him, frozen. Senu frowned, muttering, "That monster. It's laughing at us," Seojun added. Even his severed hand was completely restored. With huge claws, the beast flew towards them. It slammed into the floor, creating a powerful tremor, but Sojun and Sangu managed to dodge just in time. "He's insane. This is true power," Sangu yelled. Seojun shouted, "Hey, enough looking around. Look over here." But Lycan ignored him, instead grabbing the coughing Jack, who was clinging to the last threads of his life. Apparently, he chose his victim. "From the very beginning," Senu observed. "Wait, what is he doing?" Lycan's jaws opened impossibly wide as he began to bring Jack toward his mouth. Jack coughed and sneered, "Not bad. Just know that you'll never get out of here." Seojun and Sangu could only watch as Jack's blood poured onto the floor, forming a massive pool beside the monster. Lycan seemed to have descended into complete madness. "Kate, what's going on?" Sangu cried out. A crimson system warning flashed before them. Everything around them began to shake violently. Desu screamed in surprise as a system window reported, "An error has occurred. The system is checking the error status." Something happened to the train. The carriages inside lurched violently, throwing the entire team across the room. Jang screamed loudly as Sojun coughed, trying to regain his balance. The train continued to hurtle forward until Lycan burst straight through the roof. The goblin had grown even larger, transforming into a true giant. Its eyes were closed for a second. Then it straightened up and glared down at the roof of the train. Its huge body towered over the low cars, and it could see every single one. Seojun looked up in fear. He thought, "This is bad," Sojun said. "It looks like the real Goblin King has appeared." Lycan didn't move for a moment as magic enveloped him, making him even larger. The system window reported that the boss had appeared. Name unknown, level C. At that moment, in the luggage compartment, someone asked, "Is this all we have in stock?" They looked at many large bags and suitcases. The man said, "This much should be enough for a week." The man in the raccoon mask replied, "Okay, then I'll put it in my inventory." The man in the panda mask agreed, "Exactly," and called the other boss. The man in the raccoon mask, Kim Kapsu, noted, "There aren't even any goblins, anywhere. This all turned out to be too easy." The second man, Yu Yongsuk, said, "We still have to hurry. We're both from the National Intelligence Service," Yongsuk continued. "The Ark is in a crisis right now." Kapsu exhaled and said, "Well then, we'll quickly pack everything and leave." "Boss, come closer," Yongsuk shouted. "There are survivors here." They entered another carriage and saw many people chained to heavy metal balls. "Human trafficking," Kapsu thought grimly. He said, "We'll go and come back for them later. We have to leave them for now." "What?" Yongsuk asked. Kapsu said, "We can't
waste time transporting these cripples to the Ark. The main thing is to take the food with us." He noticed that many large cracks were appearing on the ceiling.
Kapsu raised his head and asked, "Should I leave?" Just then, pieces of the ceiling fell onto his mask. Lycan was staring down at them through the hole. His eyes were especially wild and creepy. A cold wind swept through the car with his presence. "What is this thing?" Kapsu asked. "Boss," Yongsuk shouted. Lycan stood on the carriage and looked down at them through the roof, as if he were hunting them. Lycan slammed his fist into the hole, unleashing a shockwave and a shower of splintered wood. Jang said, "Look, at that. He isn't even paying attention to us." He watched the goblin, who was, for some reason, staring intently into that carriage. Sojin realized, "It seems like he was able to evolve somehow," Jang asked in shock. "I'm sorry, but what?" Sojin explained. "It's clear from the system message. He's C-class now," Des asked. "Is that even possible?" "How can you evolve into a boss without leaving the dungeon?" Seojin replied. "In theory, it's possible. It's true. No one has managed to do this. In Dreamside 1, Sojun thought that common sense clearly didn't work in this situation. The system itself rejected this as an error. He said, "One way or another, that goblin is now a trigger that we have already encountered." And although he was able to evolve, he completely lost his mind. He moves only to achieve his own desires. Lycan lifted up the body of another goblin. Seojun said, "And he has only one desire." Lycan began to bring the body to his mouth. "His desire is to become stronger?" Hannah asked. "What should we do?" Sojin said. "It hasn't fully strengthened yet. This is definitely not the ordinary C-class goblin we've met before." Sojin thought that he wasn't a carrier of the virus that causes the illness. He doesn't increase the number of triggers and hydras. Sojin remembered that he and other players had tried to fight evolved monsters many times. The system window would then notify them that the team had failed to defeat the enemy. Sojun was very upset, and his team had tried to support him. He thought that in Dreamside 1, there was research related to achieving evolution. This was for various kinds of mobs when interacting with spores. But it all ended in failure. But now, they are not in the first, but in the second Dreamside. Perhaps other changes were applied to this version that weren't in the first part. Seojin thought. He jumped up onto the roof of the train and activated the dragon's eye. Seojin looked at Lycan carefully. He noticed something was glowing in his neck. The goblin continued to smash the hole, Seojin thought. It's a strange glow in the neck area. That's what worries me most. Jang also climbed onto the roof. He told him, "Kay, I feel like there's no point in trying to attack now. The goblin is in too dangerous a state." Seojin turned to him as a system window displayed Kakashi's spiked gloves. Seojin looked at his own gloves. "No," he said. "There is something that will help us." Seojin swung and then cut his palm. Jang and Des opened their mouths in surprise. "What is he doing?" Des screamed. Blood began to drip from Sejun's palm onto the goblin's hat. He put on the hat, and an ominous, dark aura exploded around it. The system window reported the exclusive
ability of the goblin hat. This is Choreo. His hat began to deform as if it were made of liquid. A mask made of black magical matter appeared before Sojun's
eyes. Many translucent skulls began to fly around him. Souls? Senu thought. This is indeed the real Koryo. Now, the mask has turned into a strange decoration that looks like a crown. Many dark, shapeless ghosts flew around him. They enveloped him, their eyes and mouths glowing brightly. Sojun thought, well, if to defeat a monster. Seojun approached the goblin, Lean, whose crazed eyes locked onto him, wreathed in magic and wind. Seojun seemed insignificant before the beast, and in that moment, he knew there was only one path forward. He had to become a monster himself. A system window flashed. It was the goblin's special ability, Kim, Memorial. It could control souls, its power determined by the number it consumed. Wisps of brilliant blue light, the souls themselves, began to converge. Is this like using souls as a shield? Sojun wondered. Among them, he could feel the presence of innocent children. He found himself in a dark void, surrounded by these lost souls, many appearing as small kids standing around him. A thought struck him. He began searching his inventory. Sojun drew a new weapon, a blade of immense size. The system announced he was wielding Vaughn's Blade of Regret. Sojun realized that, just as he'd hoped, it could be used with his choral skill. He saw his own reflection in the ruby-colored steel, a sword that once belonged to the undead. A new message appeared. Vandy's Blade of Regret was resonating with immense power. Desu frantically asked if he was all right. Get back, Seojun commanded.
Who knows when it'll start absorbing your souls, too? Seojun dropped into a fighting stance, his crimson weapon ready. He kicked off the ground
and charged forward with the massive, otherworldly sword. His entire body was now cloaked in a whirlwind of intertwined souls. He closed the distance and blew past the goblin. The level of coral must depend on how many souls I command. He thought. This creature had clearly absorbed a terrifying number. He glanced at the goblin, who was laughing as it peered into the carriage below. A chilling realization hit Sojun. The goblin wasn't controlling this power by choice. The ability was acting on its own. He burst forward again. His mindset, he would end this, once and for all. Sojun moved like a phantom, his body generating currents of wind. His gaze was sharp, filled with unshakable resolve. Seojun glared at the goblin, whose matted hair now covered its eyes. It slowly turned its head toward him. In a flash, he was on it, leaping into the air. Seojun brought his blade down in a devastating arc, but the goblin raised a hand to block. Seojun pressed his attack, descending with crushing force. A green-gray goblin hand tumbled from the roof of the train. Lean stared at the stump as black blood gushed out. And purple souls screamed into the air. The sword in Sojun's hand hummed with power. Goosebumps, Sojun muttered, his body on high alert. I need to find its weak point, now. Suddenly, Sojun heard, Jun, a scream from a hole in the ceiling. He looked inside and saw Youngsuk and Kapsu. They gasped. Wait, is that a human? A dark figure in black armor stared back at them, with glowing eyes, an unnatural sword, and an aura of swirling dark souls. He was a truly terrifying sight. Sojun leaped up with a gust of wind, grabbing the edge of the iron roof and starting to close the hole. Youngsuk and Kapsu watched him, their hearts pounding with fear. Sojun's voice was a low threat. If you want to live, run. A scream erupted from behind them. Seojun whipped around just as Lean's massive head lunged forward, its maw wide open. The creature smashed its skull hard against the roof with a deafening crash. As it rose, pieces of metal and saliva dripped from its mouth. It was breathing heavily, its eyes locked on Sojun. He jumped aside, dodging the attack. Trying to swallow me whole, he taunted. Makes sense. You've collected a lot of souls. Lean was practically choking on its own drool. The goblin's hand suddenly shot toward Sojun's face as its fist clenched. Sojun dodged again and created distance. Now it's really mad, he noted. Sojun dropped to one knee, preparing himself. A system window appeared. Dragon's Eye activated. His gaze fell upon the creature's neck, covered in pulsing veins. There it was. The weak spot was still visible on the back of its neck. Seojun exploded forward, a storm of fury and purpose. He knew that ball of energy on its neck was the key. Cloaked in blue souls, Seojun raced past. Lean! The goblin raised its hand to crush him. A colossal hand with razor-sharp claws descended upon Sojun. The next instant, a deafening roar echoed as metal scattered and the carriage shook violently. Seojun leaped up, evading the attack. He landed on the goblin's hand and began sprinting up its massive forearm. Seojin swung his sword. The system announced the activation of the FR-rank comm skill. He was now face to face with the beast. He flew towards the goblin, his blade a blur of motion. Seojin swung his sword in wide, powerful arcs. Each strike tore a massive wound in the goblin's neck. As Seojin began to fall, he twisted around to look at Lean's half-severed neck. But then, something impossible happened. The falling neck was caught by a flower sprout, clamping down with its teeth. "Is that a dungeon flower?" Seojin asked, sighing in disbelief. He never thought he'd see someone plant dungeon flowers on a monster. But these were far from the harmless blossoms he'd seen before. Seojin landed gracefully on the ground, watching the monster carefully. He realized what must have happened, a virus that accelerates evolution. Those goats from the company, he thought grimly. The flower was now at the center of Lean's life force. He began to sprint toward the monster as it prepared to attack the train again. Seojin readied his blade. He rushed past the monster, and with one sweeping blow, he severed both of its legs. The cuts glowed with a brilliant white light. Lean began to topple, shaking the very ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seojin leaped back onto the train's roof. He stared intently at the enormous gash on the goblin's neck. He prepared his sword for the final strike and activated the comm skill. He charged forward, a whirlwind of dust and wind. As he leaped, he saw the opening clearly. But suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from Lean's body, stabbing into Seojin. He looked down in surprise, groaning in pain. Seojin tightened his grip on his sword. A system window appeared. This was the Blade of Regret's exclusive ability, Voni's Spiny Frost. Seojin thrust his sword into the dense, cobblestone-like spikes. A loud crack echoed. "Can't use corral anymore," Seojin grunted. "Time to end this." He began to swing his sword with blinding speed, shattering these
stone spikes. He then carved into its thick hide through the thorny remains. And there, he saw it, the flower sprout. Seojin landed back on the roof, thinking, "No, I'm too weak now. Dodge!" Hannah's voice cut through the chaos. A gunshot rang out, and an explosion erupted in the monster's neck. Hannah had fired her revolver with impossible accuracy.
Using just one hand. She smiled. "Time to burn some blood." The bullet flew straight into the heart of the dungeon sprout. The flower fried and boiled away. Then, a blinding white flash erupted from Leakin's neck. Searing pain shot through him as he desperately clawed at his throat, his face twisting in pure amakin. "He's caught," Sejun muttered. A system alert blared, "K Memorial deactivated." Suddenly, a sharp ringing pierced his ears as another notification flashed. "Rank B threat detected." It warned. "What is this?" Seojin gasped, as countless souls of the dead materialized before him, screaming in a sorrowful chorus. Hannah's face tightened. "The souls are breaking free." Leakin arched his back, and from his very being, tormented spirits burst forth. Swirling around him like a storm, the souls were completely out of control. Seojin realized his attack on the central point hadn't weakened them, it had unleashed them. If this continues, he thought, their numbers will be overwhelming. He looked up into a sky swarming with a horrifying dome of the dead. The undead instinctively seek living vessels to possess. This meant one thing. These spirits would try to inhabit any body they could find, turning this place into a bloodbath. An image of his own team, possessed, flashed in his mind, their eyes bright but chillingly cold. Seojin knew time was running out. He had to subjugate these monsters, and he had to do it now. He remembered the spikes on the goblin's neck, his hand moving to his chin in deep thought. But the last battle had drained nearly all of his strength. Besides, he wasn't a goblin. There had to be another way. Seojin's eyes fell upon Leakin, who was lying motionless on the ground. The goblin was sprawled out, a massive vortex of dark souls swirling above him. "A rank 3 goblin?" Seojin murmured. Moving closer, he saw that Leakin looked withered, his body thin and his skin shrinking as if life itself was being drained away. "Goblins are the only race that can control souls," Seojin thought. Removing his hat, he brandished his sword, cautiously approaching. The goblin hat was designed to evolve them into a Keymore, but that was far too risky. If Leakin fully evolved, Seojin would be powerless to stop him. "So be it," he decided. "I'll let him be king. For a little while." A shadow fell over the goblin as the hat was held above him. "Leakin," Seojin commanded, "put these souls to rest." In that moment, Leakin was lost in another world, hearing a voice ask, "What is that sound?" He saw a red goblin, then a whole crowd looming over him. "Wait, what are those?" someone asked. A voice boomed. They're goblins, aren't they? Half NPCs. Why are they hunting their own kind? Another shouted. Wow. He devoured so many souls, just to become stronger. The goblins stared down, their eyes grim. Look, someone whispered. Their gaze was fixed on one thing the goblins had. The magical artifact seemed to hold them in a trance. As Leakin watched like a ghost from the sidelines, these monsters were meant to guide wandering souls to the afterlife. But their own greed drove them to consume their brethren for power, over and over again, until finally, someone created the goblin hat to control the madness. Above him, the bright, sorrowful souls of other goblins swirled. Help us, they cried, their essence freezing cold. You ate your own kind just to become stronger, one accused. Leakin clutched his head, crying. No, it's not my fault. The souls descended into a vortex around him. You are not our king, they shrieked. We need to be saved, Leakin screamed back. I don't want to be king. Leave me alone, he howled, his mouth open in a silent, desperate cry. He no longer deserved to live. But then, he heard Seojun's request. Leakin, tame these souls. Leakin's eyes widened. Whose voice? Is that... He saw Seojun's silhouette and whispered in disbelief. Is that the goblin hat? Ah, so that's how it is. Seojun understood. To stop this insanity, he had to use the one thing made to control it. Leakin knelt, his gaze fixed on Seojun. That's right, he breathed. This man is the true owner of the hat. Leakin knelt before him, reverently taking the hat into his hands. I will carry out your orders, he declared. My king. In that instant, the hat vanished from Seojun's grasp. Elsewhere, on a train, Kapsu and Yongsuk sprinted through a carriage. They leaped over bags and boxes as Yongsuk trailed behind, begging him to wait. What just happened back there? Kapsu yelled. Yongsuk stammered. What was that monster? In his mind, Sojun was a terrifying black demon with glowing eyes. He was like that boss. The Lizard King from the classy dungeon, Kapsu added. There were two of them, Yongsuk cried. But what do we do? Suku and Kihan aren't answering. They kept running, until Kapsu suddenly froze. Boss, Yongsuk asked, with his head bowed. A powerful image of Sojun filled Kapsu's mind. He started walking again. We're returning to the Ark, he said grimly. What? Yongsuk exclaimed. I'm sorry for them, Kapsu replied. But Yongsuk grabbed him, shouting, Shouldn't we at least check if they're alive? Kapsu roared back. I saw it with my own eyes. That place is pure hell. As Yongsuk began to whine, Kapsu urged, We have to run if we stay on this train. We'll die. But... Yongsuk stuttered, failing to notice the spiderweb of cracks forming on the ceiling above them. Debris and dust rained down. What is this? They screamed. Not again, Kapsu thought. Yongsuk, are you okay? We have to run. But Yongsuk shouted, Boss, look. He stammered, pointing upwards. It's... The roof above them shattered inward. There, amidst the rubble and a cloud of dust, lay Seojun, bruised and broken. A person, they screamed. Kapsu ordered, Check on him. He might be from our service. Right, Yongsuk agreed. But Leakin suddenly blocked their path. He glared at them, his red eyes sparkling with fury. Leave, now, Leakin commanded. That monster, they gasped. Pathetic humans, stay away, Leakin roared. Unexpectedly, he now stood before them as a small child, a tiny goblin threatening them. What is this baby, they wondered, bewildered. He looks like a goblin. Leakin hurled his club, but it was too heavy and it landed just short as he tumbled over. Leave now, you pathetic worms, he squeaked from the floor. Yes, right now. Meanwhile, in a lavish room with plush armchairs, a storm of bright purple pixels began to materialize. From within it, a fake Jack emerged, his body bruised and his clothes torn. That's strength! It's monstrous, the imposter hissed, remembering how Leakin's body was wrapped in glowing chains. I never imagined a rank 3 goblin could be so helpless. He fumed. Perhaps there weren't enough souls. He bit his lip in frustration. I don't know who you are, he snarled, but I will kill you. I'll make you witness the full power of the company. Yes, a voice replied. But who allowed you to do so? Jack was stunned. He spun around, his sword slicing through the air, roaring for Sangu to show himself. But only silence answered his call. A brilliant blue aura suddenly erupted around his body. What is happening to me? Jack collapsed, gasping and coughing on the ground. A figure materialized before him. He lifted his head with great effort. It was Senu, shedding his invisibility cloak. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he told Jack to cut the nonsense. Death would be too easy a price for his debts. Trembling, Jack demanded to know who would dare lay a hand on him. An employee of the company? Senu just chuckled. What a fascinating answer. He then revealed his own identity with a predatory smile. He was a merchant, far more ruthless than Jack could ever be. A short while earlier, Seojin pushed forward against a gale of screaming souls. They swirled around him, their howls echoing in the wind. He shielded his face, thinking that at this rate, the spirits would devour him whole. Their faces twisted into grotesque masks of agony as they lunged, mouths agape. It was the last thing he saw before waking with a jolt. Little Lean was at his bedside, a bucket and rag in hand, anxiously asking if His Majesty was all right. Seojin stared at the small goblin perched on his chest and thought, Lean, a system window confirmed it. He had earned the title Goblin King. All goblins would now bow to him. Seojin asked if that meant he had been unconscious for 2 whole days. Just then, Hannah's cheerful voice broke through. You're awake, she exclaimed, rushing to his side. Hannah, he replied, relieved. But Lean spotted the Garan and demanded to know who the scary creature was. The room, though cozy and pleasant, was suddenly filled with tension as they all sat on the bed. Seojin turned to Hannah. Is the government in the Ark still functioning? Hannah confirmed it was, and that Senu had gone, there to negotiate. She explained the situation in the Ark was grim. They were facing a critical food shortage, so severe that people were resorting to night raids and burning vehicles. Hannah suspected the lizards were the cause, as they had completely cut off all land routes. They had failed to clear their dungeon, and now it had grown into one of the largest in the city. Seojun reasoned that if an entire corps was formed, the lizards must be above C-class. He hugged the Garan tightly while Lean glared. Then, a worried thought struck him. What happened to the survivors? Hannah explained they found Gong Jinyun, but he was in terrible condition. She and Desu had discovered him unconscious in an underground prison. Desu had carried him to the Ark himself to see the remaining doctors. He hoisted him onto his back, declaring he would go with him, while the rest had no choice but to stay behind. Sojun noticed Lean trying to speak. The goblin bowed low, stating he awaited the king's new instructions. What about the baby souls? Sojun asked. Are they gone? Lean frowned. No, he replied. The souls His Majesty desires are safe. I have kept them. Really? Can I get them back? Lean explained that all the souls within the hat were now mixed together, making it impossible to retrieve just one. Besides, the goblin hat no longer belonged to him. As long as King Seojin lived, the hat was his. Seojin facepalmed. This was all so bizarre, starting with the fact that Lean, a monster, had a white name glowing above him, a system sign. Seojin figured the goblin must have exhausted his power, trying to pacify the souls, making the hat useless to him. Is there any other way? He asked. Lean replied that to do it, he needed more royal grandeur. Royal grandeur. Just then, Senu burst through the door with a grin. Senu, they all exclaimed. I just got back from the Ark, he announced proudly. Sojun's first question was for his friend. Where's Desu? Senu told him he was still there. Jinyun's condition was critical. What? Sojun asked, then noticed someone else. And this guy? He survived. Senu smirked. You mean Jack? Just then, Jack stumbled in, weighed down by a huge backpack and countless bags. Seojin sighed, unsurprised. It seems you're connected by that earring. Senu smacked Jack on the head. Yep, a very nasty contract. So that's why Jack's deals were so fair. Sojin realized. The earring prevented both him and the customer from lying. He recalled the system window explaining the item's ability. He looked at Senu, confused. But how did he deceive you if you already had an earring? Senu laughed awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. That was before the wards closed. Let's just say I was serving out a punishment? Right, Sojin said, unconvinced. So, did you learn anything useful from him? Jack listened, his face a mask of displeasure. Senu's expression soured. About the company. Unfortunately, he lost his memory. Must have used some kind of drug. He glared at Jack. What are you looking at? Another 20-kilogram bag magically appeared on Jack's back. Fine, Sojin said. Then what do you know about royalty? Senu's eyes lit up. Horns! You need goblin horns. They use them to control souls. He explained that goblins possess large, black horns, imbued with magic, and he knew where to find an item made from one. They had just received an official request for cooperation from national intelligence. There's a location nearby called Bermuda. Hannah repeated the name, her voice laced with doubt. Bermuda. Senu nodded. According to intelligence, a team of players from the Ark went there and vanished. The team leader, a veteran named Captain Kim Keechel, was involved in the incident. But the most critical piece of information was his last message. 3 words: danger, high goblin, ball. Senu stated that the Bermuda area was clearly linked to goblins. He raised his finger, his face serious. Intelligence wants us to investigate that place. Seojun's eyes widened. If there's really a goblin ball, I can help. Bring back the children's souls. Lean added that if the ball was made from horns, it would amplify the king's grandeur even more. Sojun didn't fully grasp what this grandeur was, but he knew one thing for certain: it would make him stronger. He glanced
At his system window and saw his level had increased. After clearing a D-class dungeon, he could now finally wield V's Blade of Regret, even without the Coral's effect. Kong Sojun, level 59. Unemployed. He clenched his fist with determination. All right, so where is this Bermuda? Senu replied. Jamil, at the fair.
The sky outside was heavy with storm clouds. A magnificent castle-like building loomed ahead, its silhouette dark and eerie against the gloomy weather. The beautiful square was filled with attractions, but a strange silence hung in the air. Not a single person was in sight. Only the wind howled. Then, someone was running. A young man with blonde hair shouted, from a distance, "Captain, run over here." A girl beside him urged him to hurry. They were both clad in knight's armor, standing before a series of strange, otherworldly buildings. Elsewhere, gigantic lizard monsters with terrifying frills and gaping maws chased after Captain Kim Kang-il. Kang-il ran for his life, gasping for breath. How can this be? He thought frantically. These beasts only live in the Ark. A tide of light brown lizards swarmed behind him, closing the distance. He couldn't remember any report of a dungeon break, and this place was supposed to hold orcs and other dark forces just then. 2 massive green orcs materialized before him, their yellow eyes gleaming with malice. There are too many of them, Kang-il realized in horror. He launched himself towards the shelter, his only hope, and threw himself through the gate. His subordinate slammed the door shut just in time, while a woman armed with a machine gun stood ready to unleash hell if the line broke.
Kang-il collapsed, coughing violently. His subordinate rushed to his side. Captain, are you okay? Breathing heavily, Kang-il looked up, trying to speak.
That thing, he managed to say. The subordinate's mind flashed to an image of a dark orb, pulsating with crimson magic. Are you talking about the goblin ball, sir? The one from Dreamside 1, Kang-il confirmed. That ball. It's affecting things here. He slumped against the wall, head in his hands. It's impossible, he muttered. Monsters shouldn't be able to carry equipment that defies their very nature. The subordinate panicked. Sir, our lives are in danger. That's what matters. We need to figure out how to get back. But Kang-il's voice was firm. Don't worry, we will return. His face hardened. We have to. He scowled. This was a trap. He imagined the hordes outside. Orcs, giant humanoid. Their long tails were wreathed in an eerie, fire-like blue magic. And on top of that, there were giant white wolves roaming this dungeon.
We have to make sure no one else can get in here, Kang-il declared. Meanwhile, from a portal inside a train, Seojun, Hannah, and Leon emerged.
A cheerful Sangu followed them out. I'll be waiting for you in the carriage, he said with a wave. Seojun shot him a stern look. Just take care of the others. This dungeon is mine for now, so don't do anything reckless. Sangu just threw up his hands. All right, you worry too much. Hannah and Seojun exchanged a look of disbelief. After all, the boss of this dungeon was just a rank 3 goblin. He glanced at Leon. If Leon belonged to him, then he also had the right to move the dungeon. But that was a request for another time. They soon entered a dark, empty chamber. Hannah used her phone's flashlight, revealing nothing but empty shells. No trace of monsters or people, she noted. Leon, following close behind, shivered. This place is seriously creepy. Hannah tilted her head. Really, I'm just excited I'll finally get to visit a fair. Leon stared at her. Wait, you've never been to one? With a proud, bright smile. Hannah explained. I made my debut when I was very young. I could only dream of walking peacefully through places like this. They never held any events there. Seojun watched her, realizing he'd forgotten she was one of the world's most famous idols. Pretty much everyone knew her name. They continued forward until she suddenly stopped. We're here. They stood before the entrance to a vast, dark room. It was huge, but clearly abandoned. The fair! Leon walked ahead eagerly. Hey, wait up! Hannah called out happily. They all headed for the entrance as if it were a normal shopping mall. It's too clean, Seojun observed. Is there really no one else here? The moment they stepped inside, their surroundings completely transformed. Before them was a brilliant, light blue sky. A breathtaking castle with colorful towers shimmered in the distance, capturing everyone's attention. Hannah's eyes sparkled with joy. And even Leon looked shocked. "It's so big," Hannah said in awe. Leon pointed excitedly. "Let's go over there." Seojun sighed at their childish glee. Even Leon was completely captivated. But as Seojun took in the scene, a smile touched his lips. His posture grew confident. Something felt different here. It felt like he was back to his old self. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the park. Hannah and Sojun instantly tensed, their heads whipping around. That sound! Seojun activated Dragon's Eye. His vision shifted, revealing they were surrounded by swirling clouds of light blue magic. A highly suspicious energy wave. They were standing right next to a carousel. All at once, the dormant ride began to glow, its lights flickering to life. "What's going on?" Leon asked, his voice filled with fear. Hannah stared in confusion as eerie carousel music began to play. "Get ready," Sojun commanded. Hannah drew her revolver while Leon pulled out his sword, biting his lip nervously. "They're coming," Seojun thought, his red sword materializing in his hand. A system message appeared. Vaughn's Blade of Regret has been equipped. He saw movement, but then his eyes widened in shock. Stop! He was standing in the middle of a massive crowd of ordinary people. Families with children, groups of friends laughing, people eating ice cream. The entire scene was peaceful, normal. "What is this?" he wondered aloud. A cheerful voice announced. "Welcome to the fair. We're always happy to have new guests." "This can't be happening," Seojun muttered as happy families strolled past him. The voice continued. "This is a real fairy tale world, full of hope and romance." He stared around in disbelief. Hannah approached him, her face a mask of confusion. "What is all this?" she asked. "I have no idea," he replied. Behind them, two girls were whispering. "Hey, isn't that Choi Hannah?" "Yeah, she's even cooler in real life." The whisper spread like wildfire through the crowd. "Choi Hannah? Where?" Hannah began to look nervous as people started to point. "Is she cosplaying?" someone asked. "They must be filming something. Who would wear armor here otherwise?" Phones came out, and people started asking for her autograph. Seojun quickly moved to shield her from the growing crowd. "Seojun," she gasped. He replied, "I don't know what's going on." Just as a system window flashed, a smoke grenade has been used. A weapon materialized in mid-air as he declared it was time to leave. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoed, and clouds of thick smoke engulfed the entire crowd. Screams of terror ripped through the fog as people shielded their faces. They cried out, "What was that? Where is she? Where is Choi Hannah?" But when the smoke cleared, she was gone. The crowd murmured in confusion. "Did she just vanish? Whoa, I have to tweet this." But a strange figure stood out from the rest. A man in a pink bunny costume. He was just silently observing the chaos. Seojun pointed out they were drawing too much attention. Hannah shot back that their bizarre costumes were the real problem. They moved away from the main crowds, constantly scanning their surroundings. Hannah insisted they needed a change of clothes. Seojun considered it for a moment, and didn't disagree. They found a suitable shop nearby. A short while later, Hannah emerged with a nostalgic smile, saying it had been far too long since she'd worn a school uniform. Seojun awkwardly agreed with her. He then complimented Lean, whose horns were now almost completely hidden. Lean proudly replied he had followed His Majesty's instructions perfectly. Using a towel wrapped around his head, he'd concealed his identity. Jang, however, declared he wouldn't be changing. When Sojun asked if he was sure, Jang rubbed his chin smugly. He loved being the center of attention. Sojun just sighed and turned away. "All right, everyone, ready to move?" Hannah asked. Her friends just stared back in confusion. She slipped on a black bucket hat, explaining her face was too well known. Their mission was clear. Investigate this strange place as they moved through the fair. Sojun's eyes darted everywhere. He scanned the faces in the crowd, while Lean looked up in awe. "What is that towering structure?" he asked Sojun. Before them stood a massive skyscraper. "Are humans truly this great?" Jang just scoffed at the question. After some time, Sojun collapsed onto a bench. He let out a deep sigh, admitting he never realized the fair was this enormous. The long walk had exhausted him. Hannah mused that it felt as if the apocalypse never happened. Cheerful music filled the air, and people were happy, as if it were all just a bad dream. She stretched out her legs, remarking that it felt like they'd returned to reality. They gazed at the huge park, filled with towering attractions and bustling shops. The buildings were grand and beautiful. Hannah was startled when Sojun suddenly handed her a small piece of paper. "What's this?" she asked. He explained it was a ticket someone just gave him. It was decorated with a cute bear and a hare. He pointed out the ticket was issued last year. Hannah's eyes widened in shock. "What, did we travel back in time?" "No," Sojun replied calmly. Check your phone. They hadn't gone anywhere. The date on her screen read September 10th, 2023. This place itself is projecting a specific point in the past, he explained. It's all an illusion. Hannah clutched her hat as a breeze blew past. It's a shame, she said softly. A shame that none of this is real. She looked at the sky with a wistful expression. Seo-jun, she called out. And as he turned, she quickly took off her hat and snapped a selfie with him. She looked at the photo, beaming. It came out great. What are you doing? Seo-jun asked, caught off guard. Hannah just smiled. Even if it's an illusion, it's too beautiful to forget. We need at least one photo. Seo-jun couldn't help but smile back. He thought to himself that Hannah seemed so different right now, not like the idol on stage, or the deadly gunslinger of Clark. He watched her happily gaze at the phone, but their peace was shattered when someone shouted, Isn't that Choi Hannah? And who's that guy with her? No way. Are they a couple? Hannah's face immediately tensed up. We've been spotted again, Seo-jun said, his voice laced with annoyance. We have to disappear into the crowd, now, Hannah urged. Jang and Lean followed close behind. King, Lean shouted from Jang's shoulder. Together! The group began to run. Faster, Seo-jun yelled over his shoulder. What's the plan? Hannah asked, breathless. This, Seo-jun replied, activating his dragon's eyes. His first priority was to figure out the source of this anomaly. The sun continued to shine down on the vibrant park, its attractions spinning beautifully. The massive Ferris wheel turned in time with the music. Now sitting in one of the cabins, they could see nothing but the sky. Seo-jun finally spoke. This is not a dungeon. Jang and Hannah's mouths fell open in shock. A moment of silence was broken by a unified shout. What? Hannah gazed out the window, mesmerized by the view. Then, where are we? Isn't this the perfect setting for a themed dungeon? He admitted he thought so at first, too. But when we entered, he explained, none of us got a notification. Jang's eyes widened. Ah, that's right. So what is this place? Hannah pressed. Seo-jun fell silent, his gaze fixed on the ground below. He knew he couldn't explain it to them yet. He watched the countless people below, their faces filled with laughter. There was more to this illusion than met the eye. Suddenly, his thoughts were cut short by a joyful cry from Garan. A system window appeared, stating that the creature was drooling from a fantastic smell. Goran was reacting to the delicious food stalls nearby. Seo-jun knew what this meant. Whenever Goran behaved this way, a dungeon was close. Lean cursed under his breath, annoyed that Goran couldn't control itself in front of the king. But the system message said the smell was coming from everywhere. He stared at Goran, completely baffled. His own brain was starting to overheat. Jang groaned in frustration. Don't tell me we have to search this whole place again. Hannah sighed, exhausted. We couldn't find anything last time. Then we'll do things differently, Seo-jun declared, turning to Hannah. Yes, she answered. He led them to a stage surrounded by a massive crowd. All the necessary concert equipment was already there. Hannah stared at him. Are you suggesting we put on a concert? That's exactly it, Seo-jun confirmed. He explained that while scouting, he had detected several strange flows of energy. He tracked them with his dragon's eye, but they vanished whenever he got close. So their new plan was to lure those energy streams to the stage. She looked worried. Do you really think that will work? We don't have any other options, he replied grimly. Just then, Jang cheered that the stage prep was complete. You guys are amazing, Seo-jun praised them. All right, Hannah said, her expression shifting. They looked at her, surprised by her sudden change in demeanor. If we're doing a concert, she stated, it has to be perfect. Her voice was firm. This may be an illusion to us, but the people here don't see it that way. Seo-jun smiled as Gi-yeon stared in utter amazement. To them, this is real. A cloud of smoke erupted onto the stage. What's going on over there? Someone in the crowd asked. Looks like some kind of concert is starting. A familiar melody began to play. Wait, is that a Hannah song? Her companion replied. Some people in the park said they saw her. Could it really be? And then Hannah appeared, confident and radiant. She was born to shine on stage, and an incredible energy pulsed from her. The music swelled to a crescendo. Hannah adjusted the microphone on its stand. With a happy grin, she began to sing, her voice ringing out. Everyone, move your bodies. This is a festival. Her powerful charm captivated everyone. The beautiful idol was a force of pure energy and happiness. The entire crowd raised their phones, recording the impossible performance. Her name echoed through the park, Hannah. The crowd's voices rose in a powerful chorus, their hands in the air as they danced with her. Catch this rhythm. Move your body. Sejun watched the incredible scene. As Hannah Jang noted how loud they were singing, it was obvious this was Hannah's stage. Even he found himself singing along. Moving to the beat, Sejun smirked. Well, it was time for him to make his own move. His dragon's eye blazed to life. He couldn't let her be the only one trying so hard. On stage, Hannah continued her explosive performance. A whirlwind of song and dance, and that's when Sejun finally saw it. There they are, he thought. He spotted those thick, vibrant streams of energy again. Blue aura enveloped a pink rabbit, then a brown bear, and finally, a small black puppy.
Those toys. Sejun's mind flashed back to when they first arrived. He remembered the rabbit, watching them from atop the carousel.
Sejun glanced around and saw the bear standing there, observing them. They always appeared wherever people gathered, especially near Hannah. He wondered, perhaps they despised her performance. Sejun spoke urgently into his communicator. Enemies are nearby. Everyone, get ready. Hannah heard his warning and turned toward him. Just then, 3 colossal toys began stomping through the crowd. A sinister energy crackled around them. They wielded a menacing club, a heavy hammer, and a sharp axe. The puppy spoke, its voice echoing. Guests should proceed to the rides. But its tone was dripping with malice. The puppy tightened its grip on the axe. That's enough, it growled. Then, with a terrifying leap, it shot high into the sky, swinging its weapon. It plummeted directly toward Hannah. Stop interfering with our work, the toy shrieked. A thunderous crash was heard as Sejun moved like lightning. Kicking the toy away from Hannah, the force of the blow sent the creature flying back, creating a powerful gust of wind. Don't you dare interrupt the performance, Sejun warned. The toy crashed hard against the ground. The bear watched, tightening its grip on its club. Come on then, Sejun challenged, preparing to attack. The bear's entire body erupted in a malevolent aura. A cheerful voice suddenly announced, Welcome to the fair. Sejun was stunned as the voice began to glitch and distort, repeating the phrase in broken fragments. All around them, the guests continued to walk with joyful, empty faces. The voice stuttered on, its welcome becoming a strange, broken mantra. Suddenly, the people began to evaporate. They dissolved into pixels and vanished into thin air. The voice tried to speak again but failed, its words falling apart. Then, the message changed. The night opening is beginning. Instantly, the sky plunged into darkness. Sejun and Hannah looked around in utter shock. The people? Hannah screamed. They're gone.
Why did it get dark so fast? Jang's voice trembled with fear. Kai, look over there. Sejun spun around, and his blood ran cold. A whole legion of monsters materialized before them.
It was a horrific horde of every creature imaginable orcs, demonic predators resembling wolves, and even soulless, empty-bodied knights. There were also grotesque black monsters with large, amphibious heads, all shrouded in that same strange energy. So many monsters, Sejun thought, his resolve hardening. He immediately drew his Von Dis sword. Without hesitation, he charged into the fray, his blade singing as he cut a knight clean in two. Be careful, Sejun roared to his friends. The knight's armor clattered to the ground in pieces. The glitched voice returned. This is a themed dungeon. A monster party. More and more monsters swarmed into the park. They charged with pure rage, their countless feet and paws kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The monsters opened their terrible maws, unleashing horrifying sounds into the night.
We wish you a fun and happy day, the voice chirped mockingly. Sejun stood in the center of the square, surrounded by the broken remains of the monsters he'd slain.
He scanned the chaos. If this isn't a normal dungeon, he thought, there must be another reason for this. He activated his dragon's eye. Amidst the disgusting horde, he saw it the toy rabbit. A ball of concentrated, sinister energy was gathered in its paws. This is it, Sejun realized. He carved a path through the monsters, his eyes locked on his target. But just as he finished them off, he noticed the rabbit was already escaping. The toy moved with impossible speed. Sejun gave chase, shouting for it to stop. But then, Jang's desperate cry cut through the chaos. He was barely deflecting a blow from a huge monster bull. He choked back a gasp, terrified by the murderous look in the beast's eyes. Even Island was struggling against an undead foe, calling out, Your Majesty! He dodged its attacks, but his small body was too weak to resist. There are too many of them, Hannah screamed, firing a shot directly into a dense crowd of monsters. The bullet erupted in a blinding explosion, sending debris and wind flying everywhere. Sejun stopped, watching in horror as his friends were overwhelmed. He glanced back toward the fleeing rabbit, now just a distant speck. He could feel his one chance slipping away. Then, his expression hardened into one of cold fury. He abandoned the chase, spinning around and dashing back in the opposite direction to save his friends. A grim look of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Meanwhile, under the same dark sky, a massive city stood, its outer edges crumbling into ruin. This was the Ark. Its entrance was blocked by colossal gates in a stone wall, guarded by the military. Zone 3, the soldiers snapped their weapons up. Stop, state your name. A man with battered shoes stumbled to a halt. I'm from Captain Kim Kang-gil's unit, he said. My name is Kim Hoon. Exhausted and beaten, he raised his hands. I'm a player. I need to speak with Captain Honeck. I have news.
Over the walkie-talkie, Honeck's voice crackled with disbelief. He returned alive from the Bermuda Zone. What happened to the others? Panicked, Honeck shot up from his chair, shouting into the device.
I returned because I can move through space, Hoon explained, sitting in the medical center. The rest are still locked up. He'd been cleaned and treated as doctors bustled around. The fair is in the Bermuda Zone, Hoon reported. And just as we expected, it was a trap.
We found traces of the dungeon, but according to our estimates, it's no less than S-Rank. Honeck's eyes widened in shock.
Are you sure? He demanded. Hoon insisted. It could be even higher. We need more reinforcements. But there's no place for high-level players there. Honeck listened to the report with growing horror and tension. What do you mean? He asked. I'm sure, Hoon replied. It looks like everything happening there has something to do with memory. The higher the player's level, the more toxic their memories become inside. With trembling hands, Honeck clutched the radio. Hoon's voice came through again. Captain Model? Huck called it a curse, pressing a hand to his head. He'd already sent reinforcements there. About an hour ago. The path to the fair should be clear. As the sun set, the empty city felt hostile. Potholes scarred the road, littered with overturned cars. A lone group made their way down the desolate street. The leader of the company's unit declared that this place never became a dungeon. He stood alone in black, a stark contrast to the rest of his team, who were cloaked in green. One of his men found it strange. Attractions like these were perfect dungeon locations, but the commander knew it wasn't always that simple. This was Yoon. Beno, commander of the company's 3rd Break Group detachment. He demanded to know if Kay truly entered this place. His subordinate confirmed it, saying the intel
showed they captured the ghost train and arrived here. Beno was in disbelief. What were they thinking? This place was known as the Bermuda Zone. The agents asked for clarification.
A zone where people vanish without a trace. Beno explained that almost nothing was known about this area. No one has ever returned alive to tell the tale. Fear began to creep into their hearts. But that's exactly where Kay had gone. Beno reasoned that Kay must know something vital. The Bermuda Zone had also existed in Dreamside 1. Perhaps the source of some immense power was hidden here. Beno's fists tightened. A fire ignited in his eyes. Then we must protect it from Kay at all costs. He burst forward with blinding speed, and his subordinates instantly followed his command. Yes, sir! With a final shout from their commander, they charged toward the Brightstone Gate, but just as they arrived, Beno froze, asking in shock.
What is this? In front of them was a peaceful, vibrant scene. The same one Sejun's team had witnessed. His men turned, their faces filled with confusion.
Beno and his squad were utterly stunned by the sight. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. Just then, 2 laughing children ran past them, their mother calling after them to be careful. Beno and his men instinctively stepped aside, looking around in a daze. What is going on here? Beno demanded. One of his agents asked, Commander, are you seeing this too? This place, it made no sense. Cheerful crowds bustled all around them. He observed the buildings at the entrance. From the outside, they looked completely abandoned. But in here, it was as if no tragedy had ever occurred. It was exactly like it was before the opening of Dreamside 2. Listen closely, Beno ordered. His men snapped to attention. Right.
We need to figure out what's happening. Follow my lead. The company's group acknowledged. Yes, sir, and began moving through the park with their commander. They overheard girls in the crowd whispering. What's this? Is there some kind of event today? They must be cosplaying. Beno's gaze swept across the area, his mind racing.
He couldn't believe his own eyes. Was any of this even possible? And then he heard a familiar song. Hannah's voice. Beno recognized it in an instant. An agent asked, Isn't that Choi Hannah's song? Is she actually holding a concert here? A grim realization dawned on Beno. If she's here, she must be with Kay. Everyone, move to the stage now. The detachment surged forward, but suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Their cloaks billowed violently as the sky above them instantly turned to black. Beno looked up, his eyes wide with shock. Night, but it was just day. No matter. This whole place was far too strange. Beno turned to check on his team, but a colossal monster had already materialized behind them. A giant white wolf lunged, its jaws wide open, ready to devour him. Beno heard the attack just in time to dodge. gritting his teeth as if caught by surprise. The wolf's jaws snapped shut on empty air. In a flash, a weapon materialized in Benno's hand. He gripped the hilt, then leaped into the air, bringing his weapon down with devastating force onto the monster's head. The wolf howled in pain as blood erupted from the wound. "What are these things?" Benno growled, finding himself surrounded by a horde of grotesque monsters. The same terrifying night from before, and a hulking, creepy pirate. "Prepare for battle," Benno roared. "Yes, sir," his squad responded in unison. He pointed his finger forward to give the command. "All of you." But the word attack never left his lips. He fell silent, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. Stuttering, he whispered, It can't be." Bino stared at a figure armed with legendary gear. The body was not human, but he recognized the face. He breathed out the name in shock. Before him stood Seojun, looking absolutely majestic against the night sky and moon. "K," Bino uttered. Elsewhere, bullets sang through the air. Hannah relentlessly fired her revolver. Lion swung his club, roaring. "We must help the king!" But then he stopped. What is this fool doing here? Before him stood a mere second-rank goblin, a massive, crimson-skinned creature looming over him. Lion sneered.
"Insolent beast!" He charged forward without hesitation. "How dare you stand against the king?" Lion leaped, bringing his club down upon the goblin's head. But as he looked up,
he was shocked. The goblin only glared back, growling menacingly. With a deafening roar, the monster swung its massive arm, launching Lion through the air. He tumbled across the ground, his body racked with pain. Lion's club slipped from his grasp as he slid across the stone path, finally coming to a stop, battered and bruised. "Impossible," he groaned. "Defeated by some low-level nobody." But in the next instant, the massive goblin was airborne, descending upon him for the final, killing blow. Just then, Jian noticed the danger. He grabbed Lion, pulling him into a desperate roll across the ground. They narrowly dodged as the goblin's fist smashed into the pavement.
Jian quickly got to his feet, hauling Lion away. "Jian, put me down!" Lion screamed. "I'm going to kill that goblin now."
"Stop talking nonsense," Jian yelled back. "Look at yourself. That thing will crush you with one hand," Lion roared back. "How dare you, a third-rank goblin, was beaten by a second-ranker," Jian retorted. Yeah, you're amazing. But right now, we need to run." Lion screamed for Jian to shut his mouth and put him down. But Jian suddenly froze. Another monster had appeared before them. It resembled a grotesque, obese man with gray hair, wielding a huge wooden club. Its red eyes glared with malevolent intent. Jian shouted, "Show me your strength attack." Lion said nothing, just stared at him strangely. Jian immediately realized his mistake. What did I just do? Nightmare. But suddenly, the monster's head was pierced by a bullet that tore straight through its skull. The giant stood frozen for a moment before crashing backward. Jian barely managed to leap out of the way. He sighed, a mix of terror and relief. "Jian Lion," Hannah's voice called out. Jian yelled back in fear, then asked, "Hannah? But how?" Lion ordered. "We need to retreat." Jian was surprised. "What?" Lion explained. "As you've noticed, I'm not in good shape. My combat ability has been severely weakened. We have to leave."
A dark thought crossed Lion's mind. Perhaps, in trying to control all those souls, he had lost his own power. He scowled, but he didn't regret it.
After all, it was an order from His Majesty. "Where do we run?" Jian asked. Lion's answer was immediate. "To the king," and Jian took off. Carrying Lion in his arms, suddenly, Jang froze. A figure stood before them, cloaked in dark magic. Jang recognized him and screamed, "Kay!" But the figure gave no answer. "He turned into a Komori," Jang exclaimed with excitement. But Lion stared, his face filled with dread. Jang boasted, "In this form, no monster can match him." Kay gripped his sword, then struck with lightning speed. He closed the distance to Jang, his gaze terrifyingly inhuman. A suffocating aura of dark magic swirled around him. Jang barely dodged, his heart pounding. "That was too close." He stared in horror at his own sword, then stammered, "Kay, what you are doing? It's me." But before him stood only a vicious monster. Kay couldn't hear him, couldn't understand. His eyes blazed with pure fury. Lion realized, this energy, it's not normal. "Different?" Jang asked, bewildered. "Did he do something wrong? Is this because of that incident?" He screamed in panic, "Kay!" The monster was already charging, sword raised for the kill. "Get away from him!" Seojun yelled. He threw himself in front of Jang, blocking Kay's devastating blow with his own sword. A flash of violent purple magic lit up the street. The shockwave blasted past Jang and Lion. "Is everyone all right?" Sojin shouted.
Lion stared in disbelief. "King, there are two of them now." As Seojin parried K's relentless attacks, he yelled, "Lion Goblin!" "What is it?" the goblin asked. "Who do you think is the real king?"
A system window appeared. The title Goblin King has been activated. "Your Majesty!" Lion roared. "Then who is this scoundrel?" Jang and Sojin stared at the corrupted K. Stunned. "That's a good question," Sojun admitted. "Even I don't fully understand what's happening here." Jang and Lion took cover behind him. "I'm going to end this quickly, so be ready," Sojun declared. He tightened his grip on his sword. Countless souls, like ghostly goblins and twinkling stars, swirled around the dark K. The imposter stared back, completely soulless. Sojun focused his dragon eye, examining his foe carefully. He saw it. There was an opening. Seojun burst forward, leaving a trail of shimmering ice crystals in his wake. His face became enveloped in the same frosty energy. He moved with purpose, his eyes locked on K. Skill Spiny Frost has been used. Seojun swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp ice. A moment later, the park fell into a dark, eerie silence. The team hid in a nearby alley, trying to catch their breath.
"We can rest for a moment," Sojun announced. Hannah crossed her arms, scanning their surroundings with a displeased look. Jian gasped for air, slumping down from exhaustion.
"It got dark so fast," Jian panted. "Aren't monsters more active at night?" "Better than fighting an entire army," Hannah retorted. She then asked hesitantly, "Was that really him? They look exactly the same." She couldn't shake the image of the monstrous K. Seojun nodded grimly. "Yes, it was definitely him. I think it's because of that item," he theorized. "What item?" Hannah asked, surprised. "Remember those strange waves?" Seojun continued. "It all started with that thing the rabbit was carrying." The toy rabbit held a sphere of pure darkness. "It's clearly the same goblin ball," Sojun concluded. Hannah's eyes lit up. "Then, if we catch the rabbit, we can take the ball." Seojun hesitated, looking away. "It's not that simple. It seems all these monsters, they're just illusions, just like the people we saw during the day. And the reason they appeared is probably us." Hannah and Jian listened in stunned silence. Seojun tapped his temple. "It's using our memories." "I don't understand," Jang admitted. "After we left the ghost train," Seojun explained, "he stopped turning into a Koryal, so none of the locals could possibly know he ever did. But we remember." The realization hit Hannah and Jang like a physical blow. "It seems that item affects our memories," Sojun mused. "But why did it single out the memory of the Koryal?" Then it clicked. Sojun looked at them. "What did you two think of his Koryal transformation?" Hannah and Jang were surprised, but answered honestly. "It was amazing," Hannah added. "Truly incredible." They spoke with excitement, but then her face clouded over. "But it was also a little scary." Seojun's eyes widened. He finally understood. That was the key. An emotion strong enough to pull a monster into reality. Fear. Every person is afraid of something unique. And that's how these monsters were created. "And he," Sojun said, "just appeared as the object of fear from Leon's memories." Then a chilling thought crossed his mind. "Wait," he rubbed his chin. "What if the monsters I fear appear?" An image flashed in his mind, a colossal body, covered in impenetrable scales. He refused to believe it. That the dragon could appear here. He remembered the impossibly long, dark dragon. A monster whose mere gaze struck terror into his soul. The dragon from the tomb in the S-Class dungeon. The park remained eerily empty. "Horror," Hannah and Jian repeated in shock. "Yes," Seojun confirmed. "And Captain Kim Kang-il must be 100% nearby. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to recognize the goblin ball." "In short," Seojun stated, "we need to find two things." They didn't notice the faint vibration beneath their feet. "We need to find the captain. And that ball." Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from below. Something massive and fast burst from the ground. The shockwave threw the team back, sending Jang tumbling. Boulders and debris rained down around them. Hannah screamed as Sejun looked up in disbelief. He saw a reddish-brown shell. As a monster with a horrifying head loomed over them, the insectoid creature opened a gigantic mouth filled with terrible teeth. Its huge, yellow eyes glowed with a sickening light. The team stared up at the impossibly long beast. "A centipede," Sejun thought. Jang began to stutter, his mouth wide with pure terror as he let out a piercing scream. Seojun saw him scrambling backward. "Gion!" He turned back to the centipede. "Is this my nightmare?" he wondered. "Hannah," he yelled. "I've got it," she replied with fierce determination. "Getting into position." "The centipede's weak point is its palate," Sojun shouted. The monster thrashed wildly, kicking up clouds of dust before letting out a long, deafening shriek. The moment the beast opened its mouth, Hannah charged forward. She leaped high, running along the monster's segmented body. As she launched into the air again, she aimed her revolver. She unleashed a rapid-fire barrage directly into the monster's mouth. Powerful bullets tore through the centipede's head, leaving a path of destruction. With a brilliant flash of light, massive holes tore through the centipede's head, melting its grotesque form as it began to burrow deep into the earth.
Tearing up the landscape and scattering stone, Hannah narrowly dodged the debris while Sejun rushed to Kang's side, asking if he was okay.
Slumped on the ground, Kang fought to catch his breath. He was not okay. The fear in his eyes told a story from his childhood. From every time his father lashed out, he'd be locked in a closet, his younger self screaming, lost in the suffocating darkness, constantly begging for forgiveness while imagining these very creatures crawling all around him. Seojin was stunned. He never would have guessed. Suddenly, Hannah's shriek cut through the air. Seojin, look! The noise had drawn a massive army of monsters. Hordes of goblins, wolves, and other vile mutants were closing in on them, their growls echoing, a promise of death. The very earth shook beneath their feet. Sojun commanded his friends to prepare for battle. Hannah and Kang nodded, their resolve hardening as Kang turned to face the threat. He screamed, "Wait, there's another one behind us!" They all spun around to face a different kind of horror. Before them stood a young man with pale gray hair and piercing black eyes. A system window materialized, reporting this was the aristocrat. Norhan, an NPC. An NPC, Hannah tensed. I think he's here for me. She despised this character, a painful reminder of a stalker from her past. So, it wasn't just monsters appearing in this place. Seojin watched as Norhan began to unsheath his blade to prepare for an attack, without hesitation. Seojin charged forward. As he grabbed his sword, he declared that this Norhan was his. Hannah cried out for him to be careful. He was level 200, if not higher. Seojin closed the distance. He leaped, bringing his sword down in a wide, powerful arc. But the aristocrat met his strike with perfect form. A blinding flash erupted as steel met steel, sending sparks flying. He effortlessly shoved Seojin back. They both swung their swords, their blades dancing and creating vortexes of wind. Seojin charged him again, his eyes locked on his opponent. It was a blur of strikes and parries, but Norhan fought with a chilling elegance. Suddenly, his blade nearly found its mark, but Seojin managed to dodge just in time. Seojin stared at the blade that nearly took his life. He thought, so this is the power of level 200. Norhan began his assault again. He swung his weapon upwards, and Seojin ducked under the blow. Every one of Norhan's movements was filled with aristocratic grace. Seojin looked up and wondered if this was an opponent he simply couldn't defeat. He looked carefully at Norhan's shoulder. And the cape he wore. Seojin shot to his feet and lunged forward, surprising the aristocrat.
Norhan's composure shattered, his sword slipping from his trembling hand. The ornate blade clattered to the ground. Seojin smirked. Oh, no. Norhan looked at him with dread.
Seojin thrust his sword forward to test his theory. And just like that, it was proven. Even NPCs could feel fear. And they could bleed. Blood flowed from Norhan's wound. With one final, wide swing of his sword, he said, "We need to move. Now!" He strode past Norhan's fallen body, and the others followed. Hannah glanced back at the corpse. Then, she pointed her finger at the sky. "Seojun, look up there." Her face was etched with worry. Seojun looked up, his surprise matching hers. Perched on a rooftop was a rabbit, holding a goblin ball. It stared down, coolly assessing the situation. Seojun's face darkened. "That rabbit." He sat down, his voice low. "This time will be different." Seojun activated a skill, screaming, "You're not getting away!" He pushed off the ground with explosive force. He launched himself high into the air, a trail of wind following him. The rabbit watched his approach, completely unfazed. As Seojun descended, their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Then, the rabbit bolted, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Seojun gave chase with blinding speed, running right behind it. He pushed off one final time, closing the distance in a flash. His hand shot out, reaching to grab the creature's ear. The rabbit sensed him and it turned around. Seojun's expression was grim. His blow connected hard, sending the toy rabbit tumbling through the air as it released the goblin ball. The dark orb plummeted towards the ground. Seeing this, Seojun roared. Kang was already moving to intercept it. He shouted that he was on it. He caught the goblin ball. A brief moment of triumph. Before black energy started seeping from the orb, more and more of the dark matter appeared until malevolent red and black magic engulfed the sphere. It began to float into the air as Kang yelled. No, lying on the ground, he could only ask, "What is this?" From the dark energy, a bear materialized, holding its own goblin ball. Seojin thought, a bear? Just who are these things anyway? He continued his chase across the rooftops. Suddenly, he felt an intense chill run down his spine. The danger detection skill had activated. Huge cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, and massive chunks of earth erupted upwards right next to him. Sojun dodged, but began to cough from the dust, his eyes wide with horror as he looked forward through the flying stones. He thought, damn it, it's here. Through the chaos, he saw a pair of terrifying, glowing eyes. This was an S-rank dungeon master, level 500. Before him, Seojin saw a colossal black dragon. The monster stared at him, its gaze promising a swift and brutal death. Overwhelming energy and magical power radiated from its body. This was the Kushi dragon. At the same time, a figure in a clown costume and a twisted mask appeared, his mouth wide open. The figure announced that they had a guest. Sojun whispered, Kushi. This was the being they called K. He spun around and shouted, Hana Kang! They stared at the dragon in absolute horror, as Kang asked what that creature was. Sojun didn't answer. I'll try to buy you some time, he said. You two need to get out of here fast. They asked. But what about you? Seojin yelled. Are you deaf? I already told you. Hana got scared and screamed, Behind you! Seojin stood with his back to the monster. At that moment, Kushi's maw opened wide, a cavern of purple lined with teeth as large as Sojun himself. It lunged. He turned and looked at it, his face a mask of pure terror. A deafening roar followed by a massive explosion. Debris rained down everywhere as Sojun was blown back by the force. Hana and Kang struggled to dodge the falling boulders. The very ground beneath them rippled like water. Kang was thrown into the air for a moment before crashing down as the last of the stones fell. Hana asked if Kang was safe, telling him to get up quickly. He said he was fine. They watched the dragon. Hana completely stunned. Kang wiped the dirt from his face and asked, What was that? He asked Hana. Are you seeing this too? She looked forward in horror. They stared into the thick smoke where Sojun had been, as Kang stammered that this, impossible. Kay let out a sharp breath, his head snapping up. He looked around with arrogant fury, his dark, magical attire irradiating a majestic, oppressive aura. A primal roar erupted from the dragon. Its head lowered slowly, a wicked grin spreading across its maw. But Kay stood confidently, right in front of him. Seojun, perched on a rooftop, watched Kay stand defiantly on a metal frame. He's identical. A perfect copy, Seojun muttered. His brows furrowed as he looked at Kay bathed in moonlight. That wasn't a man, but something far stronger. Kay's face showed no doubt, only pure confidence. The dragon's growl deepened, rumbling as it approached Kay. Its steps shook the very ground, its colossal weight sending tremors through the earth. Kay watched its approach, emotionless, but the dragon never ceased its menacing growl, baring its fangs. It raised its head high, sealing its jaw shut. Then, it lunged toward Kay and a sphere of raw magical energy began to form in its throat. The massive violet-white orb swelled to Kay's size, yet he simply stood there, refusing to run. The dragon unleashed its power. A devastating torrent of magic surged toward Kay. He leaped into the air, turning to face the blast head-on. The light from the stream was blinding, swallowing everything. Only shattered stones from a nearby building flew through the air. Kay swung his sword, dodging the next assault as he frowned and stared intently at the furiously roaring beast. With a sweep of its tail, it leveled nearby buildings, sending rubble flying everywhere. Kay stood. On the ground, now covered in massive boulders, the entire battlefield had transformed into a cratered wasteland. Kay's frown deepened, and from his golden eyes, a fierce resolve ignited. He prepared to strike. Igniting his jet boots, Kay blasted off the ground, ascending at blinding speed, creating a powerful gust of wind in his wake. The dragon roared, spotting him and turning its massive head. Kay shot straight for the beast's skull and began to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, fighting the dragon. The monster bellowed in rage, but Kay fought fearlessly. The entire team watched the epic battle unfold. Lean asked, Is this what His Majesty was truly like? In the past, Seojun could only watch in stunned silence. How is this even possible? He whispered. Seojun explained. Someone's fear must have summoned this phantom. There's someone with us who fears him. But it seems this dragon can't use its full power. Jang just managed a confused, Huh! The dragon roared furiously and thrashed its head. It swung its massive tail, smashing a building wall, trying to crush Kay with it. But he leaped aside. The beast's movements churned the very ground into huge stones, Jang asked. So it's not even fighting at full strength now, Seojin replied gravely. If you ever met the real Kushi, I assure you, Jang, you'd be paralyzed with fear just from looking at him. He hiccuped, staring at Seojin with wide eyes. Still, he thought, the techniques are the same, the endless flame of death. That's the name of that magical attack. At this moment, Kushi's entire body seemed to be wreathed in lightning. The dragon can also use black smoke, Seojin recalled. So, the weakness of the weapon needed to defeat it remains the same? And this K? He doesn't have that sword. K dove down onto the dragon's head, ready to strike. The beast arched its neck, lowering its head with a deep, rumbling growl, waiting for him. But without that blade, this battle was already lost. In fact, this was the very beast that had killed him once before. Seojin remembered. K, lying broken on the ground, his body scorched and melting from the flames. Towering above him was the dragon, its head lowering for the final blow. He lost because he was unarmed. Back in the present, K charged forward. He leaped onto the dragon's body, driving his sword deep into its neck. Kushi grimaced, then shook its head and roared, its mouth wide open, unleashing the endless flames of death in a dark stream. Still, Seojin thought, even if K can't win, he can, at least buy us some time. K moved like a phantom, darting around the dragon as if he could fly. He relentlessly struck its neck and head with his sword, trying to sever something. Kushi's powerful body thrashed about, its angry roars echoing through the ruins. Seojin ran forward, shouting, "We have to find the goblin ball," Hannah yelled. Right, and they sprinted after him. Now is the perfect time, Sejun thought, pushing himself to run faster, refusing to waste a single second. The whole team raced across the shattered ground. Seojun skidded to a halt as their path was blocked by a grotesque green monster. Seojun attacked without hesitation, cleaving the creature in two with his sword. He pushed confidently towards their goal, refusing to be delayed. "Be careful," he shouted. Things could get even more complicated. They ran after him, and Jang did not like the sound of that at all. Hannah screamed. Seojun K had appeared, before them again, summoned by Lean's fear. In his Kimyosul form, he was wreathed in tormented souls, blocking their path. K screamed, his face twisting into a horrifying visage. "He's everywhere," Hannah said in frustration. Seojin watched awkwardly, then warned. "There's more to come. Kushi and Ki are making too much noise." Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Jang and Lean could hardly stay on their feet. A massive horde of monsters was stomping their feet, creating an earthquake. Every single one radiated the same dark aura. "This only means one thing," Seojun said. The team stood surrounded by monsters that personified all of their fears, and they just kept appearing, again and again. The entire horde turned towards them. K, in his Kimyosul form, glared at them with malice. The souls that enveloped him wore twisted, unnatural smiles. Seojin thought, it seems he's gotten even bigger. He must have eaten more souls. K resolutely prepared for battle. "Ready to attack," Hannah said. "It's time to put him in his place," he asked. In what sense?" She confidently told him. "Become a Kimyosul," Jang added happily. "Yeah, Seojin has to strike back," Lean agreed. "They should see your power." Seojin rubbed his chin and said, "It's not that simple," they asked. "What?" He said that Kimyosul is a skill that requires absorbing souls to use. The air was thick with the energy of many different souls around him. "But," Seojin said, "among them are many children who could get hurt." K's face suddenly distorted again as he began to scream. He clenched his fist, and the souls flying next to him also began to shriek. K didn't move towards them, but he stood at the front of a massive monster army. They had been defeated before, but the problem is that they constantly reappear. Hannah urged him. "Seojun, you need to decide faster." He hummed thoughtfully. Seojun carefully scanned K and the huge giant. With a wooden stake. There has to be another way out, he thought. K looked at him angrily, his black, unpleasant eyes burning with hate. Seojin looked at them worriedly. "This seal is bad," Seojin shouted, ordering the attack. His team surged forward to meet the monsters, who were already charging straight for them. It was meant to be a brutal, bloody battle. But suddenly Sejun flinched, shielding his face from a blinding light as he clenched his teeth. Out of the darkness, twin suns blazed to life. The roar of an engine shattered the silence. A massive green vehicle charged straight for them. It plowed through the monster horde without a second thought. Creatures shrieked, scattering like rats from the blinding light. The headlights carved a path to safety. The beasts were stunned into submission. The truck screeched to a halt right before the team. Shielding their eyes from the glare, Seojun stared in disbelief. A car here! He couldn't make sense of it before he could voice his confusion. A gruff voice yelled from inside, ordering them to get in. They piled in as the truck sped away from the chaos. Their savior was Captain Connell of the Arkansas. At last, they had a precious moment to catch their breath. Sejun, sitting beside the captain, thanked him for saving their lives. Connell just laughed, claiming he made it just in time. A crucial question formed in Sejun's mind. Are monsters afraid of headlights? He asked. The captain grinned, calling him sharp. He explained that they despise any intense light, not just the sun. He'd spotted them earlier in the day, but without his secret weapon, he couldn't get close. Their ride was a huge military-grade truck, and it carved a path forward with ease. Every monster fled from its blinding glare. This unexpected rescue granted them safe passage as they drove on. Speeding down the deserted road, Kangri expressed his shock. Jian, meanwhile, was turning green, groaning that he was going to be sick. Hannah shot him a look of pure disgust. That's just how it is, Connell began to say. But his words caught in his throat as his eyes widened in terror at the dagger poised right beside his shoulder. He screamed, "What is this nightmare?" A long, curved blade had materialized out of thin air, Seojun stated grimly. Not all monsters fear the light. He glanced at the side mirror and saw a dark silhouette. It was Kay, perched on the roof like a gargoyle. Seojun knew he wouldn't let them escape so easily. Persistent pest. Connell cursed, wrenching the wheel. He threw the truck into a series of sharp, violent maneuvers. The massive vehicle swerved wildly across the road. Tires screamed against the pavement, the engine roaring in protest. But Kay remained locked onto the roof, clinging on with a single hand. His gaze burned with murderous rage. In his other hand, he clutched that wicked dagger. Kay let out a furious battle cry, plunging the blade deep into the metal roof, again and again. He stabbed with frantic intensity, tearing through the steel with every vicious strike. Below, Jian and Hannah stared in terror at the chaos erupting above them. This was an attack they never saw coming. One brutal thrust pierced the ceiling right beside John's head. He screamed as the blade scraped against his armor. He clutched his shoulder while the others shouted in concern. That bastard! Hannah screamed, her anger boiling over. She whipped out her revolver and fired straight up. The bullet tore through the roof, striking Kay's body. In a blinding flash of golden aura, the creature froze for a split second before recovering. As it slumped over, Seojun muttered, "As I expected, a doppelganger." It had even survived a direct pistol shot. Kay slowly raised its head, its energy surging once more. Without a word, Seojun threw open the door and launched himself from the moving truck. In one fluid motion, he flipped straight onto the roof. The fake Kay, still wearing Connell's uniform, stared in shock. Seojun landed with a heavy thud, ready for battle. The monster's surprise morphed into fury as it advanced. A gaping, sizzling hole remained where the bullet had hit. Seojun effortlessly dodged its lunge and grabbed its arm. He wrenched the surprised creature off balance. The fake Kay flailed, completely caught off guard. Seojun locked his grip with both hands, overpowering it. With immense force, he pulled it down. He charged forward, swinging the monster through the air and slamming it with bone-shattering impact onto the truck's hood. The creature lay stunned, gazing up in utter disbelief. Its mouth hung agape as Sejun descended upon it. He grabbed a fistful of its hair and smashed its face into the cold, hard steel once more. Lifting its bloodied head, Seojun looked on with grim satisfaction. "That's enough, parasite," he growled. "The games are over." His voice was deadly serious. The creature could only stare back in shock. Sojun grabbed its hair again, forcing its head down towards the blazing headlights. The doppelganger was now face to face with pure, intense light. Its eyes widened in agony as its body began to pixelate. It was dissolving, evaporating into nothingness. A few moments later, it was gone completely. Seojun stood tall on the truck, surveying the ruined landscape. Then, a system window materialized before him. He calmly navigated the glowing blue interface. As he stood there, streams of data flowed around him. He was choosing his reward for the battle. He finally made his selection. A small system notification hovered over his open palm. As he closed his hand, the reward vanished. Seojun sat on the hood. "Faster," he ordered the captain. "You got it to the hideout," Connell replied. The truck roared back to life, speeding down the empty street. They arrived at a nondescript building with reinforced metal walls. As the door creaked open, the survivors inside squinted at the light. Among them were several young people. 2 were badly injured. Spotting their leader, they cried out, "Captain, relieved. They asked if he was all right." He just rubbed his nose and said he was fine. But then, the survivors gasped in absolute shock. Standing before them was Choi Hannah, the nation's most popular idol. They rushed to her side, asking if she was okay. "Quick, get her a potion," one of them shouted. Connell watched with a look of utter betrayal. "What about me?" The blonde-haired kid laughed nervously. "Of course we worried about you, sir." Seojun watched the entire scene unfold as Kangri expressed his own relief. Hannah graciously accepted a bottle of bright red potion. "How did you all end up here?" she asked. She and Seojun were curious, but Jian was visibly annoyed by the commotion. The survivors chattered endlessly, one gushing over how worried he was for Hannah. Then, another asked a far more serious question. Why haven't any reinforcements arrived? Connell's voice cut through the noise, grim and serious. "Do you have any idea what just happened out there? An S-rank monster appeared?" A stunned silence fell over the room. "An S-rank K," Connell explained. "And the dragon he summoned fought like demons." The terrifying memory of the battle was still seared into his mind. "K," they all stammered, their mouths agape in shock. "Yes," Connell confirmed. "He's out there now." Sojun stood off to the side and let out a weary sigh. A frown creased his brow. He thought, wait, they really think that thing we just fought was the real K, and they clearly have no idea about Hannah's real personality. He glanced over at her, then dismissed the thought. But that doesn't matter now. We have a much bigger problem. "This is our chance," Krell yelled excitedly. "While K is fighting the Kushi, his whole group is distracted. He rallied his team. We're taking over this dungeon right now." Sojun was floored by his words. "You mean to tell me you found it?" Krell turned, his surprise melting into a confident smirk. "Yes," he declared with satisfaction. One of his team members held a controller with a glowing screen, displaying a clear view of the fairgrounds. "It's the same kind," Sojun noted, watching the operator skillfully maneuver the camera. "That's right," they told him. "It's a drone, flying high above the giant fair." A small device cut through the dark sky. "Amazing," Seojun breathed. "In Dreamside, this was something you could only dream of." He watched the screen, completely captivated. The blue-haired pilot looked to his captain. "We're almost there." The drone soared over a ruined city of crumbling skyscrapers and shattered roads. Is it flying outside the fairgrounds, he wondered, staring at the screen in disbelief? The camera provided a startlingly clear image of a massive skyscraper, but the entire building was shrouded in dark magic. A sinister aura pulsed from the location. "Is that the Lotte Tower?" Seojun asked. "Can you get a closer look?" The pilot shook his head. "No, we'll lose contact. It's like we're peering into another world." "A dungeon," Seojun stated. "Exactly," the pilot confirmed. "But this one is unlike any other." On the screen, they saw a pitch-black portal. "There are no doors, no other entrance. It looks like a hole torn in reality," he murmured, "almost like a black hole." Just then, the camera feed began to shake violently. "What's going on?" Seojun demanded. "What's wrong?" The pilot struggled with the controls, cursing under his breath. "The drone isn't responding to commands," he yelled, shaking the joystick. Then he screamed. "Damn it, it's going down!" The image dissolved into static. "Was it a monster attack?" Seojun asked urgently. "I don't think so," the pilot stammered. Just then, a pair of someone's black shoes appeared in the frame. Seojun frowned. "Is that a human leg? Can you see who it is?" "I'll try," the pilot said, fighting the controls as the camera tilted just enough. They saw a squad of figures in masks and cloaks. And most importantly, they saw Benno. A horrifying realization washed over Sojun. My God! Were they the ones who summoned the Dark K? He stared at the screen as Benno lifted his foot over the fallen drone. "No!" the pilot screamed in anguish as a crunching noise was followed by a black screen. Hannah and Krell watched in horror. The blue-haired pilot cried out in frustration. "No, my drone!" His hands trembled in shock. Hannah's eyes were wide. What if this dungeon belongs to the company? Seojun crossed his arms. "It's unlikely. If they really created this place, the Dark K wouldn't be here." He frowned, lost in thought. "In any case, I have to stop them." Sojun and Hannah turned to look at Kangri in utter surprise. "Captain?" His entire group stood behind him, completely stunned. Krell looked at him, bewildered. "Then who summoned who?" he yelled. "Are you saying someone summoned K?" Hannah and Sojun exchanged an awkward look and said, "Hey, maybe we should start over from the beginning." Meanwhile, the company's detachment stood near that very building. "Damn it, they noticed us," Benno snarled. "Who were they?" They had barely escaped K's wrath. One of his men approached him. "Boss, what is this dungeon?" They all gazed at the dark portal, its oppressive aura washing over them. I have no idea, Benno admitted. I've seen countless dungeons, but this is a first. In front of them was a massive vortex of black energy, a terrible rumble echoing from its depths. But we know one thing for sure, Benno declared, pointing his finger. He stood right before the portal, aiming at its heart. This is the place where all the power of the Bermuda Triangle is, concentrated. A chance like this only comes once. He clenched his fist with determination. If we harness this, it will become our ultimate weapon. Can you imagine? What would happen if more creatures like the Kushi appeared? His men roared back. We wouldn't have to fear scoundrels like Kay anymore. Exactly, Benno confirmed. And if something goes wrong, nothing stops us from blowing this place sky high. Their mission: create a dungeon breach using the dungeon flower. The company's public goal is to promote dungeon breaking, but its members secretly study them, turning them into weapons against other players.
All the specimens were back at the laboratory. One such weaponized dungeon was the Ghost high-speed train, the main achievement of
the first break group. If this works, Benno said with a wild grin, we'll reach the same level as the first group. Everyone screamed in loud, enthusiastic agreement. Yes. Plus, we'll earn massive bonuses, he shouted, hyping up the crowd. Is everyone ready for a promotion? The workers raised their fists and yelled, yes. Then, something zipped past him at incredible speed. A bear ran with lightning-fast agility through the crowd, zigzagging from one worker to another.
What is that thing? One of them yelled. The bear ran quickly, clutching a glowing sphere tightly. The workers tracked the creature with their eyes. A P-doll, Benno thought. They watched as the bear phased through the portal and into the dungeon, its legs vanishing into the darkness. All the workers stood in stunned silence, their mouths wide open.
Why are you just standing there? Benno roared menacingly. Kay will be here any second. Understood, they shouted. Benno watched as his workers scrambled past him, entering the dungeon one after another. All around was a dark blue sky, a massive building wrapped in black magic, and that creepy entrance. Once again. There was no one there, until a loud stomp shattered the silence. Another monster stood beside the first. Two gigantic blue orcs screamed with rage. We need to deal with this as quickly as possible, Seojin said. Agreed, Krell replied. Seojin gripped his sword. 1, 2. He rushed the orc and leaped, his sword flashing several times. The orc screamed in pain as deep wounds opened across its body.
3, Seojin finished, already moving on as the orc began to fall. Jang and Kangri stared in shock. They were utterly speechless. He had defeated the Bjini.
Orcs in an instant. Connell approached him, suspiciously examining their bodies, as well as the nearby cars and rubble. Do we still need to look for the goblin? He asked. Seojun declared. Searching would be vital if we were blind to the dungeon's location. But now, there's no need. His gaze was already locked onto the gate. The beast inside is surely connected. We must conquer this raid. Successfully. The ownerless orb will simply vanish, Hannah wondered aloud. What if those men in suits appeared because of this dungeon breach? Perhaps they have nothing to do with it. She stepped forward, suggesting that even if they tried to clear the area, they might be completely safe. Seojun considered it. This dungeon is just too massive, he concluded. This must be happening because of the power sealed within it. Jang raised an eyebrow, questioning. Is that even possible? Leaning into his arms, Kangri watched as Seojun sighed. I don't have a solid answer, he admitted. It's just a guess. They couldn't forget the reality they were in, a world where Seoul had transformed into a game's battleground. They all stared up at the towering, ominous building, a true dark tower. Seojun and Kangri marched forward, their fists clenched with resolve, shielding his face from a dark wave of energy. Seojun thought that if they could solve this dungeon's mystery, they would grow strong enough to defeat anyone. The masked men, the fake K, and even a real dragon. In normal dungeons, you get a location description. But this place was different. He studied his hand carefully. Seojun was now standing right before the portal. For some reason, this all felt strangely familiar. He reached his hand toward the shimmering gateway, thinking he should try entering again. But then he felt it. A bizarre energy pulsed from within. Danger signals flared as his body began to tremble. He snapped his head up just as something huge, black, and serpentine flew past him. He watched, stunned, as the creature coiled around his position. Drawing his sword, he dodged the monster's whipping tail. Seojun dropped low, his hand touching the ground as he thought in sheer disbelief. What is this thing? A colossal monster towered over them. Its body was slick and black, and where its head should be was a grotesque, blooming flower with a massive tongue. Each horrifying petal was lined with countless sharp teeth. They stood below, steeling themselves for the attack. The red system triangle blared a warning. Danger! An unknown force has awakened.
On the fairgrounds, the monster lifted one of its petals, opening its maw to unleash a deafening, ferocious scream. Seojun swung his sword, ready for battle.
The beast's enormous, spiked tail encircled him. Leaping into the air, Seojun dodged the attack. He began to slice rapidly with his blade, leaving vivid purple trails of energy in his wake. He diced the monster's tail into pieces. A system window flashed open, announcing a new quest. Seojun was breathing heavily as he stared at the notification. Hannah cried out in alarm. What, right here? The severed monster tail slammed into the earth around them. Seojun glared at the system message, his brow furrowed in irritation. It was a dungeon transformation quest. Category subquest. Difficulty unknown. The condition read, a parasite has emerged in the fairgrounds. If all conditions are met, the system will generate the theme park dungeon of the puppeteer. The mission, escape the fairgrounds where the dungeon is forming. There was no time limit, but all conditions had to be fulfilled. The reward was survival, but the penalty was death. Seojun looked on with a mix of shock and disgust at the monster's massive body writhing beside him. What is going on? He demanded. The creature's disgusting, slimy.
Tail continued to thrash around him. At that same moment, the ghost train completed its journey. A group of young men and a woman began to step out, all of them clad in iron protective gear. Their leader, a man with a serious expression, was Captain Na Han Hak. They disembarked and stood before the train as he thanked.
Jack for the ride. Sang-soo stood in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. He shrugged smugly and said that he only does it because he gets paid. Huck mused to himself that for someone so young, he already ran a huge business. He'd captured a ranked monster engine and now used it for transport. Sang-soo added that he couldn't refuse anyway, though he was obviously bluffing. Hoon called out to the captain, saying it was time to move. He lit the path with a lantern as they proceeded forward. They walked down a corridor inside a strange, dark building that felt like an abandoned shopping mall. Huck warned the group. Soon we'll be entering a place where high-ranking players should not be. Also, none of you have played Dreamside 1, right? Do you understand? What I'm talking about. Hong turned back, confirming that there were no long-time experienced players among them. Hansuk frowned. Yes, but that's why we're here.
We're connected to something only we could handle on our own. Hong pointed out the problem. We don't know if those two best players went in there.
Huck immediately pictured Kay and Clark. Their powerful dark game avatars were still burned into his mind. The mighty Kay, and beside him, the mysterious yet formidable Clark. Hoon asked. But is it true that Clark is the idol, Choi Hannah? Huck scowled, unable to believe that Clark could be Choi Hannah. If they are truly here, he declared, then we must consider this a first-class danger zone. He gave a grave order. Everyone, be on high alert. The entire group tensed up, but they replied with a unified, yes. They saw a sign near an entrance Lada's world. But as they approached, they found the passage was blocked by some unknown substance. The massive gates were completely sealed shut. They stared in surprise. What is this? Is it really blocked? Hong looked on, confused. It was definitely open before. We got here. Huck sighed. There's nothing we can do. The entrance is sealed. They began searching for another route, heading up an escalator. When they reached the top, they froze, gripped by horror and shock. Hansuk looked up in a panic. He stammered, No way. They saw a colossal, serpentine monster. Its disgusting tail was so long it seemed to coil into massive rings. Then, the monster slammed its tail into a car, effortlessly lifting it into the air. With each movement, the beast's tail pulverized the road, sending chunks of debris flying. Hong whispered, This can't be happening. They stood on the street, paralyzed by sheer terror. Huck asked, What kind of plant monster is that? Beside him, Jin-suk watched in stunned silence. Huck's eyes shot upward in disbelief as the long, massive body of another monster soared over them. It was Kusha. Fear seized them as they recognized the dragon. Someone screamed, A dragon! The monster's tail vanished behind a building. Jin-suk screamed in horror. Is that really a roughly S-class creature? The woman beside him stood in shock, muttering that she'd been having nightmares about this. How could it appear here the plant monster's tail began to wrap around Jin-suk's legs? He shouted, How is this possible? But then, the monster squeezed with crushing force. Jin-suk was immediately yanked into the air. He began to panic and scream wildly. The group could only look on in shock, shouting his name. Jin-suk! The monster opened its flower-like maw as its many tentacles and
tails writhed nearby. Jin-suk screamed for the monster to let him go, but he was slammed into the ground with a devastating blow. The impact carved a massive crater in the street, sending rocks flying.
Suddenly, asphalt and earth erupted from the street. Jong-guk vanished underground, followed by an eerie silence. All eyes turned to a rocky mound near the creature, their voices trembling with fear. Jin? Suki? Terrified shouts pierced the air. A cold dread washed over Hong. What is happening? Huck's voice was grim. I believe it's what's known as a parasite. It's just like the ones that appeared during the transformation training. Realization dawned on Hong. He remembered the ant animalia from his trials. Huck warned, if this area fully turns into a dungeon, Seoul will be wiped from existence. The monster's vines coiled around entire buildings like massive serpents. Huck knew. He had to solve this. But how they watched the horrifying spectacle unfold. The creature's maw gaped wide, its stems constricting a city bus. Thorny tentacles lashed out in every direction, smashing cars and tossing them aside like toys. Hong and Huck could only stare in disbelief. Is there any way to stop this? The beast brought its grotesque, gaping mouth closer to Sojin and Hannah. Behind it, a whole field of smaller carnivorous flowers gave chase. They fled for their lives, constantly glancing back. Sojun shielded Hanso with his own body and blade, yelling, "Get back!" His expression hardened, turning to ice. A frosty aura enveloped his sword. With a powerful swing, Seojin launched his weapon forward. The ice blade impaled the monster, and a creeping frost began to consume the flower. The chilling power spread, freezing its vines solid. The lashing tentacles stopped mid-air. Even its terrifying mouth was frozen shut. A system window appeared before him. The spiny frost skill was activated. The Bermuda area, Sojun thought, cautiously inspecting the massive, frozen maw. This is the place where so many people have mysteriously vanished. They're all in here. Seojun leaped high into the air, then plummeted down in a devastating kick attack. He struck the ice-covered beast. The impact shattered the frozen stems and tentacles. So all those people were devoured by this thing. Seojun's thoughts darkened. The entire area of this sector was a hotbed for dungeon outbreaks. He stared at the monster's shattered remains. These parasites must have affected as many players as the monsters at the fair itself. His expression was grim as he looked forward. They were back at the towering building, pulsing with dark energy. Seojun spoke. I think I know what's inside. He stared intently at the portal. There's something like a greenhouse in there. Seojun explained it would take a long time for this place to fully transform into a dungeon, as there are many conditions to be met. Huck looked at him, his face etched with fear. But, Seojun added, we still need to hurry.
We have to find the boss monster. Before the company does, Huck echoed. The company, Seojun explained. If we can defeat the main monster,
the transformation process will stop. It's the only way to prevent a new dungeon from appearing. Huck was worried. No matter what we do, we can't stop. A transformation of this magnitude, we should return to the Ark first, Seojun retorted, clenching his fists. We don't have that luxury. His eyes scanned the swarm of demonic flowers. I'm certain of it. Those dogs from the company will make their move. They'll try to accelerate the transition. Using the dungeon flower, a monstrous plant roared, its maw wide open. We go now, Seojun commanded. We must destroy this dungeon. Kunk's team surged forward. They charged towards the massive, toothed flora. Vile jaws snapped menacingly close. A player from Team Krell ran dangerously near a monster's mouth. I'm too close, he shouted. Get down, Hannah screamed. She unleashed a powerful energy blast straight into the creature's maw. The player, with blonde hair, ducked just in time, groaning in fear. Move it, run, Hannah yelled, taking aim as she sprinted ahead. Jang and Leon were also constantly dodging the fast and powerful stems. Han led his team through a storm of flying stones. Seojun plunged his sword, empowered by spiny frost, into a monster's vine. Instantly, a creeping frost covered the creature. Two gaping maws froze solid just above his head. Beneath his feet, the vine was now solid ice. Seojun shouted, Hurry, we need to get in there. He stood guard by the portal. Jang sprinted past him. I'll go in first. Be careful, Seojun warned. Hannah was panting, trying to catch her breath. Seojun! I'll be right behind you, he promised. Krell charged ahead, urging his team. Faster! They jumped into the portal, disappearing one by one. Seojun let out a heavy sigh. Is that everyone? He called out, his eyes falling on the swarming demonic flowers nearby. They opened their grotesque mouths, advancing menacingly. The hungry maws were a horrifying sight. Vicious. Sharp stems shot out, attacking Seojun.
All right then. He expertly dodged the lashing tendrils and leaped back. A giant floral mouth lunged for him, but Seojun just smiled, falling backward into the portal.
My turn, he said calmly as he vanished. At that exact moment, a massive stem slammed into the ground where he had just stood. A system window appeared. It announced they had discovered the secret greenhouse of the puppeteer. Pio? Seojun found himself falling through a dark, pixelated void. A red system alert flashed. It confirmed his possession of the goblin hat. The system then reported that he was being controlled by an unknown thread. Seojun looked down. What is this? He felt a bizarre sensation as his body began to tremble, plummeting through the endless digital abyss. Elsewhere, Hannah walked forward. A system window informed her as well that she had discovered the greenhouse of the puppeteer, Pio, and was being led by an unknown stream. She stood with a hand on her hips and scanned her surroundings. Isn't this still the fairground? She wondered. It seems we've been scattered randomly inside this tower. Hannah began to walk. As she explored the strange area, she spotted a figure up ahead. It was Leakin, running towards her. He looked exhausted as he called out. Have you seen? The king, Hannah asked. Leakin, he demanded. Answer me, where is his majesty? I don't know, Hannah replied. He must have been sent somewhere bad. We should go. Look for him, Leakin eagerly, yet nervously, stammered. Oh, okay. Hannah gave him a skeptical look. Aren't you afraid? She asked. What? He shouted indignantly. As if the great Leakin would fear anything. Nothing scares me. He's acting like a capricious child, Hannah thought. She turned, sighed, and walked forward. Leakin scrambled to catch up. Hey, slow down. Where are you going so quickly? Well, Hannah said, I thought you and I... With little communication, Lean just glanced at her and said, Yes, she fired back. Were you never a monster to begin with? Did your memories return? Lean arrogantly crossed his arms. That's right, he declared. I am no monster, but a proud descendant of the Goblin clan, Hannah pressed. How did you become an NPC? She had never witnessed a monster transform like this before. Lean paused in thought. I don't know, he admitted. I can't remember. As he rubbed his chin, lost in thought, Hannah felt something was off. He was desperate to find Seojun. Perhaps he was tied to some kind of hidden quest. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from outside the window. With a deafening crash, the window exploded inward. The wall crumbled into a cloud of dust and rubble. What is this? Hannah yelled, shielding her face from the flying debris. Through the chaos, she saw colossal teeth, as a giant Kushi dragon's head burst through the wall right before them. Kushi? Hannah cried out in alarm. The dragon collapsed to the floor, its jaw hanging open crookedly amidst smoke and dust pouring from the gaping hole. And then, they saw him. The majestic figure of Kay, his gaze an icy, luminous yellow. Hannah whispered in disbelief. Dark. Kay. He stood there, shrouded, in a menacing dark aura and crackling magic. Hannah and Lean stood frozen before his overwhelming presence. Kay tilted his head, an eerie, bone-chilling rumble, seeming to emanate from him. Hannah raised her revolver, her eyes glowing a brilliant red. Seojun said he defeated Kushi. She prepared to unleash a volley of crimson bullets. Activating her Bloody Bun skill just then, a system window flashed. Seojun was caught in an unknown current. He had discovered the secret. Greenhouse of the puppeteer. Piero. A system danger warning blared. The presence of a goblin hat was confirmed. He was being pulled by an unknown force. Seojun looked down in shock as he plummeted through space. Well, he thought, as his feet finally touched solid ground. He found himself utterly alone, in a vast, empty expanse. What is this place? Nothing surrounded him. The floor, walls, and ceiling were a seamless, sterile white, like a blank sheet of paper. Seojun continued to scan his surroundings. He realized with a jolt that he didn't even cast a shadow. Looking at his hands, he knew. This means, this is the realm of play, a voice echoed from nowhere. A precious guest has arrived. Seojun's eyes flew open in surprise. Hearing the voice, he instantly drew his sword and spun around, shouting, Who's there? He dashed forward, only to stop dead in his tracks. A man was standing right in front of him. Seojun glanced to the side, confused. What? Before him was a stylish man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit. His name tag read, No Young Seo. A pleasure to meet you, he said, extending a hand. With a detached expression, he added, My name is Young Seo. The two of them stood alone in the center of that immense, white void. Seo-jun was completely lost. "What's going on?" he asked. Youngseo replied calmly. "First, there's a video I need to show you." He turned, a remote control appearing in his hand. A massive system window materialized before them. Seo-jun watched in astonishment as Youngseo navigated the screen, searching for something specific. Seo-jun's eyes were fixed on the screen. He saw a city, people going about a normal day, cars, buildings. Youngseo spoke. "October 2nd, 2021. It was my first day at my new job." The video showed a younger him, in a suit, carrying a backpack. "I had never been so close to achieving my dream," he narrated. "I promised myself I would do my very best." He stood in a crowd, clenching his fists with determination. "I swore I wouldn't be late." But as Youngseo continued, his voice turned bitter. Life had other plans. The scene shifted to him bowing constantly, apologizing to his boss. The manager kept lecturing him, saying, "This never happened back in my day." He was so flustered that no matter what he did, it all went wrong. He stared in horror at a huge stack of paper. He was supposed to print 10 copies, but he had printed 100. On the long journey home, he was completely drained. "The next day," Youngseo said, "I arrived at work before dawn." He worked at Let's World. "I didn't have to come so early, but I wanted to be the perfect employee." Seo-jun stared at the screen, a look of realization dawning on his face. "Wait, isn't that the day Drayside opened?" Youngseo's voice was laced with sorrow. "Yes, at 6 o'clock. I entered the fair." The scene shifted again. Youngseo was now looking around in absolute horror. His suit was tattered and torn. "And that's when I met him, the dungeon boss." A gigantic, grotesque clown in a carnival costume loomed over him, a permanent, twisted smile on its face. The clown was so massive, Youngseo barely reached its knees. "I couldn't understand what was happening," he said, paralyzed by terror. All he could do was let out a choked groan. The monster opened its horrifying mouth, and a deafening roar shook the world. "The boss killed me. Instantly." Even as it attacked, the clown's wide grin never faltered. Its hand flew towards him in a blur. "In that final moment," Youngseo recalled, "my only thought was how I'd wasted my entire life on pointless things." However, clutched in the clown's hand was a dark sphere pulsing with a violet aura. Seo-jun's eyes widened. "A goblin ball," Youngseo continued. "For some reason, Piero used that ball on me." He brought the orb to the head of the bloodied Youngseo. Piero resurrected him. The purple aura from the ball spread through his body like a virus. "I became a puppet," he said, "stripped of my memories. Because of Piero's curse, I couldn't feel a thing." Youngseo lay in a pool of his own blood, his eyes snapping open. He was now clad in rags. Then Piero gave me the ball that became my salvation. And a command. "Kill the humans." With that, Piero vanished into thin air, leaving Youngseo alone. He found himself in the middle of a crowd, under a bright blue sky. A cheerful voice announced, "Welcome to the fair, a world full of hopes and dreams." Youngseo just stared, dazed and empty. "We hope you have a wonderful time," the voice chirped. After that, Youngseo explained, any person who entered the fair would trigger the night opening. Horrifying monsters would manifest, attacking everyone in sight. The players were powerless against them, utterly consumed by fear. "The very terror that settled in their minds," he said, "soon took the form of monsters. They hunted down every survivor. But the true tragedy began when those who survived finally understood what was happening. It was the same for every player, every party. They fell to the ground, defeated. They had learned the fair's cruelest rule. Every time a new person arrived, the night shift would begin, spawning a new monster. Because of this grim cycle, they started taking the lives of newcomers before darkness could fall. The problem, Seo-jun thought grimly, is that they ended up becoming the monsters themselves," he asked. "Why are you showing me this?" Youngseo extended his hand. "I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe I just don't want to be forgotten. Or maybe I need to prove that none of this was my fault." Youngseo's hand clenched into a tight fist. Seo-jun asked, "What is—" When asked about the bear, Yoongo's thought form replied that it was a worthy question, for these were merely the lingering thoughts of a former employee named No Yoongo, a fact that Seo-jun found deeply unsettling. "Does he know this doll?" Yoongo asked, as a toy bear materialized before him. Seo-jun cried out in shock. Was this the same bear, the very one that attacked them? And then escaped using the ball. Yoongo confirmed it was, and yet, it wasn't. The doll they encountered was not him at all. You could say they are just cogs in the machine. That make this twisted fair run perfectly. They're all being controlled, Sejun asked. Yes, Yoongo replied. And only he knew the true consciousness of no Yoongo. His awareness returned about a month ago, after this whole place had been twisted into its current form, wandering the desolate fairgrounds. He slowly pieced together the horrifying truth. Standing in the darkness as rain poured down, he realized he had perished, and was then reborn. But not as a man. He was just a thought, bound to the very sphere he escaped in. There was nothing he could do. Raising his head to the empty sky, he recalled how every time his memories returned, he would roam this prison. He tried to save the others trapped here, but his efforts were always in vain. Through his struggle, he finally understood why. There was no day or night at the fair. The master, Pio, delights in dark tales. He constantly smiles to himself, savoring the moments of terror that turn a happy day into an endless nightmare. It's his perverse hobby. He enjoys watching people break, forcing them to make choices at the edge of despair, while they writhe in agony. Every day, Yoongo said, I could feel all of Pio's emotions. The sensation made his very hair stand on end. He remembered. Sitting alone, gasping for breath, wincing from the psychic torment. It took him 2 long months to fight through that pain, and finally regain his sanity. Sejun listened, stunned by the revelation. Yoongo then asked, He is Kei, isn't he? You know him? Sejun questioned. For the first time, a faint smile touched Yoongo's lips. Of course, he said. After all, I was once a player in Dreamside 1. But unlike the others, he was never able to claim a single reward. He tried to say more, but his voice faded. His form began to flicker, becoming transparent, dissolving into a cascade of light. No, Sejun shouted. Yoongo, there isn't much time left. Yoongo rasped. He looked at his own fading hand. To leave Pio's shackles means I can't exist. Even as a thought, he looked Sejun in the eye. Mr. K, you have to do something. Sejun stared back, bewildered. Or rather, Yoongo corrected, only you can do this. If you possess the goblin hat, then it's possible. A sudden gust of wind swept through. Sejun's gaze fell upon Yoongo, who now held a strange orb in his hand. Sejun reached out and took the object. Is this a goblin ball? He frowned at the huge, dark sphere in his hands, pulsating with an ominous purple magic. Yes, Yoongo urged. Kei must take this ball. A system window flashed. He had acquired the goblin ball from the thoughts of No Yoongo. The ball now belonged to him. A new title was bestowed Goblin King, and with it, the right to perform a royal engraving. Sejun stared at the orb, utterly fascinated. First, Yoongo instructed, you must become its true owner. His expression was grave. Only then, will you be able to unleash its true power? Sejun nodded, understanding. To defeat Pio, Yoongo continued. That artifact must be completely under your control. And one more thing. When you have the chance to fight the boss, do not close your eyes. Don't even breathe. Yoongo was almost completely transparent now. He struggled to speak. Finally, in Dreamside 2, you must get ready. His voice trailed off. Sejun stood frozen, watching the last of Yoongo fade away. What did he say? He wondered aloud. No. Anyway, Yoongo's last whisper echoed. Beware of the regular updates. Sejun's eyes widened in shock. Updates happened every year. And according to Pio, Yoongo disappeared completely, his final warning hanging in the air. Sejun is in great danger. Sejun stood alone before the white pixels. That were once No Yoongo? A sharp whistle cut through the silence. Leaking, get down! Hannah screamed. A golden bullet tore through the wall, erupting in a blast of raw power with an enraged scowl. Kei dodged the explosion. He immediately charged toward them, launching a ferocious attack. Hannah watched him, her expression grim. They stood face to face. In a blur of motion, Kei closed the distance. He leaped into the air, bringing his sword down with devastating force. Hannah barely managed to evade. She looked back in horror as Kei's sword slammed into the ground. The floor shattered, sending massive cracks spreading out from the point of impact. He looked at her with a wild, predatory gleam in his eyes. Several daggers materialized in the air around his face. Daggers! Hannah cried. With a flick of his wrist, Kei sent them hurtling toward her. Hannah activated her eagle eye skill, her pupils glowing crimson. Time seemed to slow as she tracked every dagger. She opened fire, her bullets clashing against the enchanted blades in a storm of steel. Wind tore through the room from the force of their exchange. The daggers fell,
but then began to tremble, rising again. Hannah watched Kay intently as he held out his hand.
A brilliant light gathering in his palm. He unleashed a massive, spherical torrent of fire. It was a blazing, powerful, and unbelievably dangerous cloud of magic. Hannah stared in horror at the terrifying ability. The ball of flame swelled in size as it rushed toward her. She desperately dodged the incinerating magic. So this is Dark Kay's power, she thought. Good thing he's not the same as the real one. She noticed Kay looking at his own palm with surprise. She realized his mind wasn't clear. Frowning, she screamed, "They call you invincible, right? But that's a lie." She aimed her revolver upwards. Pouring her strength into the next attack, she fired. She had activated her D-rank bomb skill. 3 enhanced bullets shot toward Kay's face. Sword at the ready, Kay charged forward. He watched the golden projectiles flying towards him. He ran on, but at the last second, Kay could only block. The impact sent him flying backward, skidding across the ground until he crashed into the far wall. Hannah activated her eagle eye again and dashed forward. Her eyes locked onto him with cold confidence. She activated her next skill, magic projectile shooting, rank B, reaching Kay's position. She unleashed a torrent of fire. Countless powerful bullets erupted from her revolver. They slammed into Kay, tearing through the wall behind him. In seconds, the entire area was consumed by smoke. Through the haze, she saw Kay, his sword held forward, deflecting her onslaught. He pushed off the wall and charged straight at her. Isn't he supposed to be stronger than Kay? She thought frantically. No, he's a monster, out from the smoke. Kay emerged, his eyes glowing with malice. His dark, overwhelming aura pressed down on her. He might possess the original skills. But this was something else. Kay leaped high, swinging his sword down. Hannah stood her ground below him. "You will remain nothing more than an imagination," she declared, snapping her fingers. Hannah simply snapped her fingers. "Time's up," she declared coldly. "It's time for you to disappear." Above Kay's head, the arcane bullets in the ceiling began to ignite with a deadly light. He hit the ground hard, covering his face. Looking up in disbelief, Kay saw the ceiling buzz with terrifying energy. A system window flashed, activating CR-. Rank explosive shells. Instantly, a storm of pure magical energy rained down upon him. Kay braced himself, shielding his body as the world exploded around him. The roar of detonations was deafening. Through the chaos, Kay watched in horror as massive boulders began to fall from the shattered ceiling. His eyes widened as he grasped the sheer gravity of his situation. Through the cascading debris, he saw her, Hannah, walking calmly toward a gaping hole in the floor. The very ground gave way as a massive chunk of the floor, and his sword plummeted below. Hannah peered into the abyss. Kay was down there, unconscious, pinned beneath a colossal boulder. "Truly," she whispered, "a monster."